Hello everyone and welcome to episode 4 of the All-Time Tag League here on TEW9, as we have, for this episode, shows 12 to 20, so that will be 18 shows, because it'll be 9 per league. As far as the records, we will be going down where everybody's at after we run these first two shows of the episodes. As far as we'll run the Premier League and National League Week 12 shows, we'll go do all the standings and whatnot. But I will say this, though. The standings are going to be a little whopper-jawed. There are a couple of duplicates, as far as that have happened already. The National League, basically, I tried to do a different system than what I usually do, which is go to leaguelobster.com, or to do as far as the leagues, because it's just there's so many goddamn teams, it's easier to do it that way. I should have done it that way for the National League too, but did not, and that well because a lot of problems. As far as the duplicates, one's pretty egregious because it's the FBI, but they've actually faced both the Hart Foundation and the Four Horsemen twice, which is kind of crazy. That happened basically between episodes 2 and 3, because obviously we didn't start the matches until episode 2. But then, the next one, because it happened all in the last episode, was Suzuki-gun and Von Erichs, where they faced each other twice. And funny enough, they actually split the match as far as Suzuki-gun and Von Erichs. We'll just, as far as Minoru Suzuki, they beat, as far as the Von Erichs, the first time around, as far as you see here at National League Week 7. But then, the Von Erichs beat him the second time around on the last show, which is just hilarious. So, obviously, that is pretty crazy, because as far as how egregious that is. Now, the Hart Foundation and the Four Horsemen facing the FBI twice, not the biggest deal in the world, because the FBI, again, have not gotten a win yet. So, that one's at least an easier fix. That Suzuki-gun one and the Von Erichs one, basically because they split the win, I figured since the first time they had their match, Suzuki-gun beat them, that will be the official record. But then for the Von Erichs Suzuki-gun second matchup, it will just be like it never counted. So basically they're going to have one less match than everybody on the standings, which is going to be a little weird. But we are at least going to have 2 pre-show matches to at least try and fix that. So that way the standings are a little bit better. Basically we're going to have Suzuki-gun face, I believe they're facing the Von Erichs. Or Suzuki-gun facing the Von Erichs. They're facing the Hart Foundation, and the FBI are facing the Von Erichs. So at least that will fix it a little bit, because that will give at least the Hart Foundation one less dupe, and basically that should fix their record. For the FBI, they'll still be one off, but at least Suzuki-gun will be fixed, the Hart Foundation will be fixed, and at least the Von Erichs will be fixed as well. So that's nice, at least, to fix that a little bit. Going to be a little weird, but we'll make it work for now. But, as far as, I think that's all we need to really talk about, because there is still some major injuries, though, still. I guess we can't talk about that. Bam Bam Bigelow is still going to be out for this show, and possibly the next show as well. Volano 3 is still burnt out, but he's going to be out for 2 weeks. He's actually working through it, so that's nice. I thought he was going to be out the whole time, so that's a big relief, so we don't have to replace him with Volano 2, which we could have. I was going to have him be replaced by Volano 1. Oh, no, actually, it was the opposite. He's going to be replaced by Volano 1, but Volano 2, as far as he could not work a multi-man match because his stamina was so bad, which is kind of funny. That 1 has better stamina than 2. But yeah, that's basically the major kind of issues. So the Triple Threat are still going to have to be working a handicap match, at least for these next 2 shows. So that's going to be tough for them to see if they can pull it off. They did beat a House of Black with just Shane Douglas and Chris Candido. It has been done. Maybe they can do it again. As far as yeah, that's I do know that shows of week 13 and 16 are going to be in Japan. I think we're going to run Osaka for week 13. Week 16 we'll run Tokyo. Not sure where else we're running. I guess we could take a look here and just kind of, since we already kind of showed this off a little bit, as far as what can be the main event. I do like that Team Extreme Gen Next match. The Death Triangle Team Angle's a great match too. That's probably main and co-main there, if I had to guess. So really, it's probably going to be in the U.S., just off of kind of where we're at. Maybe Southeast or Southwest, because there was also a Dos Perros de Mal and LAX match. That'd be fun to see, or even run New York again. But yeah, we're good to go now. So as far as, yeah, make sure this is at 5. We will at least make this a little faster with being able to kind of pick and choose now that I know which venues we're going to run to make it a little bit faster. Oh yeah, but we haven't ran there since week 2, so that would be perfect to run here. I was about to say, now we probably will run Florida if we can. And yeah, we ran the Amway Center last time. Oh yeah, the BB&T Center. Damn near fell out. Not quite though. Yep, right in there, of course. Alright, a locker room incidences. Oh, Pez Watley. Sorry, brother. Maybe next time. Yeah, Cash Wheeler, you can hang out, buddy. I feel like he's gonna pull a Glock on us if we don't let him. Oh, Gangrella's great a finish that we can't use. Shima about fought Punk after he caused some damage to his rental car. Well, that was justified. Charlie Haas almost fought a fan. Crazy. Yeah, don't be doing that. It's a negative impact for that. Oh, well, of course they're gonna get together pretty well. Childhood best friends, damn near. Oh, no, not damn near. Yeah, they were actually childhood best friends. Apparently, Bobby Fish and Hector Garza have gotten along as well, so that's nice. Oh, and Juice and Edge are button heads. That makes sense. That I feel like Edge is trying to politic and to get more wins. Juice is not taking it. That's pretty hilarious that Frightmare and Zack Sabre Jr. got into it. Definitely would not have suspected that. Well, Gordon Sully, that's a lot of pizza, first of all. I mean, you got 3 people per team for tonight's show. That's a shit ton of people. Plus the refs and the road agents. A lot of goddamn people. Bet the basic and safety training drills as far as for the pre-show. 8 people, though, showing up again. We've got a lot of people. Alrighty. Since he brought pizza, I don't think we need to change anything with the locker room. Alrighty, so yeah, we'll add all this and run the show. Alrighty, so we start off with this absolute banger. Figured this would be pretty bad as the Bang Bang Gang get their first win over the Jurassic Express. God bless them. As far as it was pretty close. Wrong team won, though. It probably should have been the Monster Express, but I'm glad at least the Bang Bang Gang get their first win. If I would have had to pick a winner here, yeah, I would have went with the Bang Bang Gang, too, just because they definitely needed a win, but boy, did this just destroy any type of goodwill to start this off, though. Brutal. Here we go, though. At least we get it back a little bit here with the Undisputed Era beating the Spectral Envoy. Adam Cole pinning the Frightmare with the Panama Sunrise. 86 for Kyle O'Reilly, 71 for Adam Cole, and 68 for Bobby Fish. All better than the best guy of Spectral Envoy, which is Frightmare. 68 here for the Judgment Day and Team DK. A little Aussie showdown, at least with half the people being from Australia. But Damian Priest, Dominic Mysterio, and Rhea Ripley getting the win. They were, as far as slightly outperformed. Very, very close. So literally a point difference, but they get to win though nonetheless. And Damian Priest getting one to South of Heaven over Shane Haste. Yeah, Shane Haste, I mean, worst guy in the match. Damian Priest was really off his game, so it could have been even better for him. But yeah, the crowd still disinterested in this one. And now the Tactical Masterclass matchup with the Kings of Wrestling beating El Sky team. Claudio Castagnoli getting the win with the neutralizer over Volador Jr. Yeah, Mystico probably would have been a little bit better if it wasn't a Technical Masterclass matchup. But Claudio, though, Jesus Christ, a 93. This is definitely one of his strengths. Larry Sweeney even did pretty well in this one. And as far as Chris Hero outperformed Mystico. So yeah, obviously the right team wins there. But yeah, Claudio, cold and losing interest very, very quickly. I think the next match, though, is a Steal the Show matchup, which it is. Got the crowd buzzing. So perfect. We get it back on track as Triple X getting the win over the Monster Express, which low-key wins with the Key Crusher. This has been an awesome match, though, in their prime, for sure, with both these teams. As far as Key, Skipper, and Christopher Daniels, better team. As far as performance ratings, so Daniels 86, 74 for Skipper, and then 71 for low-key. Ricochet level 72, so there we go. Ricochet doing well, especially a Steal the Show matchup. That would definitely fit everybody's pretty much style here. And that's exactly the type of match we would have hoped for, though. That's good stuff. Good stuff there. Dudley Boys beating Best Friends. Spike getting with the Dudley Dog over Chuck Taylor. That's pretty great. As far as Spike, I think that's his first win. He outperformed Trin at least. But yeah, Bubba and Devon definitely being the heavy lifters of that one. But at least Orange Cassidy and Chuck Taylor are getting better. But still a ways away from at least outperforming the team there. 60 Saints beating 3 Count. This is just a battle between Punk and Drew as far as who's the better wrestler, because both Cabana, Ace Steel, Jinder Mahal, and Heath Slater are pretty much average. Punk, though, gets the one with the Pepsi Plunge over Drew McIntyre. I'm sure that was a hell of a finish to take for somebody of his size. As far as, that probably would have been, if someone was going to take the Pepsi Plunge, it'd probably be Heath Slater. As far as he's the smaller of the three, so that just kind of makes sense. 73 there. OG Bloodline beating a 3 count here. Jey Uso getting one with the splash onto Evan Courageous. Actually, I got outperformed here. That's kind of hilarious as far as when you think, like, the push that obviously Jay has gotten, and obviously even Jimmy, too, to a degree, has been in some pretty major matches compared to, 3 count. And Shannon Moore, best guy in the match, fucking Sami Zayn getting outperformed by Shannon Moore, too, which is just wild. But yeah, as far as a win for Sami Zayn, nonetheless, or a win for the Bloodline, nonetheless, even though they got outperformed. And Jimmy was the worst guy in the match, too. Just wild stuff there. The Brood beating Kaientai DX Gangrel, getting the win over the Mintao. Over Mintao, rather. He gets to win the Impaler. Too short, though, for a match of the importance of, obviously, Edge. With 100, he did really well as far as clearly the best guy in the match of Christian, though, with a 76 at least. But yeah, Edge and Christian, I mean, they're almost, Edge is now basically getting hundreds pretty much every time he goes out there. Christian is almost in the 80s now. They're a hell of a team to beat, and even Gangrel's getting better, too. So they are going to be a tough team to beat. The Elite in LIJ, this would have been way, way higher, but obviously the LIJ's record, it's hard to justify it being a match that is higher on the card, which is a goddamn shame, because this match obviously would be awesome. Kenny Omega getting on with the Kotaro Crusher, and 21-34 over Tetsuya Naito, so he even beat Hiromu with it, but yeah, obviously 99 for Omega, Nick Jackson with a 92. Shingo, at least almost on the same level as Matt Jackson, but he's still Naito and Hiromu ways away. Brutal, but I got the crowd out of though, so it's hot and rising. So next matchup, CTU beating the ECW Originals, Liger pinning Tommy Dreamer with a brainbuster, which is kind of crazy to see Liger pick a guy up like that. As far as Dreamer, a little bit bigger than him. Van Dam, though, with an 85, 95 for Liger. Ghetto was the third best guy in the matchup, and then Jado was the fourth. So the right, definitely a decision there for CTU to get the win. I would have won the same way there, as far as getting the win. Sprained ankle for Filthy Animals. Luckily, it's just a sprain, but still not a great injury to get for the Filthy Animals. Eric Young taking the springboard Hurricanrana from Rey Mysterio Jr. And obviously, Team Canada, as far as Petey and Bobby Roode were better than Billy Kidman and Conan, but obviously Ray is just so much better that you can justify the wins for the Filthy Animals because of it. And he's obviously been one of the MVPs of the Premier League just for how well he has done for his Filthy Animals team. If not for him, they'd probably be even, obviously, in a much, much worse space. Yeah, sprained ankle. Tough. Luckily, nobody caused it with a botch or anything. Los Perros de Mal beating LAX. Hector Garza pitting Homicide. As far as, obviously, big shout-outs to Homicide. Obviously, Real Life retiring this past Thursday. As far as, my God, as far as what definitely an independent, just Hall of Famer for what he has done for independent wrestling. And, him and Key, what they were doing in Jersey All-Pro at the turn of the fucking decade. And not only turn of the decade, turn of the millennium in 2000. Just as far as what he represents, as far as he is New York personified in a lot of ways, and a guy that really embodied that independent spirit. And, his thighs, definitely for that time period, he was never going to get a big time run on like American television or anything. But eventually, though, at least the LAX run happened, even though his talents far preceded that type of role. He, for what he did as far as help training and helping a lot of the New York talent at the time of the 2000s, and onwards too, he was fantastic. I hope AEW should sign him to a Legends deal, really take care of him, because having a cyst on your brain is some scary stuff. And he's put in obviously all the hard work and dedication, and especially with them owning Ring of Honor too. They should definitely sign him up for a Ring of Honor Legends deal, because that motherfucker, him and Bryan Danielson, that final battle match, that is a hell of a matchup. Really, a very, very prominent memory for me when I think of Ring of Honor. And also, the Cage of Death with them and CZW, Homicide making the big save. He very much, and, his matches, I know a lot of people loved his feud with Carino. Me, personally, I was not the biggest fan, but I respect what it did. For Ring of Honor, I was kind of more to me, when I think of kind of his feud that I kind of identify with Homicide the most during Ring of Honor is him and Cabana. But maybe that's just because that's kind of the era that I kind of grew up watching more so than the Carino stuff. But yeah, hell of a matchup though, nonetheless, for Garza and Mr. Aguilar, getting the win for Los Perros de Mal. Los Gringos Locos beating Blood Generation. Hell of a matchup here though. Yoshino and Eddie Guerrero, boy, those two would have had a phenomenal fucking match. Yeah, that would have, especially 90, during the, as far as Los Gringos Locos there, or even into ECW and into early, or not even early 90s, mid to late 90s WCW. Fantastic stuff there between Shima, or not even Shima and Eddie would have been great too, but especially Eddie and Yoshino would have been some great stuff. But a very, very close match. Honestly, when you think about it, slight advantage for Los Gringos Locos. It was pretty goddamn close. But Eddie gets the win, though, nonetheless, with a frog splash over Yoshino. That's an 85-92 for Team Extreme in Gen Next, which Roddy's going to be back to 100%, so Roddy will be back. I think we're going to have Shelly. We're going to try and use Shelly a little bit with Austin Aries, replacing Austin Aries, just so we can kind of see that formation of a team, and then maybe sprinkle in again to kind of that last run of 10 matches or so, do the original Aries, Strong, and Jack Evans tandem. But hell of a win though for Team Extreme. They beat Gen Next with Jeff Hardy pinning Austin Aries after the Swanton. Again, Jeff, best guy in the match. Alex Shelley did pretty well though. It was close. Really, you could kind of look at it and think, well, Jack and Matt Hardy did the same. Jeff and Shelley was obviously a difference as far as like a 9-point difference. But Aries and Lita, that's a 12-point difference. And really, Jin next probably should have beat Team Extreme here, but they just had the better guy with Jeff as far as being the best. But Lita, bit of a weak link in that one. And a 93 for our main event, a hell of a matchup here. Team Angle, the Death Triangle. Shelton gets the one with the money clip over Pac. As far as for Kurt Angle, 100. Venex with a 93, and 84 for Pereira Jr. Very, very close, but the right team did win. The lack of psychology here, though, shockingly enough. But this would be obviously fantastic matchup. Right team did win, but man, a hell of a matchup, though, nonetheless, between those two trios. And one of the better Premier League matches in shows we will see, though, that 93 and basically having 5 85-plus matches. You could really tell now that guys are starting to get better and better and get better ratings. So that was some good shit, though. Obviously, big hugs there for Rey Mysterio Jr. working with that. As far as sprained ankle, hopefully he is okay. As far as Masato Yoshihino, give him some love. Eddie as well, for his dedication and his hard work. He's been busting his ass. And CD man, Christopher Daniels, he was great in the Triple X matchup with Monster Express. So good shit there. Luckily he can work through it for the next week, so that's good. Again, we're obviously making shit ton of money there. Yeah, Tasmania stays the same, so it doesn't even upgrade. That's tough. It needs to act more professionally. Yeah, huge success. Fully support Shima in that affair. Fuck off. I'm sure it's a one night off for Damian Priest. Yeah, I mean, it's great atmosphere backstage. Oh, yeah, Cabana. Hear that. Yeah, again, shout out Kyle O'Reilly for being happy. And there we go. Some good shit there out of the post-show press conference. As now on to the National League's Week 12 show. Alrighty, so as far as for day 12 again, for the National League, we'll be running again in the Southeast. Maybe not run the BB&T Center. At least, maybe try and run. We can run New Orleans. We can run Bridgestone Arena in Nashville. Yeah, well, since we were in Florida, we'll go Tennessee for the National League. There we go. Perfect. As for, Mark Canterbury. As far as, come on in. Come hang out with Taker. Sure, Jerry Usher. I'm not sure who he's got a relationship at. Bob Roop. Sure, come on in. So Smash was smashed. Could not work tonight. So that's just great. We will, as far as find him for that one. So now Smash and, now Crush and Axe are going to have to work a handicap match. Now, if they work the triple threat, which I believe they've already wrestled, though, that would be pretty nice. Lance Archer and Benoit apparently butted heads backstage. Again, not the guy you probably wanted to get angry with. Scotty Duhati and Jim Cornette got into an ER. Yeah, I can imagine Cornette not being a fan of the Worm. Bret Hart wants to put over Solo Sikoa. That's a hell of a get for Solo. Too bad he can't use it. And then Axeman and Bobby Heenan got into it. Paulie Dangerously almost fought Crush after he caused some damage to his rental car and refused to pay for it. Yeah, justified, but crazy that he tried to fight him. Jerry Funk annoyed at the decision, so was Dreamer. Demon Link passing on psychology tips to Tony Mamaluke. Baba passing on booking tips to Kenta Kobashi. Microphone work to Tosha Kawada. And microphone work to Akira Taue. And then Brazo de Plata passing on selling tips to Psycho Clown. And there's the pre-show as far as basic and safety training for Axel Dieter Jr., Hamatanga, and Buddy Matthews. If we can inspire the fuck... no, we can't. Yeah, May 12th. Yeah, no. We got a while before we can use that. So, now remember that for next time. So, it's the main... as far as... Man, that's a good question. Yeah, now that Demolition Von Erich's match is a 2-on-3 match. Boy, there's really nothing. I mean, maybe the Hart Foundation and Srudigan. Actually, probably the Radicals and New Day is probably going to be the main. That's probably going to be the co-main. Not the greatest on paper, but also that Ministry of Darkness ring comp match should be pretty good. So at least it should be decent, though, nonetheless. And yeah, on to the show we go. Alrighty, so to try and get us on the right track again for the National League, we see the Von Erichs take on the FBI, which, yeah, no surprise here. They get the win. As far as with the Von Erichs, they, at least now, will have a correct record as far as we'll just take away the extra matchup with Suzuki-gun. At least they get a win, though, nonetheless, too, so everything kind of works out there. So it's not like they've technically lost a win. It's just been replaced with another team. But yeah, Von Erich's getting one. David Von Erich getting one with the Iron Claw. Yeah, Kerry and David doing well. Guido and Mamaluke doing actually pretty decent. Yeah, this is it's funny how the pre-show matches are going to be a little bit better, especially this match with Hart Foundation Suzuki-gun. This broke my heart that this had to be in the pre-show, because this is actually a really good match to run, especially if we were able to do a technical masterclass matchup or something like that. But Brett and Owen and Davey get the win over the Suzuki-gun team. Plus, I mean, father and son battling it out as well, which is, I mean, literally the only time we could have done that this whole tournament was this. Or actually, no, not the only time. At least on this National League side. The Premier League side already had Dom and Ray wrestling each other. But yeah, I mean, Hart Foundation getting the win, and Brett tapping out Davey Boy Smith Jr., too, so a fun finish there. The Triple Threat do it again. Even as a handicap team, they beat Too Cool. Obviously, they would have lost if it was up to me. Douglas Douglas probably would have lost to either Ryan Christopher or even Rikishi, but just crazy that they won again. They are undefeated as a handicap team. Unreal. Candido and Douglas getting it done. What a win. Super Generation Army beating Los Brazos. This was the technical masterclass matchup, hence why it's only a 78. And yeah, obviously this affected Kawada's rating. But, I mean, Masao and Kobashi with 100 for both guys. Brazo de Oro and Brazo de Plata, obviously this is not really their setting as well. But El Brazo at least did pretty decent for what he's used to doing. Just, yeah, obviously, clearly the better team. Super Generation Army there. And then Psycho Circus beating Los Vianos 3-4 and 5. Which, yeah, I mean, 3 was so bad being burnt out that it was almost a waste to even have him on this matchup. I figured it would take a toll. I didn't think it'd be taking a big toll, but I guess that makes sense, though. I mean, it burnt out. So his ratings would have definitely been affected. Obviously, because of that, they were the better team. Just crazy, though. It was 45. I'm assuming just popularity played into a factor here. Zombie Clown got the win, too, which is hilarious, and not even Psycho Clown. DX beating the FBI here, so Road Dogg beating Big Sally Graciano, which they just keep on losing, poor guys. Yeah, Big Sal, again, the worst guy in the match. X-Pac and Road Dogg were, as far as the best guys in the matchup, but at least Tony Mamaluke was in the 60s, and Guido and Billy Gunn, mid-50s there. And at least, Little Guido and X-Pac were off the game, too. But yeah, I mean, obviously, a Little Guido X-Pac match around this time of, like, the late 90s probably would have been actually a really fun match to see. They probably would have had a good little matchup. Like, if for some odd reason, instead of X-Pac going to WCW and then getting fired and going back to the WWF, he went to, like, ECW for a little bit and then took the jump, which would have been weird, because obviously he didn't, it's a big surprise, was, him joining DX, and, as far as coming back from WCW on the night after WrestleMania. But Demolition, though, as the handicap team, beat the Von Erichs. Crazy that they win here as well. This definitely should have been a Von Erichs win, but Crush pinning Kevin after the full Nelson. At least Kevin and Axe did the same rating, but obviously David and Kerry much better than Demolition were. Crazy that they got the loss here. wild. The handicap teams, though, they haven't lost yet. Stunria Bloodline, though, beating Kinsuke Office, which is actually pretty crazy. I did not expect that at all. Definitely would have had Kinsuke Office win. Tama Tonga, Solo, Sokoa, and Jacob Fatu getting a win, with Solo beating Miyahara after the Samoan Spike. Both guys with a 54 here. That's at least a plausible finish. So I can't be too mad at least with the finish, but it's probably the wrong team winning there. Three Musketeers, though, beating House of Black. It's actually a good little matchup. An 86. Chono pinning Brody King of the Yakuza kick. Yeah, Buddy Matthews, worst guy in the match. Masahiro Chono, though, an 89, and Kaiji Muda with a 98. He has just been rolling. Have the Three Musketeers as well. I mean, but really because of Chono and Muto, again, that run they had in the tag league helped them out tremendously with these ratings. Wyatt family beat Suzuki-gun here. Hell of a win. Luke Harper pinning Davey Boy Smith Jr. with a discus clothesline. Bray with a 70. So, I mean, they were the better team, Suzuki-gun, especially Eric Rowan with a 47. Like, the worst guy on the Suzuki-gun side was Davey Boy Smith Jr. He had a 59. He outperformed both Luke Harper and Eric Rowan. A lot of weird decisions tonight on this show. Freebirds beating Bullet Club. Another kind of crazy one. Terry Gordy, though, at least outperformed AJ Styles, and then even Michael Hayes outperformed Carl Anderson. I mean, yeah, I guess it's not too crazy when you look at it, because, yeah, Terry Gordy just much better than everybody else. What a performance, though, from Terry Gordy. A 93. He's been doing really well. The Freebirds getting a massive win over the Bullet Club, too, and, yeah, I mean, boy, again, the Miracle Violence Connection run for Terry Gordy's helped him out a lot during the tag league, and same thing for AJ, too. Getting a big boost as the Dangerous Alliance beating the New Age Three Musketeers, stunning Steve with a stun gun onto Shinsuke. Yeah, I mean, Shinsuke, best guy for New Age Three Musketeers, but I mean, I probably would have had Tanahashi lose, to be honest. I just feel like he would have took a hell of a stun gun. Took a crazy bump afterwards. But stunning Steve, though, with Dangerous Alliance picking up another win. They've been a hell of a team. Rick Rude's just done worse than I kind of anticipated. I thought he'd be in the 90s by now, but he's getting better still. He's at least in the 80s. And the Four Horsemen beating Chaos, Arn Anderson with a spinebuster onto Tomohiro Ishii. That'd be a fun-ass match, Ishii and Arn Anderson. But, yeah, Flair and Arn doing better than Okada, and then Oli's doing better than Ishii and Goto. Obviously, the right team wins off of that. But poor Chaos. Poor Chaos. They're just, again, just not able to pull off great ratings here, unfortunately, for them. We'll see what happens, though, next week, because we'll be in Japan for that show. Blanda Jarrett beats The Shield. A shocking upset here. Literally, The Shield outperformed them. Completely unreal. Not sure what happened here, where they gave the Shield the loss. Seth Rollins had 100. Dean and Roman outperformed Jeff, Jarrett, James Storm, and Chris Harris. Just insane. Insane upset. Obviously, I would have went the other way with that. And the NWO keeping their undefeated streak going. They beat Evolution. Evolution should have won this. Another weird decision. I would have had Evolution win if it was up to me, because I just figured Hunter would outperform Hogan, and he did. And Orton and Batista, at least Batista got outperformed by Scott Hall, but he outperformed Nash, and then Orton outperformed Scott Hall and Kevin Nash. So obviously the right team, not getting the win, and brutal to see there for the Evolution. But the crowd, though, I mean, there was a lot of over guys in this matchup. That makes sense. An 83 for the Ministry of Darkness in Ring Kampf, as the Ministry of Darkness getting the win. Spinebuster from Ron Simmons onto Axel Dieter Jr. was obviously the worst guy in the matchup. But yeah, obviously Volter and Bradshaw, I mean, that match would fucking rule. They would beat the piss out of each other. Even Timothy Thatcher and Bradshaw would be a lot of fun. Yeah, I mean, the right team wins. I will say that. No selling, yeah, that makes sense for who's involved here. Probably Axel Dieter Jr. is doing all the selling in that one. That was an 83-89 for the Radicals in the New Day, as the Radicals get the win. Dean Malenko, Texas Cloverleaf onto Kofi Kingston. All the right team wins. 94-98 though for the Radicals. They obviously, again, because of the all-time tag league, which you could say the same thing you would assume for Kingston and Big E and Woods. But they had some injury woes during that all-time tag league, and I mean, they're doing all right for themselves. They could be doing a lot worse, obviously, but not doing great either. Damn, this did not go over well at all. Not sure what happened here. I'm assuming maybe because of Masato Fuchi. Okay, I kind of want to look at the dirt sheet to see what happened here. Oh, just inconsistency, declining physically is Fuchi. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. But yeah, brutal stuff to only get a 70-90 for that main event. That should have went a little bit better, at least in my opinion. But yeah, I mean, the Hart Foundation getting the win too, which is kind of crazy. Well, not really actually, because yeah, Fuchi just bringing Tsuruta Gun down. Again, right decision, and Owen gets the win too over Fuchi, which I think that's the right call, getting the win with the sharpshooter. Yeah, I mean, a lot of nothing above a 90, but a lot of 80s though, at least on the show, just to get in that main event. Bit of a swing and a miss. At least didn't change our popularity or anything like that. As far as who to put over here, I mean, Dean did phenomenal. Him and Chris, but I'll just put over Dean. Crazy again. As far as the Shield losing that match is just insane. Unreal. Yeah, and also the same thing for Demolition losing, or Demolition winning rather, in the handicap match to the Von Erichs. I'll put over David. David's been doing pretty well actually. Give him a hug. Sorry, brother. You got fucked over. Yeah, we already put over Terry Gordy, so won't do that. Yeah, we put over Hunter as well. We haven't put over AJ though, so we'll do that. You are simply phenomenal, sir. Yeah, very disappointing. Very, very disappointing. Oh, yeah, Paul E was on the right there. Fuck off, Crush. I mean, always a dick, so fuck him. Oh, again. As long as they remain professional. Yeah. I'm gonna support Michael. Actually. It's just, hey, remain professional here. Yeah, that's an interesting one, because I feel like, I mean, Sean, I guess technically, in this save, Sean is, like, maybe not NXT, Sean looks a little too old, but definitely, like, post, back surgery, where he's just being an agent and not working, obviously, whereas, in the All-Time Tag League, he was, as far as rockers, Shawn Michaels. But yeah, we'll support Shawn Michaels here. Yeah, upsets Orton. That makes sense. Yeah, I'm sure it was a one-off for Ace there. And yeah, as far as 12 shows in the books for both leagues. So overall, 24 shows in the books. And we'll take a look now at the standings to see where everybody is at as we go to Japan. We'll be going to Osaka here for week 13. We'll see how the shows play out over in the land of the rising sun. Alright, literally a whole day later, but we're here for the actual rundown of the standings after 12 shows for each league, as the bottom table looks like this, as the FBI, now they do have only 11 matches. Them and the Four Horsemen have actually only had 11 matches because of the dupes that accidentally happened, but luckily that should get fixed relatively soon. It's kind of tough to kind of juggle that though right now, because obviously the FBI and the Four Horsemen have already had a match, so it's like we can't have them work twice. But as far as for the FBI in Los Ingobernables de Japón, which is just, I can't believe they're 0-12. I mean, they literally should win half the matches they've lost probably already. Insane. Very, very tough to see. I mean, obviously, I would say already, most of these teams you're going to see, I would say from 64 to about 32, basically half the field, they got no chance of making the playoffs at this point. As far as mathematically speaking, they would have to go on, like, the run of all runs to do it, and I just don't think it's going to happen. I think they've just lost too many times. But for the bottom of the table, talent-wise, LIJ is definitely one of the most talented groups. For as far as Shingo and Naito, they're usually getting ratings above a 50, but it's just Hiromu is kind of holding them back a little bit right now, which is so weird, but it is what it is. For the best friends, TMDK and the Bang Bang Gang, they actually have one win apiece. I believe also the 59th spot has a one-win team. But as far as this is all Premier League teams, and basically how this went is best friends, they have beaten the Bang Bang Gang. Now the Bang Bang Gang, they've beaten the Jurassic Express, which you would be like, well, where are they at? They, because of the Jurassic Express, they've beaten TMDK, and TMDK, they have beaten best friends. So really, it's a weird-ass kind of lineup, because, again, the best friends should probably have swapped with, it should probably be this instead. It probably should be, I guess, with TMDK beating best friends, they should be higher. It's so weird, because, again, Bang Bang Gang beating Jurassic Express is really what throws this wrinkle in it, since TMDK beat best friends. And best friends obviously beat the Bang Bang Gang, but it's just a nightmare right now with how the tiebreaker system's working. I would have probably put a little bit more, trying to get the best case scenario out of this, but because they're literally at the bottom of the table, and there's still so much time left, a lot of things can happen. It's going to get, situated once the tiebreakers happen, but that's, a lot of Premier League teams on the bottom there for the bottom 5 teams. Our next table here, as far as 59 to 40, as far as, again, this is still the bottom half, which, yeah, you can see the best friends one shouldn't have been there. Yeah, that should be, so we already have a mistake already. Yeah, that should have been Jurassic Express here. So, basically, this is what should have been the Jurassic Express. But here we are. As far as, again, very, very weird how the Premier League kind of bottom has worked out. But that's basically all the Premier League teams that are 1-11. Now, the New Age Three Musketeers, Los Villanos, and Psycho Circus. This one's pretty straightforward as far as how that all came together. As far as for the National League's 1-11 teams, so Los Villanos, they beat the New Age Three Musketeers. They lost to Psycho Circus. So literally just goes in that order. Now, Los Villanos is kind of a unique spot because as far as, actually not Los Villanos, excuse me, the New Age Three Musketeers, because their one win is against Los Brazos, who's of course the bottom team there of the 210s for the National League, them and House of Black. If they can get rolling a little bit, and depending on their matchups with other teams that are 1-11, they get a chance to maybe catapult up a little bit. They might be a team to definitely watch out for. As far as for the, now going to 4 points for the 2-10 teams, which there are as far as 6 2-10 teams, and it's pretty, it's almost damn near even. It's just 4-2, though, as far as with 4 National League teams and 2 Premier League teams. So we went with the Premier League teams for 55 and 54, which the Monster Express and Spectral Envoy. Of course, Spectral Envoy's their one win was against LIJ, and the other win was TMDK. So obviously a team that has less wins than them, so obviously they're at the bottom. For Monster Express, same thing. As far as having a win over TMDK. And I actually don't have the, oh no, I think I do. Yeah, LIJ. So yeah, literally both teams identical as far as only getting wins over Team DK and LIJ. So pretty much, honestly, it would have came down to like a coin flip if it was way higher to determine, but I just went with Monster Express just because literally alphabetically is what we went with there. For the National League side, for House of Black, Los Brazos, Suzuki-gun, and Chaos. Now, Suzuki-gun, they're in a weird spot because they do have a win over a team that's above them in the Von Erichs, but they've also have beaten Psycho Circus, who's below them. But what it comes down to here for these 2-10 teams, and specifically with House of Black and Los Brazos, of course, Los Brazos, their wins over Los Villanos and Psycho Circus, so all teams that are below them. And for the House of Black, the FBI and the New Age Outlaws, again, 2 teams, and the FBI are the worst team in the league, so that's why they end up getting below Los Brazos. So for Chaos, now, for 2-10, they've beaten the FBI, which again, worst team, but they've also got a win over Demolition, who's a 6-6 team, so obviously they have beaten the best team that has the best record, so that's why they are higher than everybody else. Now, for the 3-9 teams, there's only 3 of them, and they're all Premier League teams. As far as 3 count, Judgment Day and LAX, and this one, quite simple to figure out, because LAX, they're on a 5-match losing streak right now, though, but 3 count have lost to both Judgment Day and LAX, and of course, Judgment Day, they've lost to LAX, so it's literally in that exact order how it plays out. So that's pretty straightforward stuff. Back to more Premier League teams. For the 4-8 teams, 3MB and Kaientai Deluxe, as far as Kaientai DX. For Kaientai DX and 3MB, basically it just came down to, well, 4-8 teams on the National League side are a lot more interesting right now because of how many there are, so we went with that, and they faced each other too, so it's just been a lot more chaotic on that side of the bracket, which is the the Wyatt family, Von Erich's Too Cool, Sarudagun. I believe there's even a couple more on the National League side too that we're going to get to once we get to the next tab. But for, again, the bottom team, not Best Friends Jurassic Express, as for Sarudagun and Too Cool, the Von Erichs, the Wyatts, so everybody's beating the Wyatts as far as Too Cool, Sarudagun, Von Erich, so that's easy. Too Cool have beaten the Wyatts and the Von Erichs. Now, Sarudagun have not faced the Von Erichs yet, or Too Cool, but when that match takes place, I'm sure that will be kind of the deciding factor of who's the best 4-8 team, at least out of the National League, on that tab, because there's also the Bloodline. And the Bloodline, Tama Tonga, Solo Sikoa, kind of a crazy win for them over DX. That has really catapulted them in a big, big way. They've also beaten Kinsuke Office, too, which is another 4-8 team we didn't talk about. But basically, Kinsuke Office, that's their only loss to other 4-8 teams. So they're another team that doesn't really have a lot of experience, but they're probably the biggest overachievers. I never would have thought they would have been ranked higher than some of the teams we've seen already. But 5-7 for the next 3 teams, 2 Premier League teams, 1 National League team. And this one, again, Team Canada, El Sky team for the Premier League side. They, as far as they have, in fact, faced each other, and of course Team Canada lost, so that's why they are below them. For the Sky team, again, they're very, very fortunate to have Mystico come in for Juristico, or this would have been probably an awful all-time trios league for them, because I don't think they would have been able to wrestle in it. They would have just been handicap matches the whole way, or just would have forfeited their matches. For Bullet Club, they're the only 5-7 team in the National League. Probably an underachievement point for the team itself, because of them being 5-7 and having AJ Styles, but it's, for Bullet Club, for what they got going on right now, maybe they can turn things around a little bit, but I don't see it. I think AJ can't do it all type of thing. For the 6-6 teams, though, boy, we have 5 6-6 teams, 3 National League teams, 2 Premier League teams, and it's actually split pretty evenly. So Demolition, of course, Demolition having lost to Chaos, that's why they're so low. They lost to a 2-10 team, so that's why they're at the bottom. For the OG Bloodline, on the Premier League side, which is, of course, Sammy and the Usos, they have a unique spot right now, because really, you could argue that maybe they could have been swapped with like the Freebirds of the Ring Comp team, but because the Freebirds, they are another 6-6 team that's been pretty interesting. But Ring Comp, they've beaten Planet Jarrett, which is a 7-5 team, and it's ranked ahead of them. So that's also why we put them ahead of the Freebirds. And the same thing for the Second City Saints, which is the top 6-6 team, because they beat the Death Triangle, which is, of course, a 10-2 team, which we'll be seeing a little later on, literally on the final tab. You're talking about a top 19 team that they've beaten. That's massive. And if they can possibly get some wins because of that tiebreaker, they might, you never know, they might be able to make a playoff run. Now we're kind of getting into the potential teams that are outside the bubble of a playoff picture. Within 7-5 at 8-4, a lot of 7-5 teams here. We got the ECW Originals, who, boy, did they fall apart. They're on a 3-match losing streak right now, and it's been pretty brutal for them. And they have lost to a lot of good teams already. The Planet Jarrett team, which we talked about them already losing to a team that is below them, so that's why they're kind of ranked a little lower. The New Day, which the New Day, they have, as far as the Planet Jarrett team, they lost to Ring Conf, but also Planet Jarrett, we didn't talk about this, they beat the Shield, so they also have a win over a 10-2 team. The New Day, they're on a 3-match losing streak as well, but they've gotten the win over Planet Jarrett, so they get the tiebreaker win, hence they are ranked above them. For DX, again, they have the weird loss as far as being a team. They've also beaten the New Day, so they have a tiebreaker win there, but they've also lost to the Bloodline, who's a 4-8 team. So that's why they're kind of there in the middle. Might even be lower next time we see them in the rankings. Undisputed Era and Triple X and Generation Next. All these teams here that are 7-5 that are in the Premier League, they're probably the top 7-5 teams. And in this order, specifically for Gen Next, they have tiebreaker wins over Undisputed Era, but not United Era, but Undisputed Era in Triple X. So obviously they're the best team. Have that 7-5 run. Now, Triple X. The reason why they are ranked above the Undisputed Era, because they haven't had a match yet. Undisputed Era, they have beat Kings of Wrestling, who are 8-4. But Triple X, not only are they on a 5-match winning streak, they've beaten the Filthy Animals, which is an 8-4 team as well. Came down to basically that tiebreaker, just as far as them having a winning streak right now, and they're on the move right now. They're looking really good. A lot of things can change, though, obviously. One loss can kind of dictate their fate, for sure. A lot of these teams, it's 30 through now the rest of the bracket. Besides really the top, probably the teams that have only lost like once or twice or even none at all, those top teams, they still have a good, comfortable lead to make the playoffs. But for these teams here, if they want to make it, for the 8-4 teams that we're going to see, Blood Generation, Filthy Animals, Los Perros de Mal, and for the Kings of Wrestling as well, all Premier League teams, and all 4 of these teams have already interacted with each other, as well as Blood Generation. They're at the bottom because they lost to Second City Saints. So a tough break there. Now, the Filthy Animals, they're 4-5. They've also beaten Blood Generation as well, as far as they've won 4 of the last 5. On the run, obviously, and Ray's great, so they got a real good chance. But let's fair say all, another surprising factor, because sure, they've lost to the Dudleys in the Kings of Wrestling, which the Dudleys, they're the next tab, but they've also had 8-4 record as well. And they've lost to Kings of Wrestling. But they've won 7 in a row. Shocking. That is a hell of a run. Winning 7 straight to make it 8-4, very, very impressive. We'll see how they do here with the rest of this episode, if they can kind of keep that winning streak going. And now, for the top 3 teams of the 8-4, and the teams that have a really, really good chance, I think, of making the playoffs, if any of these teams are going to jump, it would be these 3 teams, the Dudley Boys, Evolution, and the Radicals from the National League side. For the Radicals and Evolution, they've literally lost to teams. All their losses, all 4 of them, have been to just teams that are better than them, as far as records-wise. They have not lost to a team that's below them, hence why they're the highest ranking on the 8-4 side. Now, for the Dudley Boys, They have tiebreaker wins over Los Perros de Mo. In their losses, they've lost to the Brood, they've lost to Team Extreme, and I believe, I'm trying to think who the other two losses now. I didn't have it written down, but there's still a lot of things can happen since there's so many 8-4 teams on the Premier League side. But I would say they got a really good shot. And a team that has just been absolutely shocking. Actually, if the fucking season ends right now, after 12 weeks, this is what the playoffs look like, 1 through 16. Triple threat. And they haven't had Bam Bam Bigelow for 2 weeks. 9-3. The only 9-3 team in the whole league. Shocking. Absolutely shocking. The amount of wins they've gotten. Unreal. What a run for the triple threat. For the 10-2 teams, 4 of them, and it's split down the middle, 2-2, 2 Premier League teams, 2 National League teams, and we went with the Premier League teams first because the Death Triangle losing to both the Filthy Animals and Second City Saints, who are both teams below them. As for CTU, they've lost to Team Angle, but they've also lost to the Filthy Animals, so they lost to a team that's above them and below them, so hence why they're in the middle. For the Shield and the Dangerous Alliance, the reason why they're the best team out of these 10-2 teams, only losses, 3 Musketeers, 4 Horsemen, 2 teams that have only lost 1 time. So that's why they're ahead. And obviously then that leaves basically the Shield, they've lost the Planet Jarrah, like we said, but they've also lost to the Super Generation Army. So then it came down to, well, who had the better record, Filthy Animals and Planet Jarrah, as far as, like, comparing the two with the Death Triangle and the Second City Saints, or not, the Team Angle and the Filthy Animals, which Team Angle, they're 11-1. Obviously, Super Generation Army is 12-0, so you give the nod to them. But then the Filthy Animals have 1 more win than Planet Jarrah, so it's literally, if it was a spot to where it's like, honestly, with how the playoffs are right now between, as far as the Shield and CTU, we might have done a coin flip to determine who was the 13th and who was the 14th spot. Because, I mean, that's very crucial. I'm sure you would much rather face the Brood than the Elite, so you gotta have the better odds there. So that's all the 10-2 teams. For the 11-1 teams, which is actually a good bit here, we have 7. As far as we have 4 National League teams and 3 Premier League teams, all with 22 points, of course, and all in the top 10, actually besides the 3 Musketeers, who are 11th. The reason why the 3 Musketeers here are 11th, their 1 loss is the Heart Foundation. Now, for the Heart Foundation, their 1, as far as their 1 loss for the 4 Horsemen was the 3 Musketeers. Now, the Heart Foundation, their 1 loss is the 4 Horsemen. So it's all kind of whopper-jawed a little bit. Probably could have swapped the Horsemen with Art, but not even the Heart Foundation kind of swapped this to where the Horsemen, and as far as just that whole kind of barrage here of what's going on with the Horsemen and the Heart Foundation, and especially with the Horsemen, we put it at 11-1 because it's just weird to have it be 10-1, because that's actually what they are right now, since they have not wrestled 12 times. It's weird. It's a weird kind of hodgepodge right now with how things are going. Again, the Musketeers, their 1 loss to the Heart Foundation, but then the Heart Foundation lost to the Horsemen, and then the Horsemen lost to the 3 Musketeers. It's just a huge 3-way tie. Honestly, we would probably do at the kind of tiebreaker show, which is kind of like the special little show between the National League and the Premier League team. We'd probably have all 3 of those trios. We'd probably do a 3v3v3 match, and whoever wins would be the top spot. For the Premier League teams, as far as Los Gringos Locos and Team Extreme, they're actually split in the middle here between the National League team and the Ministry of Darkness, because the Ministry of Darkness, their 1 loss is the NWO, who's obviously in the top 4 and is undefeated. Team Extreme, same thing, their 1 loss to the Brood, another undefeated team. So for Los Gringos Locos, shockingly enough, their loss is Team Angle, who's another 11-1 team, hence why Team Angle is also ahead of them. And Team Angle's one loss is the Elite, which will lead us to our top four. The NWO, the Brood, the Elite, the Super Generation Army, 2-2. Two National League teams, two Premier League teams. The NWO, as far as they are at the bottom, mainly because of their rating. This came down to just who has the better rating as far as in-ring performance-wise. The Brood, they have 100 guy, but that's it. In Edge, the Elite. Well, Christian's gotten a lot better, but it's still, basically he himself outperforms everybody on the NWO. The Elite have a great unit with the Bucks and Kenny, but obviously the Super Generation Army, they're the trio to beat. And we want the colors to be green, orange, yellow to represent, obviously, Masawa, Kobashi, Kawada, and my God, are they running the fucking table, I would say, with how good they are. They've beaten some great teams already. We'll see how the rest of that tournament will play out, though. Now, as far as we go to Week 13, which is actually going to be, again, will be in Japan. As far as I know, we have the Blood Generation, the Elite match, which I definitely wanted to have in Japan. But we're also going to see a pretty decent little matchup and a fun match between Los Gringos Locos and the Filthy Animals, which that match too definitely could have obviously been in Mexico. That would have been a lot of fun, but I just feel like that'd be a fun match to see in Japan as well, just to kind of broaden their horizon. But definitely that Blood Generation Elite match is going to be the main event. And for the National League side, again, this being overseas might be a little interesting, but the reason why this here. Three Musketeers, the new Three Musketeers. Fun match there. We also have the Ministry of Darkness and the Shield. We also have the Dangerous Alliance and the Heart Foundation. That's a hell of a show for the National League. I guess you could technically, we could run somewhere else. Also, LIJ and CTU is on that show, which is going to be a great match. Now it's going to be in Japan. And we're going to run Osaka for this show, these Week 3 shows. For Week 16, we will be in, as far as in Tokyo. Hopefully we'll be running on the Pombudokan even, or maybe somewhere else, maybe somewhere even bigger. But yeah, as far as now we'll do all this. Obviously, we know where we're going to run. So obviously, we'll be in, we can run Osaka Joe Hall or Castle Hall. Of course, that's what it was called before it got renamed. Wow, the economy is failing a little bit. Here we go. We'll just see the locker room instances. Magnitude Kishiwada. Yeah, maybe next time. Sure, El Samurai, you can hang out, bud. Mr. Pogo, fuck yeah, bud. Come on over, right? Yeah, come on over, yeah. And then Hamaguchi can hang out as well. And then, yeah, pre-show safety and training drills. So really no big shit happening. Well, yeah, there we go. Some good little interactions here for Jeff Hardy and Ortiz. That's fun. Pac created a little barbecue outside for everyone. And Edge and Ortiz, again, Ortiz is putting over the right people. Oh, well, now Sexy Jr. and Jungle Boy get into it. So finally we have some animosity. But there we go. As now we'll book the show, and we'll see how it plays out. Alrighty, so for LAX and TMDK, boy, oh boy, did this not start off in a big way. This definitely, this is TMDK's area of expertise for sure, being in Japan for Mikey Nichols and Shane Hayes. And they get a big boost because of it. As, Shane Hayes gets to win the Black Swan Splash as well. This is a big win, too, for TMDK. They jump up from 1-11 to 2-12, or 2-11, rather, excuse me. And with that win, beating a team like LAX, who've now lost 6 in a row, they're 3-9, or 3-10 now. Brutal stuff for LAX as far as the skid they've been on. Not a great way to start it off. Oh, the flu for Shane Helms. Tough break there. Yeah. Affects him a little bit. And the Bang Bang Gang get the win, too. Holy shit. That's insane as the juice is loose here. As he gets the win, too. That is I wonder if they did that because he was injured. Oh, he got the flu in the match. That's hilarious. Oh, Juice spiked something to give him the flu. That's just great. The Judgment Day, though, crazy. The Bang Bang Bang, the Bang Bang Bang, the Bang Bang Gang get the win, and they jump up now to 2-11 as well. Well, 3 count are 3-10. The Judgment Day beating 3MB. So the Judgment Day, they now are tied with 3MB at 4-9, and with the tiebreaker win, they're now going to be ranked ahead of them. But the South of Heaven for the Judgment Day, they were the better team, so I'm glad they got the win. 64, though, it's actually not too bad. Hitting it on gender as well is pretty crazy. Team Canada beating the Spectral Envoy, as this was set as a Steelers show matchup because I thought Petey and Bobby Brew would do a little bit better than they did, but obviously they're a better team. Overall, Peter Williams gets the win with the sharpshooter over Frightmare, rather. Team Canada now 6-7. The Spectral Envoy 2-11. Tough break for them. 76 here for El Sky Team and OG Bloodline. And the Sky Team get the win, too. That's actually very, very impressive. They're now 6-7, tied with the Bloodline, and they'll get the tiebreaker win over the Bloodline now. So that is massive. Volador Jr. getting the win, too. Very, very big. This helped them out a lot, too, being in Japan. Obviously, Volador Jr.'s worked a lot in Japan because of the Fantastic Mania stuff, and also during the... I'm trying to think if he was in a Best Super Juniors. I know he's in the Tag League, obviously. I'm trying to think if he was ever in a... I'm pretty sure he was in the Best Super Junior, but him and Volante, and Mystico... Again, Mystico had a lot of fun runs in Japan around that time, too, as far as before he got signed by WWE. Especially, like, I remember the 2011 New Year's Dash tour. It was a trios match. It was him, Tanahashi, and Devitt on the same team, and they took on, I think it was, it was No Limit was on the other side, and I think it was Averno was on the other side. I'm trying to think now off the top of my head if that was, because it was definitely somebody he was feuding with, and I feel like that would definitely fit the time period as far as for Averno and Mystico. But yeah, which was a very fun match. Haven't seen it in a while, but it was just fun to see Devitt, Tanahashi, and Mystico on the same team. But yeah, Volador Jr., big win there for his team. Gen Next, which were, Alex Shelley, Roddy Strong, Jack Evans. We're going to see how that team works as far as together, and it works really well. All in the 80s. Shelley, Roddy, and Jack Evans. Of course, Jack and Roddy had their time in Japan as part of Dragon Gate around this time, but nothing too crazy. About the biggest thing, then, Chuck also worked Dragon Gate at the time, and he was part of Dragon Gate USA, but kind of not the same level as Roddy and Jack, because Jack doing the shit he was doing in Dragon Gate really fit what they were doing. And best friends, they didn't have a prayer. Well, I guess really the biggest guy it should be Trent, since Trent had an IWGP US title matchup with Kenny. But again, alas, his performance not great. He's really been bringing it down. But yeah, Death by Roddy onto Orange Cassidy as well. So a win for Gen Next, as they are now 8-5. For the best friends, they are still with one win. And 1-12, Undisputed Era, beating the Monster Express. I'm shocked Tozawa and Uhan Nation still were in the 40s. Thought for sure this would be a lot better. Fun match, though. And obviously Kyle O'Reilly, again, a guy that's had, probably out of the 3 on that Undisputed Era sign, definitely had the best impact in Japan with his matches like Kushida and his match with Shibata, too. Like, he had some great matches over there. But Adam Cole, I mean, he was still in some quote-unquote big matches, but definitely not to the same level as Kyle O'Reilly did. But obviously, if you look at the whole match itself, it's got to be Ricochet for what he's now doing over there, and also before he got signed to WWE, being a Best Super Juniors winner and being a part of some big matches. Very, very fun to see that match, though. This would have been an awesome match with everybody in the prime and everybody raring to go. But yeah, that's as far as Kyle O'Reilly beats Uha with a Brainbuster, too, in 16:44. That's the 81, too, so the crowd's hot. They're rocking. Triple X beating the Second City Saints. That is a massive win here. As far as for the Undisputed Era, they are now 8-5 as well, which Monster Express unfortunately 2-11. For these two, in the Second City Saints and Triple X, they've now won 6 in a row. They are 8-5 as well with this win. Daniels get them with the last rights too onto Cabana. Triple X is putting it together a little bit. They're making a run. I don't know if they'll have enough talent to make it happen, but they're getting wins along the way. Slightly better, though. I mean, it really came down to... No, well, not really slightly. I mean, Elix Skipper and low-key cleared Cabana and Ace, but Daniels barely outperforming Punk there. A 72 in this one. And yeah, we cut the time down way, way down. It just felt like it wasn't necessary. So Marco Stunt almost outperformed Gangrel. That's hilarious. But yeah, Christian, Edge, obviously the heavy lifter, especially Edge with his 98. He gets him with the spear onto Luchasaurus, which I'd probably have Jungle Boy or Marco take that just for the bump. But shout out Luchasaurus taking a spear. But, 16,000 strong. Seeing a fucking dinosaur wrestle a vampire. Gotta love it. Kings of Wrestling beat the Dudley Boys. This is a massive, massive, massive win for the Kings of Wrestling. They, beating the Dudley Boys, that's a tiebreaker win. They jump up now to 9-4. The Dudleys drop down to 8-5. Larry Sweeney wins with the bionic elbow, too. That's fucking hilarious. What a win. And the Kings of Wrestling, I mean, they were the better team. So, I mean, right team wins. Claudio did great. Yeah, it was a great win. Great win in it. The commentary gave it a lift as well. An 80 for the Death Triangle and ECW Originals matchup, as Death Triangle getting the win. Obviously, having RVD and Sabu, kind of prime Van Dam and Sabu, against guys like Pentagon Jr. and Pac and Ray Phoenix, that's a very, very fun match. And then Tommy Dreamer's out there. Just, he's out there. Probably say he'd be out there to take the pin. Obviously, Sabu's rating is a little too low, I think, for what I would imagine at that time, especially during the ECW run in Japan. Like, he was an over talent for sure in FMW, and that was when FMW was selling out like Kawasaki Stadium, and they were, drawing very, very well. He was never in a big-time angle, mainly because Paul really wouldn't allow it. And obviously there was the time where he just ended up taking the booking outright and they fired him. But, yeah, I mean, as far as Van Dam, though, again, he, in Japan, in that environment, he, I kind of wish he would have gave it a little bit more of a run. Because I feel like he would have definitely been way over as a gaijin at that time, because nothing was like him at the time. But at the same time, making big money elsewhere, not really necessary. But his style, though, definitely, that physical style would have been a lot of fun to see. For the Team Angle, they beat Los Perros de Mal. Kurt Angle pinning Pero Aguayo Jr. after the Angle Slam. Obviously, the better team gets the win here. Charlie Ross, even outperformed half the team. So, but fucking Mr. Aguilar getting the outperforming him by 1 point. Team Angle now 12-1. Los Perros de Mal 8-5. And with a loss to the Dudley Boys too, they're gonna be below them as well on the rankings. So tough break for them. But a 92 though, hell of a match. 86 for Los Gringos, the Locos, and the Filthy Animals. Eddie, Art Bar, Black Cat. Great performances. Obviously Eddie, working as Black Tiger 2 in Japan, was very much a huge focal point of his career, and really was a great kind of buffering point for him to kind of work a little bit and maybe kind of clear his mind and work in a new environment after the passing of Art. But Art Bar gets to win the Frog Splash to over Conan, which is also very, very funny, because obviously Conan's a part of Los Gringos Locos, so you have that dynamic as well. Kind of wish Billy Kidman took the fall, just for the sake of, maybe Conan's like, hey, listen, I'm going to take the fall for my crazy gringo brethrens in that one. Boy, oh boy, did this not deliver as I thought it would. Kind Tie, DX, so they get the upset win over Team Extreme, though. That's fucking insane. 4-8 Kaientai DX, now 5-8, beat the one-loss Team Extreme team. That is definitely going to throw them way out of whack. Now, I will say this, though. If it was Taka beating Matt Hardy or Taka beating Lita, that would have made sense at least. It being Dick Togo getting with a crossface onto Matt Hardy, very crazy. Very, very crazy. Even if Lita lost to Dick Togo or even Mensteo. So, all three outperformed Lita, but obviously Jeff, clear highlight of the match. If you take him out of it, though, it's an interesting matchup for the Kaientai Deluxe team because they would have probably got the win. If it was replaced by somebody else, somebody that was in the 60s or 50s range, obviously, they would have been maybe the right winner. Just a wild upset, though. But shout out the team from Japan as far as getting the Japanese talent getting a win. That is just massive, though. What an upset. CTU beating LIJ. I figured maybe this was going to be the night we'd see an upset for LIJ. But yeah, CTU. Big win here. 11-2 now. Poor LIJ 0-13. But Liger gets the win with a brainbuster over Shingo Takagi. Hell of a match here. I would have loved to have seen this with everybody in their prime, but alas, we don't have a time machine. Or bringing everybody in their prime to a show and booking it. But this is a very fun match. Stylistically, they could work well together as well. I feel like everybody's kind of basically the size of a junior, but can work a slower heavyweight style if need be. But I would kind of let those guys kind of loose a little bit, especially Hiromu and Liger. They had the matches during the end of Liger's run in New Japan, and I want to say Hiromu had Liger's last Best Super Junior matchup that was in Korakuen. I want to say that was that match. It was because he was the champ. Pretty crazy to kind of think how, and now if a CTU era team took on an LIJ team, the dynamics there, now, well, they all could have worked together. Would have been a lot of fun. But in 84, though, nonetheless, I thought it was going to be a lot better. But we get on 99, though, for our main event. The Elite beating Blood Generation. Obviously, this is a patent Dragon Gate style trios match that would have been extremely awesome. The Bucks and Kenny. It's crazy Kenny never obviously worked Dragon Gate. He worked TT and then obviously New Japan, but he would have been awesome in Dragon Gate. Because he definitely could work a very, very fast style, especially around the time pretty much post Deep South. Right around that time, too, there was a lot of great talent in Dragon Gate at the time. They could have worked. Like him and Ricochet would have been pretty crazy. Him and Uwa would have been crazy. And him and like BB Hulk would be fun. There's a lot of great matches could have had in Dragon Gate. But Shima with Doi and Yoshihino. I guess Shima's rating just saddens me because he should have been way better. But a hell of a matchup nonetheless. The wrestling with an 85 as well. Great shit. Great shit there. Hell of a show. Yeah, that's probably one of the best Premier League shows we'll see. Yeah, everything kind of gradually got better too. Except for a little skid there with the Brood match. But listen, they had the Jurassic Express to work with. Nothing more you can really ask for them. And yeah, that Team Angle Los Perros de Mal match too. Just crazy Kaientai beat Team Extreme. What an upset. Insane. I feel like we have to give Jeff Hardy a hug after that, because that's fucking insane that they lost. Unreal. Unreal. So yeah, give them a hug. I'm trying to think. No, we haven't really put over Nick. I mean, Nick's been doing great. Yeah, Nick Jackson. He's been doing really, really well. Been working hard. You know what? And we'll give a hug to Taka. Great win. Way to pull it off. It's CD, man. I mean, Christopher Daniels, what he's been doing with Triple X, they've won 6 in a row now. And also, Los Perros de Mal, their 7-match win streak ends tonight as well, which is pretty tough. But at least for them, at least they have solace in saying that they at least lost to a great team. But, man, great shit, though. Yeah, the flu with old Shane Helms. Tough break there. Yeah, we'll skip that. Oh, Tasmania actually increased a good bit. Oh, there's a one-off for Alex Shelley. Huge success. Bad luck. Oh, fuming. Glad it wasn't worse. It's just funny he got the flu. He worked with the flu, goddammit. Yeah, he's, work hard, great up. Oh my god, Shane Helms is just very, very annoyed with us. But that is at least Week 13's Premier League show. Now we'll see how the National League does in Osaka, Japan. Alright, so we'll see what the locker room instances are. Oh, Momoe Nakanishi, sure, you can show up. Oh my god. Yeah, brother, Bob Sapp is hanging out back here. Oh, and Kevin Von Erich and Lance Archer fighting. What was this, about Texas? Alright, I'm back on Xavier Woods on that. Bradshaw's probably being a goddamn bully. And Bobby Heenan and Seth Rollins had to get separated. There's just so much fighting going on this National League side. At least Kevin, right in the backstage area, by simply being so cheerful and fun to be around. Yeah, I bet. Yeah, but it is so cheerful and fun to be around. He's with his brothers, finally. As, yeah, oh boy. Stunning Steve. Been hanging out backstage with Katsuhiko Nakajima. Oh my god. What a duo I never thought would ever have an interaction with each other than the pre-show basic and safety training drills for Axel Dealer Jr., Tamatanga, and Buddy Matthews. Oh boy, Paul Heyman. Paulie Dangerously for this case, manager of Dangerous Alliance. And Terry Funk caused an incident when they antagonized Antonio Inoki so much that the fight almost broke out. Probably shouldn't have somebody trying to fight Inoki. I mean, did fight Muhammad Ali, sure. It was an absolute abysmal performance, but still, probably not the guy you'd be wanting to fuck with. Especially with Bob Sapp backstage. Inoki just ask Bob, hey, need you to do something for me. Carl Gotcha, passing on tips on microphone work to Manohara Suzuki. It's hilarious. And Stunning Steve has a creative finish that we can't use. Just great. Alrighty. So yeah, we'll book the show, and we'll see how it plays out. Alrighty, for day 13, or week 13 of the National League, we start off with Demolition beating the FBI. No surprise there, but Axe, though, the 57, that's actually kind of high for them. But yeah, now they're 7-6. Kind of crazy. Again, they were one of the worst teams. I believe they were actually the worst team of the all-time tag league, and now guess Crush was the missing piece, which even then he was the worst guy of the three rather. But they get the win though over the FBI, and Crush even picks up Big Sally Graciano with a full Nelson slam. I did make a picture for Viano 1. I just forgot to equip it. So Viano 1, 5, and 4, which Viano 1 was off his game, and yeah, the Villanos are going to take a big hit here now that 3 has been burnt out. But Suzuki-gun getting the win, which is a much-needed win. Obviously, them in Japan, it was going to help them out a lot. Still, Lance Archer was the shits, but David Boy Smith Jr. even got the win. He got the pin over Villano 1. So Suzuki-gun will be 3-10 now. They now have, obviously, Los Villanos are going to stay at 1-12 with that loss of the one win. Tough break for them, but man, Suzuki-gun, I mean, if Lance Archer get his shit together, I wouldn't say they're not going to make a run, per se, but they at least might get above 500. As David, Kevin, and Kerry beating the Psycho Circus, which is actually kind of close, at least at first glance, but then, obviously, David Von Erich, much, much better than Zombie Clown, but Kevin gets the win, the flying body press over Zombie Clown. It's the Psycho Circus still only going to be a one-win team. The Von Erichs jump up to 5-8. As a 69 for Evolution of Los Brazos. This was set to steal the show, and it did not. It's still simmering, is that crowd. Hunter pins him with a pedigree. As far as Brazos de Plata, poor Super Porky, taking the dive there. Obviously, the much, much better team. Batista and Orton, though, not really over in Japan, which I guess you could say was accurate for the time of Evolution. But I guess at the same time, though, it was WWE programming, so you think they'd be able to be way more popular around the world than obviously probably a Los Brazos team. But Hunter, though, gets the win in Evolution, 9-4. Los Brazos, 2-11. 60 for the Bloodline and the House of Black. Crazy that the Bloodline get another win. It's also crazy. I believe Solo Sikoa, I believe Brett, Toway, and maybe AJ, I forget who the third guy is, all want to put him over. Just insane. The Bloodline, though, they get the win. They got outperformed, which is hilarious, too. Like, another win they probably shouldn't have gotten. Solo gets the win to Simone Spike over Brody King. House of Black are now 2-11. Tough break for them. The Bloodline, 5-8. They're coming closer to 500. The Freebirds beat the New Day. Tough break here, but I would have loved to see Terry Gordy and Big E, though, in a match. That would have ruled. The Freebirds getting the win are now 7-6. The New Day, 7-6 as well. So a tiebreaker win for the Freebirds as well. And that's now a 4-match losing streak for the New Day. They are slipping. It was close. I mean, the better team definitely did not win. The New Day were the better team, but just Bam Bam was the best guy in the match. He beats Kofi as well, who was the worst guy for the New Day. So at least that finish made sense, but tough break, though. The Radicals beating the Wyatt family. Dean with a cloverleaf over Bray. Yeah, I'm sure that's exactly what they wanted. But yeah, obviously Chris and Dean, great ratings. Perry Saturn got outperformed by Bray, which, yeah, I think that's fair. Tough break, though, for the Wyatt family. They are 4-9. The Radicals, 9-4. They're jumping up to close to 10 wins, and it's going to be tough for them to lose against a lot of these kind of teams below 500. They're just going to be way too good for them. But, as we just saw with Team Extreme losing, you never know. Boy, I was really hoping Too Cool to pull off an upset, but no, they were not even close. Kevin Nash outperformed all of them. How that shows you that match. But yeah, Jackknife win for Kevin Nash. Obviously Hogan, probably the most over guy, at least for in Japan, of course. And yeah, it is what it is as far as from that regard. Obviously NWO 13-0. The Four Horsemen beat DX. Here with Ric Flair getting the win with a figure 4 over Billy Gunn. DX will be 7-6. The Four Horsemen will be technically 11-1, but for the sake, again, because it's just the FBI and them that need the extra match, and they've already wrestled, so it's been kind of a bit of a crapshoot. They are going to be 12-1, technically. Yeah, Arn, Ole, they all outperformed DX, so clearly the better team wins. 77 is we got Saruta Gun and Ring Kampf. Obviously, Volter in there with Toway and Jumbo, that rules. Especially in Japan, too. And Timothy Thatcher in there with guys like Jumbo and Toway would be very awesome. Big win, though. Big win for Saruta Gun. Especially because Saruta Gun, they were the lower team, rankings-wise. As far as, that's their 5th win now. Ring Kampf going to drop down to 6 and 7. Tough break. They just met the wrong team in Japan. Because obviously this was going to benefit Saruta Gun. And that's what you got to do sometimes. Sometimes you got to bounce around to make it fair for everybody. But yeah, Coconut Crush for Jumbo as well over Timothy Thatcher. Kinsuke Office beating the Bullet Club. Huge win for Kinsuke Office. Kinsuke Office, that's their 5th win. They are now tied with the Bullet Club. They're both going to be 5-8. And obviously with a tiebreaker win here, again, another one. If this isn't in Japan, maybe a better win for the Bullet Club. But also at the same time, obviously Carl had his time in Japan, and you could reflect that with his popularity and his in-ring performance here tonight. AJ was off his game too, so that might have played a factor. Hell of a match, though, all things considered. Especially with Gallows in there. This 55. Chaos beat Triple Threat. I had a feeling that might happen. Bam Bam's back, and they lose here. Pretty hilarious. Obviously, the right team wins. It's about time, honestly. Triple Threat, we're getting a lot of bullshit wins. They get the win here, and they lose to a 3-10 Chaos team. Obviously, if this was held in Japan as like a neutral site, which it really isn't even a neutral site, because Okada's, the man. I guess we could have done that. I guess we could have held it at a neutral site maybe we'll do that in the future, just so there's no popularity involved. But also at the same time, I feel like that matters. But Goto gets the one to show 10 as well over Chris Candido. What a win! What a win for Chaos. Planet Jared and Super Generation Army here get a 91, all hundreds for the Super Generation Army. No surprise, Kobayashi with a Burning Lariat over Chris Harris. Tough team to beat. Very, very tough team to beat there. The Hart Foundation, being the Dangerous Alliance. So we got Stunning Steve, Rick Rude, Bobby Eaton getting the loss. They got outperformed. Or they outperformed them, but they still... well, actually, as I say that, I mean, obviously Steve did better than Brett. But Owen did much better than Bobby. And obviously Davey and Rick Rude did the same. Hell of a win for the Hart Foundation, being the Dangerous Alliance. I thought the Dangerous Alliance was going to win this match, to be honest. But at the same time, though, Owen should have done a little bit better since he had done a lot of time in Japan. Same thing for Davey Boy. He probably should have been a little bit better. I guess at the same time, though, this is, 97 era Hart Foundation. So that's probably accurate for the ratings. But yeah, I mean, that's a huge win. Dangerous Alliance, 10-3. The Hart Foundation, 12-1. Was that a win? Someone wins with the Rocket, too, so just Davey throwing him across the ring. The Ministry of Darkness beat the Shield, as the Ministry are now going to be 12-1. Massive win for the Ministry of Darkness. For the Shield, they, as far as Taker pins Ambrose after the chokeslam, they're going to be 10-3 as well. Obviously still looking good, but not obviously in the driving seat like some of these other teams, like the Super Generation Army and the NWO, and in the Hart Foundation, the Horsemen with their 1 losses. But our major matchup here in the main event, it's the Musketeers battling it out. And Shono beats Nakamura for the original 3 Musketeers. Kind of a close match, though. Obviously, Chono Muto, again, that tag league run is the difference maker for them with this. But a hell of a run, nonetheless, for this match to be a 93 in the main event. When you look at the 3 New Age Musketeers, they've gotten 1 win in the whole fucking tournament. But they put up a hell of an effort, a valiant effort, with the original 3 Musketeers, just slightly better. And they still keep their 1 loss, and they will jump up to 12-1. Not very often you see the Premier League outperform the National League on a show, but they did it here. As, now on to week 14s we go, as far as for the 14 shows. Trying to think again. I feel like we gotta put over the Ace here. I'll try to help those guys out a little bit. Tanahashi, Nakamura even. It's like, man, you guys just need a little bit of jolt. Okada, big hug for you, buddy. Glad you got the big win as well. Yeah, shout out Nakajima. You're hanging out with Austin. You're on the run, or on the rise, rather. For your group, they get a big win, too. Good things happening. No popularity change there. Oh, listen. I would... completely false. And a blatant lie. Oh, boy. And now it doesn't look like we don't know what's going on. Listen, nothing serious. The boys having fun. Oh, boy, they didn't like that either. Sure, as a one-off for Flair. As long as they remain professional about that one. Huge success again. Again, we talked about this last time, so we'll just say, let's hope they don't get involved. But yeah, as far as just a disastrous... morale is great, Premier League side, National League side, it just brings it fucking down. But at least nobody got injured, so at least there's a bright side of that. So on to the week 14 shows we go. Alrighty, so we'll be back in the States for this week's shows. I'm not exactly sure where we're going to run it. Just know we'll be back in the States. But as far as, I guess we could look at, it has been 10 weeks. So I think it's been 10 weeks. So we can definitely run the National League shows and the Premier League shows in the Joe Louis Arena. Or we can go elsewhere. We don't have to run Joe Louis, I guess. But it would be nice. Oh, yeah, we could run... Man, it's crazy. Nationwide Arena. Yeah, 15,000. I feel like there's more. Yeah, I feel like you just put 15,000 on the US... Oh, yeah, it's Cincinnati. Yeah, that's where they run fucking Dynamite or Collision sometimes. Oh, the Spectrum in Philly. I didn't realize the Spectrum held 18,000 people. That's kind of crazy. There's no way we'll be running Wrigley Field, but we could probably run the United Center, yeah. Or the Allstate Arena. Oh no, the Allstate's only 1750s. Only. That's still a lot of people. The fucking Hoosier Dome? Nah. It was just fun to click on it. Yeah, the United Center. It is. Good shit, yep. Alrighty. Oh, Bruno's here. Yeah. Of course. Nah, we're good, Ludwig Borga. We're fine. I really don't want someone who's got a fucking SS tattoo on him. On the goddamn... hanging out backstage. Crush was brought from Russell's Court. He was failing to pick up a share of the tab at the bar. Just take it from him. Guilty and by drinks after the show. Listen, that's a fair court system. If I know that much. But obviously Brian and Taker were close. And now, as far as 11 people showing up for the basic and safety for the pre-show. Nakamura passing on tips on microphone work to Tetsuya Naito. Hero passing on microphone work to Frightmare. And passing on microphone work to Hallowicked and psychology to Orange Cassidy. And Matt Jackson gave a locker room lift. He gave a series of spot-on impressions of some of his colleagues. That's hilarious. Yeah, Kawada hated Gaijins, which, again, if a Japanese person doesn't like Americans or Gaijins in general, maybe not, Gaijins in general, I guess, if it's someone like a Jay White who's not from America, but mainly just if he's kind of anti-America, that's fine. They could be that. That's a fair point. Seth Rollins has a small backstage clash, again with Bobby Heenan. Michaels and Axeman butted heads. That's hilarious. Those guys fought. Oh, wow. God damn it, Shima. You should have beat his ass. Should have ran him over with the car. Yeah, why, come on. Why are we not punishing Hogan? We're gonna fucking tear him a new one in the post-show press conference, though. Alrighty, yeah, we'll book the show. We'll see how it plays out. Alrighty, so we open up the show with Team Canada, the Monster Express. Actually, a pretty good match. This did a lot better than I anticipated. Definitely wouldn't have been the opener after this. But, yeah, I mean, Bobby Roode and Pete Williams, I don't know if it's because technically it's the Great Lakes area, if, the spillover from Canada, the pop there, helped them out a little bit more. But it was a good match, though. Bobby Roode gets one to pay off, too, over Uha, which breaks my goddamn heart still to see these boys lose. But, yeah, somebody had to lose. But now Team Canada are at 500, 7-7. Monster Express, 2-12. Pouring out for him. Yeah, we knew this one was going to suck. I didn't want to start off with it. I figured, have a decent match, get this shit show out of the way, and hurry up and move on. Honestly, it was kind of close. A lot closer than I thought it was going to be. Frightmare and Ultra Mantis Black, again, I don't know if it's because they worked in the Philly area. Obviously, Chikara ran a lot of that kind of area around Philly, and as far as maybe that helps them out a little bit. But the Bang Bang Gang still get the win, which again, while they were one of the last teams to get a win, and now they have 3, just like that. I believe they're on a 3-match winning streak right now, which is kind of crazy. 3-11. Spectral Envoy, 2-12. Tough break there. Kind DX keeping the winning ways a-going after beating Team Extreme last week in a shocker. They beat the Best Friends here. Not a shocker, but still a win nonetheless. I mean, Taka outperformed Orange Cassidy, but I will say this. It was really close. It probably should have been, when you kind of look at it, maybe it should have been a win for the Best Friends. But it was close. It was close, but a seated crossface for Dick Togo over Chuck Taylor. Another win for Dick Togo, but Conte Deluxe 6-8. As LAX beating the three-man band, they end that three-match losing streak, and 3MB 4-5 or 4-5, 4-10. Pretty brutal run they're on right now. Whereas LAX are 4-9. Ortiz pinning Heath Slater as well. Yeah, only 10 minutes here. It's still not enough overness, which is crazy because Ortiz and Santana did really, really well. So did Homicide. They actually performed quite well. And obviously 3MB, I mean, they had the WWE run, so they should have been over enough, but I guess not. Kind of crazy. Kind of crazy. They only got a 52-79 here. Yeah, this was the technical masterclass matchup, and we basically blew that one. Tough break here. As, now Shane Ace and Mikey Nichols not going to be performing at high as a level as they were in Japan, but still, decent match. It just in the wrong time because the crowd wasn't into it, so this got killed a little bit. This would have been way better just being a regular match, but Team Angle keeping the winning ways going. Team DK going to be 2-12. Angle's going to be Team Angle. It's going to be 13-1. Team Extreme bounced back after the shocking loss. They beat the Jurassic Express. Jeff Hardy pinning Luchasaurus again. Luchasaurus keeps on taking these falls. But yeah, Jeff wins with the Swanton at 99 for Jeff Hardy. Lita even does pretty well here with the 62-79 for Matt as well. Damn, hip injury for Sabu. They get the win over Los Perros de Mal. They're now 8-6. ECW Originals also 8-6. But they were on a 4-match losing streak, but that gets stopped here. Yeah, Sabu's injury, very, very tough. If he is out for a long time, which, I mean, his injury is taking a big toll, we might bring in Sandman. That way, at least the ECW Originals will have a full team. Because I feel like that's, out of the kind of original guys that, the new breed in the ECW Originals. I guess that is true. It's technically 06 era, guys, so I guess that maybe Van Dam's rating might be a little too good for 2005, 2006, but I don't know. I felt like an 88 still rather impressive. Again, too, but he basically used, again, the RVD Sabu team, so it's still like we used that late 90s run and just kind of whop our jaw all over the place to kind of get it back in place. But, yeah, our ECW Originals, I mean, this was set for Steal the Show. It still didn't do that. I think it's because the injury, mainly a bad hip. And Sabu still pulls off an Arabian facebuster. Pretty crazy. Pedro Aguayo Jr., tough break there, losing. And it's Hector Garza who caused it, too. So that's just great. The Dudleys, they finally get a win here after kind of going on a bit of a skid there for a hot minute. They get the win over the Al Sky team, who are going to be 6-8. The Dudleys are going to be 8-6. Bubba gets him with the Bubble Bomb over Valente. Yeah, I mean, this was actually relatively close. It just came down to just how much of a difference Devon was and Valdor Jr. was. Because, yeah, Spike was only 1 point better than Valente, and Mystico was 1 point better than Bubba, so it was tied. It just came down to Devon and Valdor Jr. 76 for Triple X in the Judgment Day. 6 in a row. 9-5 as well for the Triple X team, the Judgment Day. 4-10. Tough break here. Last rites from Daniels on to Dominic. It was, kind of close again. It just came down to how great Daniels was compared to Dirty Dom. And a 76, though. Not bad. Just the crowd is still cold as shit. The Undisputed Era get the win over the Second City Saints. 9-5 for the Undisputed Era. 6-8 for the Second City Saints. Yeah, I think it's safe to say, though they had a big win over the Death Triangle, I think that's probably going to be their highlight of this tournament because it is not looking good for them. At least Cabana's in the 60s now, but it's still just a little too late for them as Bobby Fish gets one with the moonsault onto Cabana as the Kings of Wrestling beat the Gen X team. Not only just beating the Gen X team, the Gen X team of Alex Shelley, Roger Strong, and Jack Evans. A hell of a team. Definitely shouldn't have lost off of ratings, but at least Claudio was the best guy for his team beating the worst guy. So at least you have that. Crazy Gen X lost this, though. 8-6. Very, very tough effort for him. For Kings of Wrestling, that's their 10th win. 10-4. Kind of crazy. Again, they're going on a late run here. And that might potentially... You never know. I mean, with the way, Team Extreme losing to Counter DX, you just never know. They might be able to bounce into the playoffs. Depending on how this goes. The Elite, though, beat the 3-count team. As now that, at least Shane's back to 100%, but still, they weren't going to beat the Elite. Kenny gets on the Kreutz Wrath. Big win for Kenny in the Elite, keeping it up 14-0. And, it comes down to see if the Brood's going to stay undefeated now. And Death Triangle beat LIJ. Just pour one out for the boys. Figured they were going to lose this one. I probably would have even had them lose this one as well. They were going to be outperformed. But a big win for the Death Triangle, who are 12-2. Los Gringos Locals beating the Bloodline, the OG Bloodline. Obviously, Eddie's performance is just the difference maker here. And he pins Jay after the Frog Splash. Los Gringos Locals still only one loss. Only lost to Team Angle. But, they're making a run. For sure, they could definitely make the playoffs, for sure. They're in a spot right now for it. Liger beating Masato Yoshino with a Brainbuster here. CTU beating Blood Generation. Obviously, Shima just bringing them down, which is so weird. But, yeah, they're 8-6. CTU 12-2. Getting that win there. And our main event, we see the Brood beat the Filthy Animals here with Gangrel beating Conan with the Impaler. Yeah, Gangrel outperformed Conan. Christian outperformed Billy Kidman, and obviously Ray gets outperformed by Edge. So the right team. It's just funny that Gangrel was involved with the finish. They're 14-0 as well. So both undefeated teams in the Premier League stay undefeated. Yeah, but if I was at the Elite main event, I thought that was going to go a lot better. It did not, but a lot of 80s though at least. But yeah, just the crowd just couldn't get into it. We lost them there, and we just couldn't get it back. Just couldn't do it. Yeah, this, Tactical Masterclass matchup, that didn't work. And then the Steal the Show matchup had the injury, and that basically sealed our fate. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. Yeah, we've put over almost, I feel like almost everybody that we can. I guess we could put over Van Dam. Just haven't done that yet, since he's doing pretty well for himself. And, again, just the way Daniels, they keep on winning. That's been impressive. I guess we could put over maybe some of the guys that have been trying to carry their teams, like Punk and, valiant efforts. It's just not working out. Same thing with, like, Zack Sabre Jr. and his TMDK squad, and they've been struggling. Been on the struggle bus. Just hasn't been able to get it done. Oh, yeah, we could put over Liger. We haven't done that. He's been great. A preliminary all-star, potentially. Way he's been performing. Oh, Sabu's going to be fine. Alright, so that's good. Damn. Did we not broadcast it? Is that why? Oh, no. That's weird. That was in the red, but yeah, overall profit still. Good there. Oh, not the first time Hector Garza's. Man, he screwed up. Should apologize. For sure. Fully support Shima. Fuck Hulk Hogan. With the wise words of Nick Gage. Yeah, it's fuck Hulk Hogan. I'm delighted it went so well. I wouldn't say it was crazy. I'm glad it wasn't worse. Sure, it was a one-off. Again, I believe this was involved in the All-Time Tag League when one of them injured each other. Alrighty. So we could bury Hogan more. But yeah, as far as now, on to the National League side of things for Week 14. Alrighty, so the National League show for Week 14. Oh, Eddie Gilbert's here. Unfortunately, we aren't going to be able to book him, but I do love me some Eddie Gilbert. Oh, wow, a lot of people being asked for Booker to hang out with them, of course. Come on over. Yeah, sure. Bray can definitely. We might actually have to sign Braun too if somebody from the Y family gets hurt. I mean, listen, I'm always for New Jack hanging out. Probably a bad idea, but one of my favorite guys as far as promo wise in the business. Oh, um, yeah, you can get a pay raise, Buzz. That's kind of cool though that someone can take it or leave it type of thing where he's going to quit right on the spot. Tully Blanchard and Terry Gordy button heads backstage. Oh, and Dean Malenko Little Guido get into it as well. Almost something physical happens again. Always fighting here on this National League side. Now Paulie and Tully Blanchard button heads. Alright, you can't be fighting a woman, Masahiro Chono. Jesus Christ. Luckily, it was just a heated argument. And it wasn't physical. And another pre-show basic and safety training drills. 11 people are showing up, though. Hunter getting a small backstage clash with Bobby Heenan. Yep, Bobby Heenan and Paulie getting into it. Yeah, the morale officer, I mean, listen. It hasn't went well for old Bobby Heenan. A lot of people are not happy with him. Jesus Christ. And there we go. Carl Gotch passing on microphone work to Suzuki and also to Joe Malenko. And then Hero passing on psychology to Frightmare, Hollow Wicked, and microphone work to Malachi Black. Jesus. Well, we got that all situated. Now, luckily. And yeah, we still can't use any of that. So yeah, and we're obviously going to be back at the Spectrum, so we'll see how this show plays out. Alrighty, so we start off with the Los Villanos and Too Cool. Villanos losing to, as far as the Too Cool team with Rikishi getting one the Rump Shaker over Villano 5. As far as Villano 3 will be back next week, so that's going to help them out a little bit, but still, they're obviously going to be on the bottom of the old totem pole, but Too Cool. At least Scotty's almost in the 70s now, but I would say, again, their playoff hopes are long but dead. Both these teams are, but at least Too Cool get the win, and I believe that will jump them up as far as, yeah, they're going to be 5-9 after that, whereas Los Villanos still only the one win. They'll be 1-13. Tough break for the Villanos. Evolution beating the FBI here, obviously. Evolution was going to win this matchup. Randy, Batista, Hunter, they all outperformed the FBI. And, Big Sally Graziano taking the pedigree too. It's hilarious. You got the crowd buzzing, so it did its job as far as for the Steal the Show matchup. And the next matchup, a pretty good technical masterclass, actually, which is funny because it was out of order. Obviously, the Steal the Show match should have been before it, or after it, rather, not before it, but it actually goes pretty well. Dean Malenko, Perry Saturn, and Chris Benoit beating the Von Erichs, which is where the Kerry has such a good technical wrestling skill. Because I felt like Kerry wasn't really a technical masterclass by any means, but he somehow does have good enough to at least tie Perry Saturn, of course, Benoit and Malenko, 99-97. Great stuff there for the Radicals. They jump up to, as far as 10-4, which is extremely impressive. Now that they got 10 wins. For the Von Erichs, they are 5-9. Tough break for them. But almost an 85, though. Almost in the light blue range. Sarudagun beating Psycho Clown. Here, another Steal the Show matchup, which I figured we would maybe, probably should have been a little higher on the card, considering Jumbo and Taue are almost in the 90s now. And all the clowns even did better than Masafuchi, but Taue, the Orage Taue, as well, onto Murder Clown, the poor Psycho Circus, losing as well, another one-win team. The Lucha teams are just getting just fucked over. But Sarudagun, they're now 6-8. I'm glad they're making a bit of a run here. Might be a little too late, but with their talent that they have, if Fuchi had any type of run in America, or at least any type of run where he was able to work during the all-time tag league or something, he would have been obviously a lot better. But fortunately, and also his body's already breaking down, so it's just been a tough break for him. Three Musketeers beating Los Brazos, as Los Brazos will be 2-12. Three Musketeers 13-1. And Gaijimoto getting the win over Brazo de Oro. I wish Hashimoto would have got the win here, honestly, but it is what it is. But Chono Muto 90-97. Great stuff for them. And even Hashimoto with a 75. That's a hell of a third guy to have as far as for a team of that level. And minor food poisoning, so more food poisoning here on the National League. I don't know what's going on with our catering, but guys are getting sick left and right. Okada, Ishii, and Goto, they outperformed them, but they don't get the win. Tough break for Chaos. They're going to be 3-11. For House of Black, they're also going to be 3-11, and they have the tiebreaker win now as the Silver Star Press for Buddy Matthews as well over Tomohiro Ishii. Tough break. Tough break for Chaos. Yeah, that is big tough, especially with Buddy Matthews being as bad as he was because of the food poisoning. Bullet Club beating Suzuki-gun. As far as for Bullet Club, 6-8. Big win here, AJ, with the Styles Clash of a Lance Archer. That's a crazy individual to be hitting a Styles Clash on. That's a big man. Yeah, I mean, obviously AJ so much better than everybody else that they were, better because of it. Like, you could just look at Gallows and Dave Boy Smith Jr. That's a 2-point difference for Suzuki-gun, and same thing for Suzuki and Carl Anderson. But then the huge jump for AJ over Lance Archer. So obviously that is the difference maker. Big win for Bullet Club as they are on the path to try and get to 500. New Day, they stopped their losing streak here. They were on a 4-match losing streak and had a bad chance of being on the bad end of a 500 skid, but now they're 8-6 with this win over the Bloodline. The Bloodline will be 6-8. Big E with the big ending over Jacob Fatu. This match should have been way lower on the card, but it is what it is. I figured maybe Woods and Big E and Kofi could be able, maybe pull off a good little match with them, but it is what it is. Woods was off his game though, so that didn't help matters. There's the Shield, being the new Three Musketeers, the new age Three Musketeers. Yeah, they're not in Japan anymore, unfortunately for them, but Roman and Ambrose, they're almost in the 80s now, and the Shield are making a late run. That is for sure. As Rollins pins Nakamura after the curve stomp as well. The Shield going to be 11-3 for the new age Three Musketeers, still with one win, 1-13. Brutal. Absolutely brutal. Hell of a match, though. I mean, the amount of heavyweight championships, you got as far as 3 IWGP heavyweight champions in this match. You got as far as, obviously, the WWE champs. Got as far as even for Nakamura and for what he's done in WWE as well. You got a couple of multiple Rumble winners. Money in the Bank winners as well. A lot of achievements. I to think, multiple G1 winners as well. A little bit of everything. Shibata probably could have got, obviously, a heavyweight title run, but just timing was not on his side. For Ring Kampf, they beat the Wyatt family. Ring Kampf, 7-7 now. They are at 500 for the Wyatt family, 4-10. A tough go of it for Timothy Thatcher and Volter. Obviously, Volter and Luke Harper absolutely would have ruled. To Cena would have been great. Volter and even Bray would have been a lot of fun. But they were the better team. It really wasn't close, too. It's the London Bridge falling down. Timothy Thatcher pinning Luke Harper. Ric Flair getting the submission win over Smash. As Demolition taking the loss here. Obviously, the Four Horsemen were going to be the better team. We see the Four Horsemen. They're now going to be as far as 13-1, but we'll put a little asterisk there because they still need to have that second match, or the second match. They need to have a makeup match to make sure they get their 30-second match in, but it's going to be a while. going to be a while before we can be able to set that up. Triple threat. Bouncing back after losing last week. They beat Planet Jarrett. So they're going to jump up as far as the triple threat to 10-4 with that win. Greetings from Asbury Park as well from Bam Bam on to Chris Harris. And for Planet Jarrett, they're going to be 7-7, so they're down to 500. Obviously, the big difference maker is Bam Bam Bigelow. 83 for the NWO and the Freebirds. I was thinking maybe this was going to be the night that we saw the NWO team lose, especially with Terry Gordy in there. Buddy Roberts, I think, was so bad that it kind of brought him down. But obviously, Terry Gordy with a 93 too, he was just tremendous here in this matchup. Terry's looking like he's one of the best men in the world here at this time. Not even just best big man. He's in the 90s now, and he is rolling in this all-time trios league now. For the NWO, of course, they're going to be still undefeated, 14-0. For the Freebirds, they will drop down to 7-7, another 500 team. But Terry Gordy with a 93, I mean, he's going to be surging right along here. I mean, he'll be getting, I think, some big wins for the Freebirds throughout the tournament now. The Hart Foundation, they beat DX here in 23 minutes. Brett with the submission victory over X-Pac. Of course, Brett, kind of funny enough, Brett and 123 Kid always had good interactions. Same thing with, Owen kind of missed the 123 Kid run as far as having a big-time program with him, but they definitely could have with how they worked. But as far as they missed each other with the X-Pac run, at least Owen got to work with them. But Brett, obviously, two ships in the night passing by. But Owen with a 91. Actually, really good rating for him. 88 for Brett. 70 for X-Pac, though. We outperformed Davey Boy Smith, but obviously the rest of the team did not. And, right team wins here. Hart Foundation, they will still keep their one loss intact as far as it still be 13-1 for DX. 7-7. Another 500 team that is looking to get out of that quickly. For the Dangerous Alliance, they beat Kinsuke Office here as we see a flapjack from Bobby Eaton. What a win for Bobby Eaton. But yeah, they were clearly the better team. Fun little match though, an 86, that's a 96. But yeah, stunning Steve Austin, 98. Rick Rude, 81. 74 for Bobby Eaton. 72 for Nakashima. 71 for Kinsuke Sasaki. And 100. Our first 100 of the series here. There was a good bit of them during the All-Time Tag League, but here we got our first one as for the All-Time Trios. Super Generation Army getting the win over the one-loss Ministry of Darkness team, which they are now down to 2 losses. Obviously, Bradshaw in there with any of those 3 pillars. Even Taue. If he would have been, if for some odd reason, it's like, alright, I'm leaving WWF. I'm going to All Japan. And he worked those 4 pillars during the kind of later stages of the 90s. It probably would have been fucking magical. But, man. What a match here. I mean, this is exactly the type of match that I would have loved to seen. Oh my god, he even had a kneeling Gonzo bomb on the Bradshaw. That's a crazy finish. Yeah, none of selling. That kind of makes sense for who's involved here. You got fucking 6 Titans in there battling it out. 100 though. Our first 100. Obviously, that's going to make the show incredible. I mean, we had 190 going into the main and then 100. That really just turned the show. One of the best shows we've had as well. Incredible stuff. Incredible stuff from the Spectrum. I mean, I feel like we have to put over, literally, I'm just going to pick everybody that was in that goddamn match. Misawa, Kawada, Kobashi, and Bradshaw. Boys earned it. I mean, fucking incredible stuff. Great stuff there. Again, the minor food poisoning, it being 4 days is hilarious, but I guess it could take that long, but usually it's a day or 2 thing. Tasmania, still getting higher pop. Listen. He's brutal. It is what it is. He's not going to get any better. Yeah, if he doesn't address it, his career will suffer. Ah, fuck off. Oh, yeah. Punk unhappy with that. Hell yeah, Terry Funk happy. I don't know why Punk's upset with that. Yeah, huge success, obviously. Ooh, I believe this stems from maybe the All-Time Tag League here. Or, well, it actually might be from Jeff being absolutely pissed about Jeff Jarrett, that way. Being absolutely pissed about Jeff Hardy, you know, and his state of physical being, of course, at Victory Road 2011. That might be it as well. Ooh, I don't know. Trying to think what we should do here. Yeah, as long as they remain professional. That's kind of the big thing. Again, this stems from basically Sean banging Sonny. Also a little bit of the Click, too. Yeah, as long as they remain professional. Oh, yeah, and Jeff and Matt. Oh. I don't know if that's also stemming from the same issue, so we'll just go ahead and... Oh. Not the first time Goto's been making somebody, oh boy. Yeah, it's, definitely got an issue. It's so funny that the issue is, oh yeah, he was, involved in fucking minor food poisoning. Just tough break there. We have 14 days of, 14 weeks, rather, of action coming and gone. And now we're about to go into 30 shows, as we'll be going into week 15. Not sure exactly where we're going to run. We're going to keep it in America, though, because we know week 16 is going to be in Tokyo. So we'll be going probably the West Coast, but we'll see. Also, what comes with week 15 is that the order's kind of going to get changed a little bit. Now the National League shows are going to be the first shows. So a little different this time around, as far as now kind of... It's not technically like the halfway point, but it's getting closer. Basically, once next week's shows come, we'll be officially at the halfway point. Which is kind of wild to think, as far as that's how much we've been running hot, as far as for this. For the show, again, we wanted to kind of think about going to the Southwest, but yeah, looks like we've already pretty much ran there. Maybe the Northwest, because yeah, it's been a while. We have the old Key Arena where the Sonics used to play. Yeah, because we ran the Moda Center. Yeah, we'll run the Key Arena this time around. There we go. And we skip that. Sam Steamboat's showing up. Actually, no, fuck you, Sam Steamboat. Kali wants to work tonight. No spot available. Oh, fucking Bart Gunn, Mike Barton. Yeah, no, there's no spot available. Unfortunately, sir, as Jado has a creative finish that we can't use. Same thing for Randy Orton. Everybody's got a creative finish that we can't use. And, oh, wow, look at that. Consistency tips from ref to ref. As Earl Hebner passing on tips on being more consistent to Chad Patton. Psychology tips from Dean Malenko passing them along to Tony Mamaluke. And Nick Patrick with some hilarious road stories, keeping everyone in a relaxed atmosphere. Kinsuke and Colt Cabana hanging out. Who would have guessed it? Not the guy to be fucking with there, Punk. As far as Kurt Angle would definitely destroy him. As far as another just huge row here, Axeman. Fucking the old Axeman. He has been starting shit. Alexander Wolf, I mean, he is just fighting everybody, it seems like. Yeah, not the right guy to be annoying there as far as Bobby Heenan trying to get Bradshaw working together. Same thing for Hunter. Yeah, Punk not liking that either. Seth Rollins taking influence on Jungle Boy. That makes sense. That I feel like that can be very canon. Those two being kind of rubbing off each other. Yeah, again, a lot of people showing up for the basic and safety training. And there we go. As far as for the show, let's see what our main event's going to be here. Nothing really jumping at me right now. I mean, obviously the Shield New Day's a fun match to do, but I don't think it's going to be the main event. You got Super Generation Army and the Bullet Club, which AJ working those guys is going to be great, but I guess probably Evolution and Heart Foundation. Maybe, even. It doesn't even have to be that. I think we're going to probably use the Bullet Club Super Generation Army matchup because I just know they're going to deliver. And then Evolution and Heart Foundation. But yeah, we'll see as we now book the show, and we'll see how it plays out. Alrighty, so here in the Key Arena, we start off with the FBI and the Von Erichs as Kevin beats Big Sally Graciano with the flying body press. Unbelievable as far as to see Kevin get this win, especially because he got outperformed by both Little Guido and Tony Mamaluke, but again, Kerry and David doing the heavy lifting of this one. It's not really heavy lifting, I guess, because it's only a 10-point difference, but really it's just how bad Big Sal is. As the triple threat beating Psycho Circus. Bam Bam Bigelow, greetings from Asbury Park on the Zombie Clown. Yeah, Bam Bam a little bit down to more, maybe realism as far as with his in-ring performance of the 79. Not the greatest of matches. I'm glad it was kind of low on the card. It was only a 9-minute match, technically, a 9:45 matchup. Now this match. You're going, where the hell is Brian Christopher and Bradshaw? Well, funny enough, Bradshaw refused to work with Brian Christopher, which is hilarious, because you would think if one of those two had a problem with working one another, it would be the man who got sodomized in Brian Christopher, but shockingly, it was Bradshaw. So, it was like, well, what the fuck do we do? Do we have him, we gotta figure out something, because I figured the Ministry of Darkness was going to win, which they did. But to see that Ron Simmons and Taker didn't work as a team is hilarious. But obviously, I figured this would be kind of the fairest way possible. And it was actually a decent little match. It would have been a lot better, obviously, if the chemistry was there. But it's just hilarious that is what happened, where we had to make it a tag match, basically. But yeah, I mean, it could have been worse. Could have been worse, I guess. But the Dangerous Alliance getting the win over Los Villanos. Stunning Steve, though, with the win over Villano 3, which, yeah, he's back. And yeah, they're back to being about the mid-50s self for Los Villanos. And Dangerous Alliance getting better, too. Good sign. Good sign there for the Dangerous Alliance. VX beating House of Black. X-Pac, Road Dogg, and Billy Gunn. They get outperformed by Malachi Black, but they outperformed both Buddy and Brody King. They're getting better, too, the House of Black. So a lot of teams, you're kind of getting to that they're now past the halfway point, at least of, 15 matches in. The improvements are definitely coming faster and faster. But the famouser, though, for Billy Gunn over Buddy Matthews, too. So that's a win for Billy. It's a 71 for Los Brazos and Chaos. Chaos getting a win here over Los Brazos. Okada with the red ink over Brazo de Oro. Obviously the better team getting the win, but this match, the crowd was not into it at all. I'm kind of glad, or not kind of glad, I am glad that this went well, but I'm shocked it honestly did not shit the bed here. But with popularity, but Okada is over enough, I think, in the States for this to work. It's an 87 for the Radicals and Suzuki-gun. The Radicals getting the win here. Benoit getting the win over Dave Boy Smith Jr. for Crossface. Which again, just wild. Obviously Benoit kind of idolizing Davey and getting into the business because of the guy, because of Dynamite. But we're seeing so many Bulldogs matches, and now he's working his kid here. Lance and Suzuki, though, not really on their best footing, especially for Suzuki, who was really off his game. Fun match, though. Obviously, Suzuki in there with Chris or Malenko is pretty fun. A broken toe for Eric Rowan here in the Four Horsemen Wyatt family matchup, which Rowan gets rolled up by Flair, which is hilarious. Definitely would have had Ole or Arn win this matchup instead of Flair. Flair would basically be getting his ass beat and making the tag to the Anderson, which is very funny because obviously his rating, you would think it'd be kind of the opposite, but that's how obviously Rick's got to work. He's got a bigger guys to just sell and just get his fucking ass beat, but able to make the hot tag by the skin of his teeth, and Arn plants him with like a spine buster. As far as for the finish, as a 79, we got the crowd hot though. Got the crowd buzzing for this one. I'm glad this Steel Show matchup did exactly that. Solo Sikoa getting the win over the New Age Three Musketeers. They just still can't get a win. They outperformed them here. Almost everybody on the New Age Three Musketeers side almost outperformed them. Just Tama Tonga, just 1 point better than Katsui Shibata, which is fucking disgusting to say. But obviously, Jacob Fatu in there with like Tanahashi, Nakamura, Shibata all in their prime. That's a very, very fun match. Would have loved the scene. It's at 84 for Ring Kampf and Kinsuke Office. What a win for Ring Kampf. Again, Walter Timothy Thatcher doing quite well. They outperformed everybody on Kinsuke's Office side. And then Axel Dieter Jr. and Kento Miyahara doing exactly the same. So yeah, clearly the right team wins. And Thatcher with another pin. He pins Kento Miyahara with the London Bridge falling down. The NWO beating Demolition here. We set this for Steal the Show as well in case it didn't work out, the previous one. But it did. It did. Still, as far as it was decent, but it wasn't like crazy good. Scott Hall's getting better. Again, Hogan just mitting around. Just crazy that they're undefeated still after 15 weeks. When they don't even have a guy that performs above an 80. Wild stuff. Wild stuff there as the Three Musketeers beating the Freebirds. Chono with STF over Buddy Roberts. It's a good match, though. Obviously, Terry Gordy working with the Three Musketeers. That could have been what happened. Terry Gordy, if instead of working All Japan, he worked New Japan during the early 90s. And that would have been awesome. Terry Gordy and Shinya Hashimoto would have ruled. Him and Chono would have been interesting, too. And him and Muto, even, would have been interesting to see. Hell of a talent. Hell of a talent. But what a match, though. As Surudagun beating Planet Jarrett. Yeah, we probably should have went with the other match instead, being higher. Taue and Jumbo outperforming everybody on Planet Jarrett, and it picks them up the win because of that. Taue with the Orage Taue again. And this time he pins James Storm with it, who was the worst guy in the match. Fuchi and Jarrett off their games, but still, I think the right team wins, even if they're both on their game. A strained bicep, though, for the New Day's Big E. But as far as the Shield getting the win, at least Kofi and Ambrose tied in ring performance-wise, but Rollins and Roman, especially Rollins at 99, it's crazy to see how well he's doing. He's absolutely rolling. Yeah, strained bicep, though, is a tough injury to pick up. It's Evolution with an upset win here, beating the Hart Foundation. That is a tough, tough loss, but a huge win for Evolution, though. That has really shifted this one. Hunter and Orton, 80, 85, still are not outperforming Owen with that, but they outperformed Davey, and obviously Brett way better. And even Batista outperformed Davey Boy Smith. So, I mean, at least Davey Boy lost, so at least that story of the worst guy losing makes sense. As far as for a unit itself, an upset for sure. Tough break. Tough break. And a 99 for our main event. Super Generation Army and Bullet Club. As we have another kneeling Gonzo Palm. As Luke Gallows taking the Gonzo Bomb, which is insane. Tough break. Get dumped on his goddamn head. But a hell of a main event, even with Masawa being off his game. Still a 98, and it was a 99. Literally all we have to do is put the Super Generation Army on last, and it's going to be a good segment. What a run that they're having. And now we'll see how week 15 does for the Premier League, but we're going to put over. Trying to think, yeah, Flair. Orton's gotten a lot better, though, and so is Hunter. Feel like we gotta tell him, hey, good job. Let's see. We've put over Terry Gordy in the past. It's been a while, looks like. I don't see his name on this list. So yeah, we'll put over old Bam Bam. And, trying to think who else. I mean, Rollins, he's been an MVP. He's the reason why the show have been doing as well as they have been. His performance. So definitely want to put him over. Yeah, a couple of injuries, but luckily they will be back. Yeah, still making so much goddamn money. Tasmania's up as well. Great shit. Yeah, I think that's another someone got injured type of thing, so it's let them settle it out. Yeah, I'm supporting Shane Douglas in that affair. That is just stemming off of the triple threat. Yeah, that split the fucking... I'm supporting Van Dam here. Hunter kind of fucked him as far as not putting him over during the Reign of Terror. Yeah, definitely split the locker room. Yeah, sure, it's a one-off for Bray. Fortunately, it's only minor. I feel like for both, it's just, hey, let's settle this type of thing. But I'm assuming that stemmed from the All-Time Tag League. Maybe during the two-man power trip. Maybe he injured Sabu or the other way around. Yeah, on to, though, as far as the Premier League now. And we'll see how they do as the second league, as far as now getting to see how the National League does. So now the National League has to set the standard, which they did a really good job with this show. It's going to be tough to beat that. Alrighty, so we're here at the Key Arena for the Premier League for Week 15. See what the locker room instances are. No, Ron Harris, you cannot hang out here. Malice, though, you can. That's... What? Oh! I didn't know that he helped train Sam. That's crazy. Huh. I didn't even know he's Canadian. Well, that's cool. Shout out Malice. Yeah, DiBiase, just don't do something fucked up. Kishi passing on tips on microphone work to younger sibling. Obviously his fucking son. Billy Gunn passing on selling tips to, again, his fucking son. And the Guns getting the psychology boost. Much needed. Carl Gotch passing on microphone work to Joe Malenko. Claudio passing on psychology to Frightmare. Tama Tonga finding a discarded karaoke machine and doing a impromptu pre-show competition, which is Melodies of Power Bounce. Apparently stole the show. That's hilarious. As Frightmare and Gory Guerrero then had a... they also were doing a over-the-top duet. Holy shit. Only in the Old Time Trios League. And Bob Eaton has a creative finish we can't use. Ghetto and Scott All about fought. Probably isn't a good idea to fight somebody that killed a guy. And Ron Simmons, and I hope Ron Simmons beat his fucking ass. Damn. They just got into the heat of the argument. I was hoping he beat the brakes off him. And 11 people showing up for the pre-show. As far as a lot more arguments for sure. Oh, I know why, yeah, because it's not a Premier League brand. It was everybody was there. Oh, yeah, we still can't do that. It's not May yet. It's almost, though. For this main event, probably Los Gringos Locos and the Elite. That's definitely probably the best match that we can put together here. Death Triangle and Blood Generation's fun, though, and also Team Extreme and Filthy Animals, but definitely, as far as Los Gringos Locos and the Elite, hell of a match. We'll see how it plays out. Alrighty, so we see the opening contest, which, what a trios match this is. Some vampires and some fucking people straight out of a evil-looking comic book as far as the Spectral Envoy and the Brood. Brood get the win here, obviously, as Edge gets him with a spear over Frightmare. And yeah, 74. Too short for the important match, but this was not going to be important just because Edge is in it. As, oh my god, a 48. I figured between these two, we should have this open the show because this was going to be much worse Yeah, that was my bad. I mean, it shouldn't have been this bad, I guess, when you kind of look at it, but just popularity wise, it wasn't going to work. Marco Stunt, though, getting the win for the Jurassic Express. That is crazy. What an upset. Poor best friends. Pour one out for him as they get the win. Do the Jurassic Express as Marco Stunt went to the 450 splash. Unreal. Unreal. Another match that just does not have the popularity as, oh my god, they beat the fucking Monster Express. What is going on with the Bang Bang Gang? They just keep on pulling off wins that they should not be getting. Juice even pins Ricochet with Pulp Friction. He beats the best guy in the match. The guy gets a 72. Unreal. Cooled the crowd. So we got a disinterested crowd. We're about to see the technical masterclass here. Oh, never mind. We actually get a little buffer match, and we see Los Perros de Mal take on Los Ingobernables de Japón, which another loss for LIJ. They still can't get a win. But Pero, Aguayo Jr., Hector Garza, and Mr. Aguilar, as far as they outperform him. Shingo, at least, was 72, so he was at least in the conversation. It's just Hector Garza and Pero Aguayo better than Hiromu and Naito in the match. But thigh muscle strain, though, for Naito. Hopefully he'll be okay. Yeah, here's the Technical Masterclass matchup. Doesn't work out. Claudio wins with Swiss Death. Tough break as far as taking that. Does Dick Togo, and yeah, obviously Claudio, I mean, he tried everything he fucking could to make this match work. Just the crowd wasn't interested, and the losing interest quickly. This one, but a win though for the Kings of Wrestling, and now Undisputed Era beating the Judgment Day. That's a huge win for them. They were obviously the better team. Adam Cole and Bobby Fish in the low 70s. Kyle O'Reilly almost in the 90s now. And yeah, Kyle O'Reilly being the head and shoulders above everyone else in the matchup. And then Dominic being the weak link in this one. But that actually did better than I anticipated. It was the steal of the show. And I got the crowd buzzing at least. So it did its job there. Then we see Team Angle beating 3MB. Jack Hurt with 100. Shelton, though, with a 90. He's getting better. Hell of a little run the Team Angle can get on if Charlie Haas can even get into the 90s as well. They are definitely going to be a problem. As the original Gen X team, we see Austin Aries back in the lineup. Figure this would be, as far as a safe time to do it, since Sky Team, they were going to outperform and they were going to be the better team. But Roddy gets a win, Death by Roderick as well over Valente. Mystico and Roddy did the same. It's kind of crazy, Jack Evans. Well, he is from the, he's a Portland guy. I mean, it's not, I wouldn't say a hometown, but it's in the home area at least. Home region for, the Northwest for Jack. And gets the win, though. Does the Generation Next team. Just, again, Jack Evans being the best guy in the match is just wild to see. Team Canada beating the Second City Saints. This is a massive victory for Team Canada. Bobby Roode beats Ace Steel, too, with a Northern Lariat. They, again, Punk was going to be the better guy in the matchup, which he definitely was. 57s for both Ace Steel and Colt Cabana. It really just came down to really Petey Williams having a 72. Because Eric Young barely outperformed, Ace Steel, we'll say, and then Bobby Roode barely got outperformed by Punk. Just Petey Williams and Cabana was the big difference there. And Petey getting the win, too. Not only just Petey, but Bobby Roode getting the pin as well, with a lariat, too, which was awesome to see. ECW Rituals beating Team DK. Van Dam with a 90. And he was by far the best guy in the match if he gets the win with a frog splash as well onto Mikey Nichols. Crowd not into it. Kind of simmering still, but Van Dam looked great, obviously with a 90. Great stuff from him, and an 81 as well. Actually did better than I anticipated. The Dudley Boys beating the Bloodline. We see Bubba, Devon, and Spike getting the win. Obviously, again, Bubba and Devon better than everybody in the Bloodline, but Dudley's, as far as Spike being the worst guy, which is tough, because I would say he's definitely better than Jimmy and Jay as far as singles-wise, but it is what it is. 82, though, for Triple X and LAX. Again, they just keep winning. Triple X. Daniels, Skipper, low-key, they outperformed them. Right team wins, and Just keep on pulling with sudden impact for Elix Skipper 2-1 Homicide. Crowd again not into it, but the work was pretty good as well. And an 80 for the CTU Filthy Animals, or the Filthy Animals, it's the CTU 3-count match, which this was set for Steal the Show, and this got the crowd buzzing and did exactly what we wanted it to do. As we see Liger get the win, the Brainbuster over Evan Courageous. Jado and Ghetto did the same as Shane Helms, so it's actually kind of crazy that it just came down to Liger being better than really Shannon Moore, because Evan Courageous did better than Jado. Helms and Ghetto did the same. It was almost a 3-count victory. Wild to think. A 95, though, for Team Extreme, the Filthy Animals. Very, very fun match here, especially around this time of the, as far as the, yeah, definitely a fun match for the time period of the late 90s, early 2000s. Very, very fun match. Team Extreme, as far as they get the win. Jeff with the Swanton onto Billy Kidman. Obviously, like the Hardys and Ray and Billy Kidman, like that was very much a fun match, that idea of the time to have, even though really Jeff and Matt would have towered over those guys, but great win though. And Jeff with a 99 too, crazy. What a win. The Death Triangle beat the Blood Generation, very fun Dragon Gate style matchup, especially if this was in Dragon Gate, but Masato Yoshino with an 89, Phoenix with a 94, Pentagon Jr. with an 85. Really, that's the big difference. Pac and Shima, 7-point difference, because Pac was really off his game. Was like Pentagon Jr. wins the Fear Factor. I'm assuming that's what would be the finish in that one, but that was an 89. A bit of a dip down, but still going to be a really good show. Main event, the Elite keep it going, still undefeated. Them and the Brood. They beat Los Gringos Locos. We see Kenny hit Art Bar with a Kreutz Wrath. Obviously the better team, but Eddie was the best guy in the match. Obviously Eddie and Kenny Omega, what a match that would be. What a win, though, for the Elite. I figure this one would be... I figure they would lose Los Gringos Locos, but they would definitely be one of the viable threats for the Elite to get their first loss. A good show, but not a... compared to, obviously, some of the previous shows, just this Team Extreme Filthy Animals match, I guess, should have been the main. In hindsight. So, I mean... Yeah, we've put over Jeff already in the past. We haven't put over Phoenix, though, so we'll do that. He clearly has earned that. I think maybe Pentagon Jr. or even Rey Mysterio Jr. Oh, no, we already did that back in April. The beginning of April, rather, as, yeah, we'll go Pentagon. I mean, Yoshino's been great. Put him, oh no, we already did that as well. He's right above him. Yeah, Jack Evans. Again, crazy how well he did tonight. And, I mean, it's been a while, I guess, since we put over Kurt, and he definitely has earned that praise. He's been fantastic. Yeah, Naito with his thigh muscle strain. Again, he'll be back. Now, though, we've gotten past basically week 14. Once we got into the 15s now, a lot more time in between for a lot of guys. You're going to see sometimes they even take an extra week off. So that's going to be awesome for talent as far as now that, I mean, they've been hitting the ground running every week, been busting their ass, and now they're going to get a little bit more room to relax a little bit. They're going to pump the brakes on the schedule a little bit. Yeah, Hector Garza injured another opponent. Yeah, it's an issue we got to talk about, being more safe. But damn. I just thought we were a little bit easy with him. Yeah, it's for his off night for him. Listen, we're going to support Kurt Angle, because I'm assuming this stems from when Hunter tried to politic into having Kurt not win the World Championship, which is insane. Fuck Hunter. Yeah, again, I believe that stems from the all-time tag link between Dean and Jado. Daniels has been fantastic. Naito, not happy with that. Alrighty. But, yeah, I mean, week 15 now. As far as it's going to be interesting to see how this is all going to play out now with the Premier League kind of kicking off the shows. To see, or not the Premier League, the National League. Now, how we've seen them kick off the shows. We'll see if they can keep it going and have some great matches still as we go to week 16 now. As we're here for the land, or here at the land of the rising sun in Japan. Damn, we could definitely run Kawasaki Stadium. It won't be a sellout, but it'd be pretty close, Yokohama. But yeah, we gotta run Kawasaki Stadium. Because fuck yeah, we are. And it's awesome over there in Kawasaki Stadium. But yeah, booking team meeting, we don't need it. Shirai alright. Sorry, Osamu Nishimura. Can't use you. Michael Hayes has an idea of enhancing his character, which we actually can use that, so that's nice. I'll say thing for Gangrel. Good shit. And then, yeah, the pre-show training drills going over well. 11 people. Damn, Conan. I mean, he did box. Forget if I think he was in the Navy, and I believe he boxed for their, Naval Academy. So, I mean, I feel like the motherfucker could probably throw hands. But Goto, though, maybe he's got, I don't know what his background is, if he has any martial arts background. That'd be a fun fight, though, if Goto is trained. I'm assuming he's trained in something. I feel like a lot of the guys out of the New Japan Dojo, they at least have some type of background in some type of martial arts. Speaking of martial arts, though, Minoru Suzuki influencing Masahiro Chono. That would have been an awesome Suzuki-gun kind of link there. Chono and Suzuki with Takayama. Yeah, that would have rolled. Awesome heat between Paul E and Bobby. Again, Taue should have been learning under his protege, Jumbo Tsuruta. Again, passing on tips to his son. And then the microphone work to Colton. There we go. So obviously, with us being in Japan, it's going to be a big main event. Doesn't get any bigger than the two undefeated teams, though. Super Generation Army, the New World Order, battling it out. We'll also be seeing the Dangerous Alliance and the Shield. That Four Horsemen Suzuki match is a lot of fun. The Radicals and the Triple Threat is a lot of fun. We also have Bullet Club and the Ministry of Darkness. We also have Chaos in the New Age Three Musketeers. So that's a very, very awesome match there as well. And for the Three Musketeers, they're even taking on Kinsuke Office. So this is really looking like it might be an all-time show, honestly. So we'll see how this one plays out. Alrighty, so we start off the show in Japan at almost a sell. I believe about 8,000 shy of a sellout here in Kawasaki Stadium. And actually more 9,000, but we have the Von Erichs losing to Ring Comp. Falter pins Kevin with a power bomb. Falter and David Von Erich would have been a fun match too. Especially, I mean, David would have kind of dwarfed him in a way with his height, but especially though coming in that Texas area as the kind of evil foreigner gimmick, unfortunately for the time, but as far as from that time period, but even today, if you drop David Von Erich in a modern day environment, his size alone is credible, because I mean, he'd be a giant now. There'd be only one or two guys bigger than him on the roster, so it'd be a whole nother dynamic for him. But a hell of a win though for Ring Conf. Obviously, Walter, best guy in the match, and he gets the 1-2. He beats the worst guy. Well, I guess the worst guy for the other team, but Axel Dieter Jr. was technically the worst guy. Got the show off to a strong start, though, so at least it did that, and the crowd is simmering with that one. That was an 83. I have Tsuruta in the FBI, as Tsuruta getting the... Oh my god, he hits a Chichubu Cement on Big Sally Graciano. That is insane. No way he's picking that big fucker up for that. Unreal. What a win, though, obviously, for Surutagan. Even Fuchi did the same, rating as the best guy for the FBI and Little Guido. Tough break for the FBI. Demolition beating Los Brazos here. I wouldn't mind a Los Brazos win here, to be honest. Brazos de Plata kind of brought them down, but overall, could have went either way, I feel like. He still could have had a believable upset, but Axe Smash and Crush getting the win, with Axe getting the win after the decapitation elbow. On to Brazos de Plata. No, 60 though, and actually did better than I thought it was. Ooh, sprained ankle for Viano 5. The poor Vianos. Just can't catch a fucking break. The Famouser for Villano 3. Oh, on to Villano 3. Yeah, Villano 5 with the injury. Taking a big toll on him. X-Pac with a 71. Clearly, with that alone, he's going to be better than everybody. And then you got a Road Dogg doing the same as Viano 4. And now obviously Billy outperforming 5 because of the injury. But 3 at least outperformed him. But yeah, just not the greatest of matches. I'm kind of surprised it didn't bring it down. As far as, especially with that sprained ankle as well. Yeah, here's I mean, I'm sure Brett would have loved having to work the fucking clowns here, but Brett, no, and Owen would have had a blast, though, and I think actually Davey Boy would have worked well with them, but as far as Brett, Owen, and Davey Boy, the Hart Foundation beating Psycho Circus, I can't believe he hits him with a sharpshooter, too, over one of the clowns. Yeah, I'm sure Brett would have just been like, can I just stay on the fucking apron? But him and Psycho Clown could have done some good stuff, but, yeah, I mean, it's kind of shocking even Psycho Clown was close enough to Davey Boy, but that's good, though. I feel like that's fair. I mean, Psycho Clown's a good hand. He's a good brawler. He can work. He's just got a clown gimmick. You can't hold that against him. He's fucking money. He has Planet Jarrett beating the Wyatt family. Jeff Jarrett with a figure 4 on Eric Rowan. I feel like, Eric Rowan's lost both to Jeff Jarrett and Ric Flair. As far as, no, I think Rick won with the schoolboy. I don't think he even won with the figure 4. But Jeff Jarrett, I mean, he got outperformed by Bray. Chris Harris was actually the best guy for Planet Jarrett. That's kind of wild. I mean, yeah, Rowan just brought down the, as far as, and Harper should have been better. I just feel real bad. Brody's the man. His just ratings have not been it, unfortunately. Yeah, not a great match there, all things considered. And now, 4 Horsemen. They beat Suzuki-gun. We see Rick getting one with the schoolboy over David Boy Smith Jr. Yeah, Lance Archer, the 38. This was the technical masterclass match because we needed to pick a match that I figured would work best for Flair and for Suzuki. And, yeah, that definitely was it. Arn kind of took a hit a little bit with it being a technical masterclass matchup, but still, it's a good matchup nonetheless. It's the Freebirds and the Bloodline as the Freebirds get the win. We see Terry Gordy, Bam Bam, Terry Gordy getting the win with the power slam over Tama Tonga, and clearly he was the match, literally, with his 91. Second best guy was Tama Tonga with a 59. Obviously, the right team wins because of that, and it got the crowd buzzing too. So I mean, did its job. Did its job. At Evolution, beating the House of Black. Hunter getting the one with the pedigree over Malachi Black. Tough break. Obviously, Hunter, in the 90s now. It's going to be a hard team to beat for a lot of these kind of under 500 teams now that Hunter's at the level he's at. 72 for Too Cool and the New Day, as the New Day do get the win. Big ending from Big E over Grandmaster Sexy, but just a tough break here for Rikishi now with a strained bicep. Too Cool, they need all the help they can get. This is not going to help out their cause at all. Yeah, strained bicep, not great. At least we haven't had botches causing these injuries. The Radicals beating the Triple Threat. This is a massive victory. Benoit beats Douglas as well with the crossface. Obviously, it's full circle with being the original Triple Threat with Dean and Chris and Shane Douglas, and seeing one of the originals beating the leader and Shane Douglas. Dean and Malenko, man, 97 and 94, they're on a run right now. Kind of Perry Saturn's kind of bringing them down, but can you imagine if it was Eddie instead of Perry Saturn as part of that trio, that would have been probably the biggest test for the Super Generation Army. Would have been that team. Hell of a match, though, with a 90. Hiroki Goto beating Katsuri Shibata. It's the go to heaven for Goto here, as far as the GTH, if you will. But this is unfortunate, because the Three Musketeers kind of need this win a little bit more than Chaos, since Chaos has now gotten more wins. But either way, I was happy one of these teams was going to get a win in Kawasaki Stadium. Yeah, I mean, Okada, he had an 83, and he had 65 and 64. I mean, the wrong team did win. It should have been the new H3 Musketeers, but they get it done. In our main event, or not a main event, Jesus, I don't know why I said it was a main event. I believe it's the co-main now. As Bullet Club beat the Ministry of Darkness, Ministry of Darkness beat Bullet Club, Jesus, as Taker with a tombstone victory over Luke Gallows. Poor Gallows taking the tombstone here. Kind of close, actually. Carl Anderson 1 point better than Taker. Bradshaw just, better than AJ, which is crazy, but it's also awesome. And then Ron Simmons just better than Luke Gallows. Really just Gallows bringing it down. Here's a 90 there, and a 96 for our co-main. Here we go. Finally we get to the co-main. Three Musketeers and Kensuke Office, which this was a banger. The Three Musketeers get the win. Kensuke Sasaki taking the STF as well, so that's a crazy finish. What a win for Chono and company, and yeah, the Three Musketeers are rolling. That 96. Oh, that wasn't the co-main. This was. Jesus. Again, this card hasn't been insane, as the Dangerous Alliance beat the Shield. That is a massive victory. And really, it was an upset. It's a slight upset, but an upset nonetheless. Because the Shield were the better team. Dean outperformed Bob Eaton. And it's crazy that Steve outperformed Seth Rollins, but then Rick Rude and Bob Eaton did the same. And literally came down to 4 points. When you look at it like that, it's pretty tough. Pretty tough. But at 96, though, hell of a main event. As we see, the final undefeated team for the National League is the Super Generation Army. No surprise there. They beat the NWO, and yeah, that's for the best. I'm glad the NWO finally lost. Maybe this will start a losing streak for them. Who knows? But, 94. Figured it was going to be better than a 95 at least, with 3 100s, but it is what, what a show, though. Those last 6 matches, any of them could have been the main event. Some good stuff there from the National League. Now we go to the Premier League side to see how they do in Kawasaki Stadium. So I'm trying to think again who to... Because we put over Rollins, put over Terry Gordy. I don't think we've put over... Oh yeah, we have put over Malenko. Guess we'll put over Chris. Probably shouldn't say he's awesome. We'll just give him a hug. Just, how's it going, buddy? How's it, how you feeling? Kind of testing the temperature out. Make sure he's doing alright. Let's see. AJ's been doing well. He's just, again, stuck with a bad team, but we've put him over already. I don't think we've put over Owen in a hot minute. At least I don't see his name on here, so... Yeah, Owen. I don't see Brett's names either, so we'll put over Brett as well. Again, Bradshaw, it's just crazy how well he's done. Yeah, we put over Hunter, Flair. Trying to think. Volter, he could use it. He's been great. There we go. So yeah, strained biceps and sprained ankles. Luckily, they'll be fine for next week. And, well, yeah, another huge success for us. No comment. Yeah. Boy. He screwed up and he should apologize. Yeah, Road Dogg. He did, in fact, injure Falano 5. Zombie Clown was off. Yeah, it's fine. Both guys should probably just sit down and hash it out there between Hunter and Punk. I gotta support Kurt on this one. Jeff did go with his wife afterwards. Yeah, that's the right reason to be upset with somebody. Yeah, I mean, as far as the National League, now only one undefeated team. It's going to be interesting once we see the Brood and the Elite, because I feel like that's going to be one that, I mean, Edge could technically get a win over one of them, but I think it's going to be the case of seeing the Elite and the Super Generation Army going to be the last undefeated team standing. We'll see if I'll be correct. Alrighty, so we're back in Kawasaki Stadium here for the Week 16 show for the Premier League, as Ichiro Yaguchi shows up. Unfortunately, we don't got a spot for you, brother. Yeah, Daisuke Sakamoto, you can hang out, bud. No problem there. Oh, wow, and yeah, Shawn Michaels being a bit of a heat magnet, no surprise there. Yeah, happy that monthly action taking place. Oh, that's good. Oh, and Austin Aries being a dickhead to Ultraman Black. Somebody should tell Ultraman Black that he should beat his fucking ass. Oh, Punk and Lita are back together. It's hilarious. Michaels and Earl Hebner have to get separated. Come on, Earl, beat his fucking ass. Yeah, and then he set up a pancake station if everyone started cooking. Hell yeah. Yeah, then 8 people showing up for the pre-show training drills to work on basic and safety. ATTL passing on selling tips to Lee. That's weird. Because Lita had already broken in. I mean, she trained in Mexico. I don't think she trained at ATTL and at the Steel Domain. I really just... I'm trying to think when they would have ever been in the same place at the same time. There you go. Oh yeah, Bubba's got an idea to enhance his character, so that's another person that we can use to enhance. Oh yeah. We don't need to do that anyways, because Earl set up the old pancake station. The main event will probably be this, probably CTU and Los Gringos look, especially because we're in the Kawasaki Stadium. Unfortunately, the Elite don't have a great match tonight. They have the Bloodline, the OG Bloodline, so the Usos and Sabin, which is a fun match, but it's not that type of level of a main event that we, especially compared to the last show we just saw from the National League. I mean, they've had an all-time show there, and this, not so much, but we'll see how it plays out. Alrighty, we kick off with an absolute doozy. As LIJ, they finally do it. They finally get a win. Thank God. They finally have broken the curse, and it's Naito and Shingo and Hiromu getting the win over Team DK. This was the technical masterclass matchup, which you could tell by just how shit it was because of overness, but which is hilarious again considering who's involved in this match. But Shingo getting the win over Zack Sabre Jr. the last Falcon. As 4 ways to off the show, cooled the crowd even. So, but LIJ, they're finally on the board. Thank God, and a back strain for Mikey Nichols. 65 here for the Bang Bang Gang in the Second City Saints. They get another goddamn win. I can't believe it. I'm shocked. I'm in disbelief. The Bang Bang Gang are on a run of all runs right now. Picking up another victory, and Austin Gunn beating Colt with the famous there. Unreal. Isaiah 65. Taka Michinoku getting the win over Volantes. A win for Kai and Tai DX over El Sky Team. It was very close. Literally came down to a point. Yeah. Not down to a point, but a couple points. But still, a crazy win for Kandai Deluxe. They got the better team, too, so the right team wins. Just the crowd, again, disinterested, unfortunately for them. Team Canada beats the Judgment Day. Dom and Rhea, as far as at least Dom got outperformed by Eric Young, but at least Rhea outperformed Eric Young. And then Petey gets outperformed Damian Priest. So actually, Bobby Roode, kind of the big difference maker here in this one, as far as really it came down to Petey and Rhea. I'd say the difference there, but he wins with a payoff. Again, Bobby Roode just keeps on picking wins up for Team Canada, and they are getting a win here over the Judgment Day. Swiss Death from Claudio Castagnoli getting the win for his Kings of Wrestling, which obviously they were going to get the win, but I'm glad this got the crowd back up on their side, got the crowd buzzing. Obviously Claudio and Hero were going to be the best guys in the matchup, but even Larry Sweeney outperformed Marco Stunt and company, so clearly the better team won. Undisputed Era beating LAX here. Bobby Fish wins with the moonsault. Bobby Fish keeps on getting wins for the team instead of Adam Cole and Kyle O'Reilly, but it is what it is. As, LAX, they didn't... I wouldn't say they didn't come close, but yeah, it's clear that Kyle O'Reilly was the difference maker in that one. And they pick up the win. So the crowd back to simmering. So 74 for the Team Extreme. Team getting the win over the Spectral Envoy. Matt getting the win with the Twist of Fate over Hollow Wicked. Obviously, Spectral Envoy get outperformed by Lita. It was the worst person on their side. She was even below a 50, so that shows you how bad the Spectral Envoy was. In that one, a clear decision win for the, as far as giving the win to the Team Extreme team. Philly Animals beat Best Friends. Rey Mysterio Jr. with a springboard. Hurricane Rana. Yeah, we set this one for Steal the Show, and it got the crowd hot and rising. So exactly what we needed. Rey Mysterio Jr. with a 92. Chucky T actually did pretty well, yeah. It just really came down to Rey. If Rey's not in the match, who knows what happens here. Instead of Rey, it's fucking Disco Inferno. And yeah, clearly, Best Friends probably would have been the better team, and they probably would have got the win. But, an 80, though. Still did pretty good for a Steal the Show matchup. ECW Originals beat 3MB. Van Dam with the 5-star frog splash. Again, Van Dam's on a pretty good run right now. He's helping out the ECW Originals. They were streaking on the losing end of things for a minute, but now they've turned it around and might have a chance to at least get above 500 again. Generation Next used Shelly here again, who did really well. Him, Roddy, Jack Evans, they beat the Dudley Boys as Jack Evans pins Spike after the corkscrew 630. Unreal. What a finish for Jack, and again, Jack's the man in the match. Just warms my heart. See Jack Evans doing as well as he's doing. The Death Triangle beat the 3-count team. Ray Phoenix getting the win over Shane Helms. Yeah, clearly they were the better team. Pac got outperformed by Shannon Moore and Evan Courageous. What a sentence. Never thought I'd have to utter that. Shane Helms being the worst guy in the match is so fucking weird. Because, he's probably the best guy out of the 3-count side. It's weird. Weird how 3-count have done in this. As the Brood beat the Monster Express. Surprised this wasn't better. But I guess also Tozawa wasn't even above a 50. But again, Gangrel's almost in the 60s again. So, Gangrel is benefiting a lot from these wins from the Brood. They keep up their undefeated streak. And they're going to be an interesting team to see who's going to be the first one to beat them. As far as from that regard. Blood Generation beat Los Perros de Mal. This being in Japan definitely helped them out a lot, especially, Yoshino with a 93. Hector Garza, though, with an 80. So that was well. Naruki Doi with an 82. Yeah, obviously the better team. A 92, though, for that segment. That is crazy. Yoshino with a 93, so it makes sense, but, that's... I never would have expected that between those two teams. Well, a fun match, though. There's a lot of talent involved in that one. And the Elite beat the Bloodline as Kenny with 100, 89-88 for the Bucks. They're obviously clearly better team wins. Dick Jackson with a submission win. Obviously they would have won with the Meltzer driver or something, or even the fucking triple. As far as they go with the Elite finish as far as super kicks into a V-trigger. That could definitely work as well. As Team Angle beat the Triple X team, a team that was on the rise in a big, big way, but they just run into an absolute unit in Team Angle. And better team. Everybody, did, at least Daniels outperformed Shelton and Charlie Haas, though, so I will say that. So good on CD, but his skipper low-key got outperformed, and that was basically what held them down and held them back. But Key takes an angle slam, too. So that was probably a fun finish to see. Main event though, Los Gringos Locos CTU. CTU beats the Los Gringos Locos team. So now, Los Gringos Locos, I mean, they're going to have a tiebreaker loss to CTU, which is going to be very, very crucial when it comes to the playoffs. CTU are going to be looking to be a team that might just make the playoffs and make a pretty good run, especially if I'm not exactly sure where we're going to run the playoffs, but if I don't know if we'll pick a neutral site or if we'll pick somewhere else. But man, if they're in Japan, they're going to be a team that's tough to beat. Because Jado, he got a 69 here, but he's off his game. Like, he would have been a mid-70s, and you have Liger with 100. Been a tough guy to beat. But a 93, though, for the main event. Actually disappointed. Oh, no, I thought I picked a Technical Masterclass matchup. I guess I didn't. Weird. Yeah, it was supposed to be a Technical Masterclass matchup, but it didn't work out. Either way. Have we put over a Liger? Yeah, no, yeah, we did. About to say, he definitely could use some praise. He was fantastic tonight. Let's see. Yeah, Kurt, we've already put over. Yeah, we've put over Kenny. At least I thought we did. I don't see his name on here. I see Nick. But yeah, we'll put over Kenny. It's fantastic tonight. I mean, Daniels, I definitely, again, we've already put him over, but he definitely deserves some praise. Oh, Claudio. Yeah, Claudio Castagnoli. He's been great for the Kings of Wrestling. Bobby Roode's been getting wins for Team Canada. We might put him over. And honestly, Juice Robinson. Because I don't know how that Bang Bang Gang team is getting wins now. But they're getting it done. Give me you crazy bastard. Give him a hug. Again, another injury. But luckily, again, it's an injury that's not going to take up time. And another successful show, though, which is great. Yeah, El Brazo, he was going to retire, but luckily we kind of talked him into it. As, oh my god, it's embarrassing. I'll be sorry to see him go. Yeah, that seems pretty fair. But yeah, luckily he's kind of reconsidering it. Yeah, we're going to make sure we keep him. Will he still be in the all-time tag league? Of course he will. Yeah, Frightmare, off his game. Oh my god, Devon's gotten in shape. Fucking ripped-ass Devon. Devon was in pretty good shape in ECW, but I'd say he was never known as like a body guy. Yeah, we're going to keep a Wildcat Chris Harris. There we go. So 16 shows. Come and gone for both leagues. Now we're going into the 17s, and really we're going to the second half of this episode here. So we got 17, 18, 19, and 20. We just got 8 shows left. 4 for each league. And yeah, we'll see how it all plays out, because I have no idea where we're going to run the shows at now. It's kind of just up in the air as far as for 17, 18, 19, and 20. Sure, we'll run... I kind of want to run Canada again, but at the same time, those shows really didn't go over so well, so... Who knows? Maybe the UK, though. That'd be nice to run the British Isles. We'll see. Alrighty, so night 17. Again, it's just like, well, do we go back to the US? Ever ran Mid-Atlantic in a hot minute? Probably wouldn't be a terrible idea. But also, again, we kind of teased the British Isles, which... Yeah, it wouldn't be a lot of people there, unfortunately. Oh, no, there's 17,000 people here. Yeah, it wouldn't sell at the O2, though. Yeah, but, maybe we'll put a pin in it. Don't think we'll run Arena Mexico again. Yeah, I think Mid-Atlantic would probably make the most sense since we haven't ran there for a long time. The old KFC Yum Center. 22,000 people. So yeah, we ran the Greensboro Coliseum last time, which was obviously a great place to run, but 22,000 people though in the old Yum Center. It will work for us. It's obviously automatic here. And for our locker room instances, oh yeah, come on over. Kurt Hennig, you can hang out here. Rhino, yeah, you can hang out here, buddy. Bradshaw, clearly not happy with Bobby Heenan, though, again. Not the guy you want to be pissing off. Same thing for Shibata. Well, there we go. Suzuki, though, bringing the vibes. Owen Hart gave the locker room a lift when he provided a crate of free drinks for everyone. Shout out Owen. Oh, well, Batista about fought Davey Boy Smith was because he caused damage to the rental car. Refused to pay for it. He was in the right there. Yeah, another gimmick idea as far as to enhance his character. So, Kerry got some ideas flowing for him. Again, not the guy you'd be wanting an argument with as far as... Don't want to be doing that. Ole Anderson and Malachi Black, yeah. Ole would never have turned down a fight. I know that much. There we go. I'm glad Jeff and Owen are hanging out. It's good. It's good to know. Kento Miyahara trying to fight Hogan. That's fucking hilarious. Especially, like, it'd be different if it was, like, Ace era Kento Miyahara. But it'd be like Kensuke Alpha's era. Younger version Kento Miyahara going up to Hogan and trying to start shit as Hollywood Hogan, and he's on top of the fucking world, is tremendous. Tremendous. So yeah, we could skip that because Suzuki being the man. For this main event, though, obviously, kind of the big main event left. We've already ran it with the two undefeated teams in Super International Army, the NWO. Oh, the Radicals of the Four Horsemen is definitely going to be the main. Then the Shield and the Horsemen. Yeah, that's the 1-2 punch there for sure. I do like the Freebirds and Triple Threat, and I also like Evolution and Saruda That could be interesting. So yeah, that's probably going to be like our top 4 or 5 matches. Alrighty, night 17 of the National League actually starts off with a pretty good match, as all things considered. Lance Archer, the Texas Tornado slam onto Big Sally Graciano. Again, just crazy he's hitting the big fucker with that. Kind of close, all things considered. Just obviously Suzuki much better, and Davey Boy Smith Jr. gets outperformed by Little Guido and Tony Mamaluke. Really, if they had a better third guy, and if Suzuki wasn't as good, this could have been a win for the FBI. But alas, and he almost was injured by Big Sally Graciano, was Lance Archer. Psycho Circus losing to Kensuke Office here. It's going about 12 minutes. Kensuke Office getting the win with Kensuke Sasaki getting the win with the Tiger Suplex over Zombie Clown. Yeah, obviously the Clowns and the Circus itself was going to be worse than Kensuke Office. And they did pretty well, Kensuke Office, all things considered. The Von Erichs beating the Villanos. Tactical Masterclass matchup, which didn't really deliver. At least I thought it did. Maybe, can we look and see? Yeah, booking details. Oh. No, there we go. Yeah, right agent note. Yeah, so it was a Tactical Masterclass matchup. So, yeah, it's simmering still, but not terrible nonetheless. It kind of hurts David having a Tactical Masterclass matchup, but the rest of the matchup didn't do so bad. Especially Kerry. Again, Kerry doing as well as he's doing. Been pretty impressive. DX beat the Wyatt family. X-Pac with an X-Factor on Eric Rowan, who's just the fall guy for the Wyatt family, it seems like now. Bray outperformed everybody. But again, just Rowan stinking up the joint for him. And they get the loss. NWO bounced back after losing last week, and they get the win over the Bloodline. Hogan with the big boot in the leg drop over Jacob Fatu. I wish Jacob Fatu would have sent him into orbit instead. Hogan and Scott doing the same ratings there, 78s. Tama Tonga with a 62. Yeah, I mean, they got completely outperformed by the NWO. Bullet Club beat Los Brazos here as AJ pinning Brazo de Plata, which is a big motherfucker to be hitting that Styles Clash on. He probably would have won with the old Spiral Tap, if I had to guess. And yeah, I mean, that stole the show. At least, yeah, got the crowd buzzing. Hot and rising crowd now. Good shit, all things considered. As, Carl Anderson off his game. He's still outperforming everybody on the Los Brazos side. So, a clear win for the Bullet Club. As New Day beat the Chaos team. Big E pinning Hiroki Goto after the big ending. Yeah, they were the better team. And the right team wins. Ishii. Again, Big E with all these guys would have been great to see. Unfortunate that we don't get to see it. Another 82. As the Ministry of Darkness beat Demolition, Bradshaw pinning Smash after the clothesline from Hell. Yeah, I mean, Bradshaw again is just the fucking man. And laying people out and beating people's asses. It's an 80 for the Triple Threat and the Freebirds. As what a fun match. Obviously, Terry Gordy and Bam Bam. Bam Bam versus Bam Bam. It's a fun match. And it's Gordy gets outperformed by Bigelow. So that's really the deciding factor there, really. Who's ever going to be the best between those two big men. And it was, they gave the nod to Bigelow. And Douglas was way better than Buddy Roberts. And Candido was better than Michael Hayes. So just a clear win for the Triple Threat. And they needed that win, too. It's been a while since they've gotten a win, it feels like. Three Musketeers, though, beat Too Cool. This, it goes 16 minutes. So, yeah, as far as a little too short for such an important match. Kaiji Muto with almost 100. Insane. Chono with a 90 as well. She's getting shot. Shinya Hashimoto. Just a little lacking there with a 76. But, all in all, a good performance for the Three Musketeers. And Chono debuted a new high spot. Or hope spot. About to say high spot. Yeah, just a little hope spot there. Trying to get his psychology rocking and rolling. The Super Generation Army beat the House of Black in one of the worst Super Generation Army matches you'll see because of the time. We didn't give it a lot of time. Malachi Black, though, and Toshiaki Kawada would have ruled. That'd been a fun-ass match. And Brody against all those guys, too. Brody King would have been fun. Oh, even Buddy. He's kind of like a generic brand version of Kenny Omega, and I feel like he could have good matches with all those guys as well. But, yeah, obviously Masawa. Oh, my God, the Emerald Flosion, Brody King. That's a hell of a finish. Ring Kampf beat the new Three Musketeers. Timothy Thatcher with a Thatcher stretch on Shibata. That's crazy. I kind of wish... I think, honestly, Thatcher would have won with a headbutt, to be honest. He would have fucking shoot headbutted him. And that would have been an awesome spot and a hell of a finish. Ring Kampf, I mean, again, Falter in there with all those guys. Fantastic. Timothy Thatcher with all those guys. Pretty fantastic stuff. Fun match. Fun match there with Ring Kampf and the New Age Three Musketeers. Oh! Jeff Jarrett bursted his appendix. I mean, that could fucking kill ya. That's a hell of an injury to pick up here. Stunning Steve Austin gets the one with the stun gun over James Storm. A win for the Dangerous Alliance, but my God, Jeff Jarrett about died out there. Obviously, the better team wins, too. Everybody was better on the Dangerous Alliance side than the Planet Jarrett side. It's Evolution beating Sarutogun. That's a huge win. Again, Masafuchi just kind of fucking him up. As far as that could have been a nice win for Sarutogun instead. Batista sends him spine first into the mat for an 88 as well. And they get the win at 25-51. 98, though, for the Shield and the Four Horsemen. Hell of a match here. I mean, it just came down to just slightly better performance from Roman. And honestly, the Shield should have won. They outperformed him. Hell of a match, though. I'm surprised it wasn't even a 99 as well, with two team members having 100, for Rollins and Flair. Crazy. Crazy matchup. Now performs this. The Radicals and the Hart Foundation. Hart Foundation pick up the win over the Radicals, which, yeah, I mean, it just came down to, really, Davey Boy just kind of being slightly better than Perry. Which, even then, 2 points better was Dean to Owen. 3 points better, Chris to Brett, and then 4 points better. Yeah, I mean, it literally just came down to actually a 1 point better performance from the Radicals. So technically, they were the better team, but it could have went either way. I've been fine with it. But David Boy wins with a power slam, too, over Perry Saturn. Just crazy, though, that Shield Horseman match. It's a hell of a match. Either one of those could have been the main event, but went with the Hart Foundation and the Radicals. Man, probably the wrong decision there in hindsight. Oh, yeah, I mean, as far as we've put over Chris, I feel like it's been a while since we put over Dean now, but we could definitely put him over. Linko. Yeah, we'll put over Roman. I feel like, again, Roman for what he's been doing with the Shield. He's been working hard. Toway's been working hard. Him and Jumbo, I would say, have been busting their ass. put those guys over. And that will do it for Week 17 for the National League, at least. So now we go, again, another injury. Yeah, the burst appendix. Honestly, obviously, with Jared being out, I think we're just going to have him vacate those wins. Nothing more we can really do. He's just going to have losses. Well, Jeff Jarrett, implanted Jarrett, for the basically the rest of the month of May. Tough break to have a bursted appendix. Batista fully support that. He had to beat the shit out of David Boy. At least tried to, at least. Yeah, sure, it was a hopefully you have faith in him. Yeah, we'll be trying to keep him. Corny is great as a manager and as an announcer, so that's fine. Yeah, the Bucks in Austin Aries and Michaels don't like him. Fucking Bam Bam. Hell yeah. Oh yeah, Larry he trained Bigelow, but I don't think Bam Bam really particularly cared for him. I didn't know Buddy Rogers and Bam Bam were close. That must have been from the all-time tag league. No, he wasn't an agent. Huh. Didn't know that, but yeah, huge success there. Yeah, of course we'll be keeping Bret Hart. Goddamn, we don't want to lose him. The goddamn Hitman. Same thing for Roman. Age no barrier behind the all-time trios league. Which I'm wondering how old Dean is in this now. When you really think about it, he shouldn't have been too old. As for the National League, they had a pretty good show. Pretty good show there at the KFC Yum Center. Now, as far as for our next show, as far as I believe it is a week away, yeah, for the Premier League, so they're getting a good bit of breaks in between now. I don't know if we'll run the Yum Center again. We probably will. We'll see how it all plays out. Alrighty, so instead of the Yum Center, because it's not going to be a sellout, we're going to actually run Greensboro. Feel like, again, we just got to run Greensboro every time we're in the Mid-Atlantic area. It's only right. Tom Zink's here. No, don't come here. That's what I'm saying. June Byers. Unfortunately, we can't use you, June. Yeah, the Bushwhackers. Yeah, Luke can hang out. Damn, Molly. We don't have a spot for you. Tough. Crush has to meet with Bobby Ian. Hero Physical Microphone work to Claudio. Physical Microphone work to Frightmare. And Psychology to Hollow Wicked. Dean passing on Psychology Tips to Tony Mama Luke. Yeah, Elix Skipper. Elix is literally a whole ass foot taller than him. It's crazy. Elix Skipper, he doesn't seem like he's that big. He's 6'3", like 220. Unreal. Dave Von Erich and Hector Garza button heads backstage. And head training. Head trainer Carl Gotch. Pre-show training drills for basic and safety. 11 people showing up. And Matt Jackson, he's got to create a finish that we can't use. And there we go. Let's inspire the boys. There we go. We could use that. A little bit of inspiration. So for our main event, Elite and CTU for sure. That's probably going to be the main. Yeah. And then, I do like Los Gringos Locos and Death Triangle too. That's a hell of a co-main. Team Angle and Undisputed Era is a good match. I like the Filthy Animals and Kings of Wrestling too. That's probably our top 4, and that's a hell of a top 4 actually. Should be a good show. Alrighty, so as far as for the Premier League Week 17 here, we see the Spectral Envoy beat the Best Friends. Here I thought the Best Friends were finally going to get another win, and in fact, an upset, and boy was it a bit of a shit match. But we knew it was going to be bad, so that's why it started off as Frightmare pins Trent Beretta, too. It's a Neocalypse. Even Trent outperformed him. That's wild. Judgment Day, though, beat the Bang Bang Gang. Here I thought they were going to keep on winning. They lose, though. Damian Priest almost in the 80s now, so that's good for him. Rhea with the Soul Food again. She should be getting the Riptide. How about that? LIJ get another win. Fisherman suplex from Hiromu onto Heath Slater. Thank God. They get another win. It's a 52 as well. But yeah, still cool in the crowd. And the crowd is dying. They're dying a death here as Blood Generation beat Team DK. Ricky Doyle with the muscular bomb onto Mikey Nichols. But yes, X-Cyber Jr. with a 78. Tough break. Yeah, I mean, Yoshino and Ricky Doyle did well, but just crowd dying out there. Yeah, the crowd's dead. As L Sky Team, though, beat the Jurassic Express. This was even the Steal the Show matchup, and it did not steal the show at all. I thought Mystico maybe had a chance to make something work here. Not the case. Marco stunt. Almost in the 60s. That's hilarious. 71, though, for the Dudley Boys in Kantai Deluxe. Bubba Ray and Devon doing good work here. And Taka as well. Spike Dudley's finally above a 50 now. He's getting almost to the 60s now. So that's good. But yeah, 71. Not a great match. This gets a little better, though. Van Dam and Sabu and Tommy Dreamer of the ECW Originals beat the Triple X team. I actually thought Triple X was going to get this win, but they don't. And they definitely should have. As far as, Sabu outperformed Low Key by 1, and Van Dam outperformed Daniels, but Eli Skipper not even close to Tommy Dreamer. I mean, he killed him. Almost 20 points better than him. Tough break there. But Van Dam, though, at least was the best guy in the match. At least he gets the win, but tough break. Team Canada beating LAX. Bobby Roode with the payoff onto Homicide. Bobby Roode again in the 80s. He's doing real well. Just being the driving force of Team Canada. Santana and Ortiz and Homicide, though, all outperforming P.D. Williams and Eric Young. We could have won with an LAX win. I don't think that would have been a bad idea. But the crowd's still dead. Still dead. Yeah, still dead here as well. As the 3-count team beat Los Perros de Mal. What an upset. Shane Helms is finally doing better. Courageous, though, not so much. But, the right team wins. What a win, though. I mean, as far as, because this is just an upset off of the records. Not even just performance-wise, but just off of their records. That's a great win for 3-count, though. Jin Nex beating the OG Bloodline. We went with the original Jin Nex team. I figured that makes sense for this matchup. And yeah, Jack with a 91. That's fucking hilarious. He wins with a corkscrew 630 onto Jimmy Uso. And that was an 80, though. Hell of a win. Still, the crowd's dead. Unreal. We just can't we can't get the crowd back. If this couldn't do it, I don't know what will. But a great performance from Team Extreme. Matt with a twist of fate onto Uha Nation and getting the win there. Probably should have been Tozawa, but that's alright. But yeah, Jeff and Matt all in the 90s. High 90s, especially for Jeff with that 99. The Brood beat the Sex City Saints here. Punk doing pretty well. But Christian Edge, especially. I mean, those two. 93 and 100. Great ratings for them. Clearly the better team. And the unprettier, too, for Christian on to Ace Steel in 22 minutes. We see the Kings of Wrestling beat the Filthy Animals. A huge win. They just keep it going. Rey Mysterio Jr. and Claudio Castagnoli, 97 and 96. Just Hero slightly better than Billy Kidman, and then Conan and Larry Sweeney doing the same. So that was the difference maker there. Swiss Death, though. God, I wish he would have done it to Ray, because he could have threw Ray into the lights and dropped him down. And waited for him to drop down to hit that Swiss Death. That would have been a lot of fun. A lot of fun. Team Angle, though, beating Undisputed Era, Kyle O'Reilly and Kurt Angle. What a match that would be, though. God damn. And even Shelton. A prime Shelton Benjamin, a prime Kyle O'Reilly. Sign me up. Crazy this was only a 79. This had time just lacked psychology, which is insane to think about. Because there's so much talent in this match. Right team wins, though. Charlie Haas with an 83, too. It was a great performance. Death Triangle beat Los Gringos Locos. What a win. 98 and 97 on 100. All in this matchup. And still only gets an 86 because the crowd is dead. As 450 splash from Pac, though, over Art Bar. It's a big win. Again, the crowd is just dead as hell. And finally, we got the crowd back into it, but it's too late. As Kenny Omega wins with the One-Winged Angel. Beats CTU. What a match. What a win. Matt Jackson with a 95. Insane stuff. 99 for both Omega and Liger. Fun match, though. Prime Kenny and a Prime Liger. That'd be a very fun match. Boy, that show should have been a lot better, but we could not get the crowd back until it was too late. Very, very unfortunate. So that we're just down to the last 6 shows of the episode now, as far as with the days 18, 19, and 20 left. I'm trying to think who to put over again. I mean, we did put over Van Dam earlier, so we don't need to do that. I feel like Charlie Haas and Shelton Benjamin, I mean, they've been incredible during this run. Yeah, Christian, too. I mean, he's now in the 90s. Maybe Matt Hardy. You know, he's been great. Had a 91, today, so I think that's well deserved. Even Matt Jackson, too. I mean, Matt's been great as well for the Elite. Great shit. Great shit there. Luckily, nobody got injured for the first time, I feel like, forever. Yeah, we're going to keep Chono. Yeah, Jay, well, I wouldn't say it's off night for him because Jay is Jay. I don't know if we're going to keep Savage, honestly. Can we choose a no comment? Can we walk off? Oh, come on. We gotta be able to walk off. We gotta storm off. Fucking football manager spirit, but I mean, I'm gonna say it depends. But I don't think we're gonna keep him. Because right now he's just on vacation, because I just don't know what to do with him. Oh, as St. Amos looking ripped. That's awesome. Out of his fucking mind, yoked. Yeah, good that Shawn Michaels is extremely happy. Even though he's a piece of shit. So yeah, on to Week 18. We go. Alrighty, so Week 18. As, oh, we didn't mean to click on that. Yeah, we don't need to give people the time off. Again, I think the shows after, like, Week 15 or 14 stopped caring about the brand. So I need to go in and look at the events and change that. So we are, as far as, we're going to probably stay in the U.S. Trying to think if we've, oh yeah, we haven't ran New England in a hot minute, Midwest in a hot minute. Yeah, we could run Boston Garden. That'd be fine. I'm trying to think, where in the Midwest can we run? That's going to be, yeah, we ran in Missouri. Oh, the Fargo Dome. That'd be fun. Or run North Dakota. Yeah. Yeah, Minnesota, the XL Energy Center. The old Metrodome. And we can go to Iowa for the Wells Fargo Arena. Oh yeah, University of Northern Iowa as far as their dome as well. Yeah, we're on the XL Energy Center in St. Paul for this week. Here we go. Booking team meeting. Yeah. Bill Wright wants to hang out. Yeah. Bill Miller wants to see if we got a spot for him. We don't. Sorry, brother. Oh, wow. As Hunter almost got beat up by Randy Orton after he caused some damage to the round car and refused to pay for it. It's wild. As, yeah, Paul Heyman caused an incident when he antagonized Psycho Cleanse. A bunch of fight almost broke out between the two. It's hilarious. As Stu and Chono get, or Stu and Davey Boy, rather, I'm going to say, coerce Masahiro Chono to pull a rib on Michael Hayes and about caused a fight. That's hilarious. Tully Blanchard brought from Wrestler's Court, accused of being absorbed by his phone. Yeah, I mean, we're crossing dimensions here. I mean, we drop a phone in 2011 time, that era iPhone, to somebody like Tully Blanchard who's been in the 80s. Of course he's going to be absorbed by it. But he has to buy a crate of beer for the locker room, which is a lot of goddamn people. Again, not the guy to be messing with. It's Benoit. Having an argument with Lil Guido. Oh, yeah, Inoki. I would love to see Inoki beat the fuck out of Shawn Michaels. Murder Clown, he should live up to his name probably when it comes to Ric Flair. They got into it. Oh my god, Saturn and Scotty 2 Hotty get into it too. Cody and Owen butted heads as well. I'm siding with Owen. And now he's passing on tips on being consistent is Earl Hebner to Chad Patton. Selling tips from Carl Gotch to Matsufuchi, not the other way around. And Demolition Crush still trying to fight Bobby Heenan. God, Gary Von Erich got a lot of ideas. And then with Bray, pre-show safety training drills. And there we go. Yeah, I mean, as far as for our main event, it's probably going to be the Four Horsemen. Oh, no, that's the new Three Musketeers. That is not the Three Musketeers. So there goes that idea. It will probably be. Also, Evolution get the bye as well, so lucky them. Yeah, I mean, probably Dangerous Alliance of the Ministry of Darkness. I do like that Shield Von Erichs match, but I don't think it's going to go over as well as it should be to be like a main or co-main. But yeah, we'll see how it all plays out there. Alrighty, so we start off with the FBI here losing to the Radicals, which, yeah, no surprise. Perry, though, is close to getting in the 70s. Again, if he can take that jump into the 70s or even the high 70s, watch out for those Radicals. I mean, they are going to be an upset alert team if they can definitely make the playoffs, which they're looking like they are, the way they're getting these wins. Demolition beat the Los Villanos here, as the Villanos, boy, I think they might just stay at one win. Not looking good. Not looking too good. The Villanos, though, oh, they might get lucky, though, as far as maybe they'll be scheduled to face Planet Jarrett within this week, the next couple of weeks. Demolition, though, we see Crush win with a full Nelson Slam. Axe was better than everybody, so was Smash. Crush, at least, he got outperformed by Villano 4, but he at least tied 3. And, of course, 5 was the worst of the bunch. Suzuki-gun beat the House of Black. As far as Minoru Suzuki with a 76, 63 for Malachi Black, 50 for Buddy Matthews, and for David Boy Smith Jr. This was the Technical Masterclass match, if you couldn't tell, for how bad Brody King was and how bad Lance was, but Brody was even really off his game too, so it could have been even better, potentially, but it is what it is. David Boy Smith Jr., too, gets the win for Suzuki-gun over House of Black. The Wyatt family beat the Psycho Circus. That's actually nice to see for them. They needed that win. It's Bray, Rowan, and Luke Harper. Rowan's now in the 50s. Full Nelson Slam from Eric Rowan over Zombie Clan. Yeah, probably would have Bray win with Sister Abigail, but that's alright. Yeah, we set this for Steal the Show. Not a good idea. It did not steal the show. Not one bit. The triple threat here beat Los Brazos as Shane Douglas pinning Brazos de Plata, the franchiser. Yeah, obviously, triple threat were going to be the better team, and they get the win in easy fashion. The Hart Foundation beat Too Cool. Owen submitting Scotty Too Hottie with the sharpshooter. I figured it wasn't going to be as good of a matchup as I would have hoped, so that's why I was kind of in the middle. And yeah, the crowd still not into it. Maybe we'll get it going now. And the NWO, they beat Chaos here as Nash with the powerbomb, the jackknife powerbomb onto Tomohiro Ishii, which he probably could throw him around pretty easily. Yeah, Scott's got a thigh muscle strain, so that's tough to see. It's not a great match there with the injury involved, and oh yeah, Scott all caused it. Some more food poisoning here. The poor National League is going through it. But AJ getting the one with the Styles Clash for the Bullet Club as Styles Clash on the X-Pac, which X-Pac, he is a Minnesota guy, so him losing there in Minnesota is pretty tough for him. Tough break. But yeah, what a win for the Bullet Club. Four Horsemen beating the new age Three Musketeers. Ric Flair with a 93. Of course, the Andersons. You're in Minnesota. This is almost, as far as the Minnesota Wrecking Crew. Obviously with Gene and Ole, and yeah, they were going to win here. There was no way they were going to lose. No goddamn way. Flair, though, with a figure 4 on Shinsuke Nakamura, which is kind of crazy. If someone was going to lose to that, it'd probably been Tanahashi, but alas, it is what it is. As the Freebirds beat Kinsuke Office Michael P.S. Hayes. How about that? Beating Kid Miura with a DDT. That is kind of crazy, but, I mean, he did outperform him. Of course, he did have a little bit of a run in the AWA, not a lot, because Vern thought the Freebirds were taking marijuana pills, an all-time line. Yeah, I mean, Bam Bam, Terry Gordy, best guy in the match. A lot of fun to see that win for the Freebirds. It's an 80 for the New Day and Sarudagan, which, what a win for New Day. I know Big E went to Iowa, so kind of familiar in that Midwest area. Jumbo, though, with a 7-8, which is kind of funny, because, again, I believe he, man, did him and Stan, I'm thinking Stan, when he took the AWA title and he took it to Japan, I want to say Stan and Jumbo had a match for that AWA World Heavyweight title, but, and Big E, though, gets the big ending over Fuchi, and obviously Fuchi, worst guy in the match, takes the fall. Does the Shield beat the Von Erichs? Hey, how about that? It was actually an 88. We could have had this a lot higher, but, yeah, as far as the Shield outperformed the Von Erichs, a clear decision there and a big win. And it got the crowd even hot and rising, too, so that's perfect. Got the crowd hotter. 93 for Super Generation Army against the Bloodline. Masawa with the win with Emerald Flosion over Tama Tonga. Clearly they were going to get that win as well. And 88 for the Three Musketeers and Ring Kampf. Shono with the win over Axel Dieter Jr. STF there. It's kind of close. Just Axel Dieter Jr. Kind of dropping the ball, but obviously, I mean, you got 3 IWGP Heavyweight Champions in there. Tough to compete with that. But a big win, though, nonetheless. The Dangerous Alliance, though, in our main event, and Rick Rude, I was hoping he'd get the win here since we were in Minnesota as far as getting the win. But unfortunately, it was Stunning Steve. He wins with the stun gun, too, over Taker, which is hilarious. I probably would have had Rick pin Simmons. That'd probably be my answer. Or even have him beat Taker or Bradshaw, even. Taker would have been cool, having Rick Rude beat him. But a 97, that's a hell of a main event. And it delivered a big way there for the National League. So yeah, we increased our popularity too. I'm assuming that is again in Tasmania, where we increase that. Yeah, I mean, we'll put over Taker. He's getting better. Stunning Steve has obviously been fantastic. I feel like we have to put those guys over for how well they've done. Oh, yeah, we put over Volter. We haven't put over Thatcher, though, in a hot minute, so we'll do that. And, trying to think who else. Arn Anderson. Arn, you're the man. Keep doing what you're doing, bud. Again, the injuries. I mean, the food poisoning and the thigh muscle strain. We've had a lot of strains of muscles and whatnot. It's just been tough for everybody. Yeah, Tasmania is almost in the 90s. With its popularity. Oh, yeah, Orton, for sure. Yeah, Hunter, you're the one who caused that, buddy. Don't damage somebody's rental car and refuse to pay for it. Yeah, around? Hey, that's great. Well, locker room doesn't think so. Oh, yeah, fully support Psycho Clown. Paulie, you're being a little bit of a shit disturber. A lot of people, close with Heyman, of course. Yeah, he screwed up. He should apologize. Good shit. As we hear that, nothing serious. They're just having some fun. Lack of discipline. Yeah, we're definitely going to keep Ambrose, of course. And good shit. I mean, we're very, very lucky, though. I mean, we had the one major injury to Juristico, but we've been quite fortunate. Now with Jeff Jarrett now, I mean, him being out and us being like, well, we can't just have a replacement of Jeff Jarrett. I mean, it's Planet Jarrett, for Christ's sake. So he's kind of getting fucked over with that, and they're getting now, they're forfeiting losses now. But other than that, we've been pretty fortunate. Now, we just have, as far as for Week 18 here of the Premier League, which is next week, we'll see how that runs. Then we'll be just down to 4 more shows left of the episode. Alright, so we're back in the XL Energy Center in Minnesota for this Week 18 Premier League show. We'll take a look and see, Scotty Riggs wants to hang out, sure. Oh, and so does Raven. That's kind of funny how that worked out. We're gonna flock from backstage, forming up as far as Carl Gotch doing his basic and safety training before the show, which about 8 people showed up for. Claudio passing on psychology tips to Frightmare. Ace Steel passing on selling tips to Cabana. And he's passing on selling tips to Alita. Shane Ace and Juice Robinson hanging out backstage. I feel like that makes sense. Feel like with Tony probably hanging out with obviously Juice, and Tony's hanging out with TMDK, and Sax hanging out with everyone. It's just a whole hodgepodge of greatness going on. Oh damn, Larry Sweeney tried to fight Rey Mysterio Jr. That's not a good look. Come on, Sweeney. Shawn Michaels gets into a argument backstage with Bobby Heenan. Rhea Ripley gave the locker room a lift. She provided a crate of free drinks for everyone. Oh, as he missed a pre-show media appearance, as he had been booked for, claiming he forgot about it. Yeah, a couple of people annoyed by that. I don't think we had a rule for that, but I guess we do. So yeah, Matt Jackson turned up very late. He gets docked for that. No, going out, love that. As for this main event, though, Death Triangle, the Elite, a hell of a matchup there. And honestly, the co-main, even though, like, it just makes sense. With Team Canada, even though they're not going to be at the same level as Team Angle, it is very much a Team America, Team Canada matchup, though, with a fucking Olympic gold medalist going to kick some Canadian ass. Going to be a lot of fun to see how that plays out. There's also Los Gringos and Los Perros de Mal. It's kind of unfortunate we're not going to be in Mexico for that match, because that would have been probably a main event in Mexico, but it is what it is. We'll make it work, though, and yeah, we'll book the show and see how it all plays out. Alrighty, so we start off with this barn burner. Best Friends beating the Monster Express, so now they get their second win, and this is also going to be a tiebreaker win for them, so they're now going to be ranked higher than Monster Express. Fun to see Chuck and Ricochet having a match, but very, very tough that this match was the absolute shit. Disinterested the crowd, and I don't think we're going to get it back in time by the Technical Masterclass match, so this card off to a great start. But Chuck even pinned Ricochet, too. He went with the Omega Driver, that's a hell of a finish. He ain't getting up from that. Jesus Christ. So yeah, another 48. LAX beating the Bang Bang Gang here. Yeah, LAX clearly the better team. Glad they get the win. Ortiz wins as well over Austin Gunn. And a 68 here for our next matchup. The Dudley Boys beating the Jurassic Express. Bubba with the Bubba Bomb on the big motherfucker that is Luchasaurus. Again, probably should have been Jungle Boy or Marco Stunt, but it is. Spike and Marco Stunt, though, they could add some fun stuff since they're literally the same size. They can. Actually, I think Spike's a little bigger, actually. It'd be funny to have Spike do, like, big man spots with him, where he's throwing somebody around. Claudio Castagnoli, Chris Hero, and Larry Sweeney, the Kings of Wrestling, getting the win here over the Spectral Envoy. And Claudio with a 98, and it's all for nothing, because the crowd's not into it. Obviously, clearly, the right team wins here. It's the Kings of Wrestling picking up the win. Then we see 3 count versus TMDK. We try and steal the show. That ain't happening. Not with this match. Hell of a performance, though, for 3 count. They outperformed them. They get the win. Crazy. I mean, one side has the IWGP Heavyweight Champion, a former IWGP Heavyweight Champion. The other side does not. The other side has Evan Courageous. And yet, that team won. Wild. And Triple X beating LIJ. Tough break. They finally get a win, and now they lose here. Which, this was a tough match, though. It is kind of close, though. Just Hiromu, still way below everybody else. Daniels, though, wins with the last rites over Shingo Takagi. Triple X, though, getting wins. It's to keep on passing on. It's the Brood and the Judgment Day. Fun match here, obviously, when you think about the context. Obviously, Edge being the one who created the Judgment Day, only for it to be turned away from him and turned into something way better. As far as Edge, Gangrel, Christian getting the win here. We see the downward spiral for Edge onto Dominic Mysterio. Yeah, Rhea outperformed Gangrel. Christian outperformed Damian Priest. Yeah, just all around good little match, all things considered. 62 here for 3MB and the Blood Generation. Yeah, probably shouldn't have had this as high as we did. Naruki Doi with the neck strain that took a big toll on his injury. As far as his performance-wise, taking a big toll. Yoshino was the saving grace of that one because of the injury. But yeah, not great. Not great at all. Luckily, it's the next strain. He should be fine by the time we go to the next show. I think we fucked something up, because, yeah, here's Blood Generation Kaientai D Deluxe. So, yeah, we definitely fucked something up. Crazy. Yeah, as that is wild. Let me look over and check and see what match this was supposed to be. That should be, as far as Kaientai Deluxe. Yeah, that should be Jin next, and not the Blood Generation. So, quick fix here. I don't know what the hell happened there. I guess the generations got fucked over. Transferring from one to the other. So, we'll do Jack Evans, Roddy, and Roddy. We'll use Austin Aries since it is in Minnesota, as far as. So, we'll let the hometown kid get some matches in. And then for Kaientai Deluxe, let's see, Taka, Togo, and for Men's Tao. We'll just have that be a post-show thing, I guess. That's kind of the best case scenario here. Well, at least we get this out. Can we look at the match history of a guy from this page, I wonder? Okay, so yeah, it just shows obviously the matches from, and then we'll look and see as far as Shima. Oh, so they at least haven't had a match yet. So at least that's a bit of a safety thing as far as from that regard. So Blood Generation's gonna probably have technically one more match. But that's fine. It is what it is. At least we made it work. Filthy Animals, though, beating El Sky Team. As far as Rey Mysterio Jr. getting a win over Volante. Obviously, Rey Mysterio Jr. and Mystico in the ring at the same time. Very, very fun match there. Mystico, though, not really at his best, unfortunately. But still a good performance from Rey, obviously, as he had a 96. Team Extreme beating the Second City Saints. Cabana losing to Lita. Hell yeah, as Lita gets on the moonsault. Jeff Hardy with 100. What a win for Jeff. As the Bloodline beating Control Terrorism Unit. What a fucking upset, and what a win here. Jimmy Uso pinning Ghetto after the splash. I cannot believe this upset. Like, whose fucking idea was this? Jimmy Uso literally the worst guy in the match. Wild. A wild upset. The crowd's dead, though. The crowd is absolutely dead. Los Gringos Locos beating Los Perros de Ma. Eddie pinning, or submitting, rather. Excuse me, as far as Pedro Aguayo Jr. with the lasso from El Paso. Hector Garza, Mr. Aguilar doing pretty well. Eddie, of course, with this 100. Like he always has. I feel like every match he's done, he's at 100. As Undisputed Era beating the ECW Originals. That's a huge win for UE. Van Dam and Kyle. That's crazy. Kyle O'Reilly's down in the 90s. But him and Van Dam, I mean, they're working hard. That crowd, though, dead as a doorknob. I mean, that is crazy. Adam Cole getting the win with the Panama Sunrise over Tommy Dreamer, which there's no way he's taking that bump. Team Angle beating Team Canada. A fun match, though. They're getting the crowd not into it. Eric Young takes the Angle Slam, too. A fun finish. Of course, Shelton, being from the working at, University of Minnesota guy, I'm sure. Kind of wish he would have got the win there, but that's all right. No big deal. So our main event, and it should have been an insane match. We had two 97s and we had a 99. In a huge win, they do in fact get it done. The Death Triangle, just before the 30-minute mark, are the first team to beat the Elite. So now there is only one undefeated team on both sides of the brackets, with the Elite now dropping down to one loss. Now it's down to the Brood and the Super Generation Army. What, two completely polar opposites there between those two. And that's not even the main. Well, that was the main, actually. I'm an idiot. I don't know why I said that. But yeah, the post-show, we get the right match to have. It's Jin next. in Kaientai Deluxe, which Roddy gets the win with Death by Roderick. Very, very unfortunate we didn't get to see this on the main card, but that's alright. Not the end of the world. Yeah, oh boy, yeah, Shima's used too much. Yeah, that was an accident. Unreal. Unfucking real. Can't believe I didn't notice it too. They literally were booked back to back. But at least in Kaientai lost both matches too. It's very, very tough. So now we'll remember, hopefully, we'll remember to take away the Blood Generation Kaientai Deluxe match, which hopefully it's this episode that they either on day 18 or 19, which 19 or 20 rather. And no, looks like it's not. Yeah, which is fine. But I'll make sure to just remove it in the pre-show booking thing, so that way we don't forget. That could have been a lot worse though. That could have been a real headache. I mean, I feel like we have to put over Rey Mysterio Jr. I mean, what a moment. But what a win, though. You know, Pentagon Jr. and Phoenix, goddamn. What a win to beat them. We'll give Pac a hug. Come on, Pac. It's a big night for you. About to say, I think we already put over Van Dam. I know it's been a while. So, yeah, we can put over Van Dam again. And, Hector Garza. He's working his ass off for Los Gringos Locos. Doing a great job. Doing a great job for him. Yeah, Nurkidoy, yeah, luckily, 7 days. Yep, our finances. Yeah, Jinder Mahal injured him. Yeah, it's an issue. And huge problem, he's got to address it. Listen. Yeah, we'll go with that. It was an accident for sure. Yeah, expect higher standards of professionalism. Yeah, fortunately, it's only minor. And Mac Jackson. Yep, it massively disrespects his co-workers. And there we go. So, I mean, a bit of a hiccup. But at least we catch it in time to at least try and salvage it. And now we go into week 19 and 20 for both leagues. 4 shows left. And now we just have 2 undefeated teams going into the next 2 episodes for each. Or next 2 episodes. Next 2 shows for each league. We'll see how week 19 plays out. Because it is, next week for the Premier League. As they're back to, as far as they're still kicking things off again. After that little schedule switch. But now, they're back to kicking it off again. We'll see how they do. Alrighty, so we are going to start kind of sprucing up the set. We've turned the ticket pricing down even. We're just making so much money that it's just, we got to do something with it type of thing. As for this week's shows, I'm about to say, I think, so yeah, we could probably run New England, run the Boston Garden. Because, yeah, that's probably the last time we worked there. Was week 6. So it's been a while. We will sell it out, too. We could technically run Fenway Park, but I'd rather sell out the Garden. Boston Garden. Not the Garden, but a Garden. A very important garden, though. Boston Garden's a fun little venue. Oh, yeah, we didn't need to click on that. There we go, locker room instances. Oh, my God, Ahmed Johnson. Yeah, we don't have a spot for you, buddy. Yep, sorry, Hillbilly Jim. And Homicide failed to show up to a scheduled road meeting. Shima and Shingo pulling a rib on Ultraman that's black. That's kind of great. And Homicide, unhappy with Bobby Heenan. Boy, Homicide just picking and fighting with everybody. And the pre-show training and safety. We were working for the safety and training drills. We get through that relatively unscathed. For this show, man, I mean, Death Triangle, after just beating the Elite, probably a good idea to put them in the main event. You know, as far as them and CTU, I feel like that's a great main event match. As far as for the Brood, they are taking on LAX. Not a lot of big time matches for this night. but some good ones at least. There's some where it's a little bit more one-sided than others, but I think that Death Triangle CTU match will at least make things work out in a good way. And yeah, we'll book the show and see how it all plays out. Alrighty, so for our opening matchup, actually a hell of a little matchup to open up the show. I finally was just like, fuck it, we're gonna get these shows off to a strong start. We'll throw the Bang Bang Gang and Team Angle out there first, and Kurt gets the one with the angle lock over Austin Gunn. Obviously Juice, best guy for the Bang Bang Gang, and yeah, they were not close to beating them, and that was an 80-77 for the Second City Saints beating the Best Friends as Punk with the go to sleep onto Trent Beretta. So yeah, Trent still not even in the 50s. Got a ways to go. Punk, I can't even believe Punk hasn't kind of gained any type of traction, which that is kind of accurate for Ring of Honor era CM Punk, though, so at the same time, I can't be too upset with it. Undisputed Era beating LIJ. This is the first of two technical masterclass matches. I didn't know how the crowd would react after. I figured maybe Kurt and, with the Team Angle match, it would go well, but then it'd immediately die after the Second City Saints match with Best Friends, but no, it didn't, so we're good here. Undisputed Era getting the win. Brainbuster from Kyle O'Reilly onto Tetsuya Naito. Just shocking. Shocking to see them win still. And El Sky Team beating the Spectral Envoy. Boy, this stunk, but somehow got a 58. Probably should have been a little bit higher, though, at the same time, because, I mean, sure, only two guys were above a 58, but one of them was Mystica with an 81, so, I mean, I feel like they should have kind of at least tried and meet in the middle, maybe, but the crowd wasn't into it, though, so I guess I can't really complain too much, but yeah, they get some of the La Mystica onto Frightmare, which, yeah, that makes sense. Mystica almost got injured. Boy, that would have been the death nail for the Sky Team. Gen next, beating the Jurassic Express here. No surprise. Shelly getting the one with the Shell Shock onto Marco Stunt. We kind of wasted Shelly here. But, again, I kind of like keeping this rotated with everybody. We'll see. We'll see that, how that all plays up as far as for Alex Shelley. Again, he's been fantastic for him. If they can make the playoffs, and this is the lineup they go with, they are going to be a tough team to beat. That is for sure. They have a sprained ankle for Jimmy Uso here, as, boy, every time Kai and Deluxe have a match, it seems like somebody's getting hurt. So Taka, Dick Togo, and Minseo lose to the OG Bloodline. Jimmy with a splash. Probably fucked up his ankle with the splash. Yeah, that's, and Minseo, really off his game, too. Probably caused the injury, if I had to guess. We'll see, but I got the crowd buzzing, though, because this was set for steal the show. It's kind of crazy. Yeah, this was in the wrong spot, as this should have been flipped. So now the crowd's actually went down after it's simmering down, so that's just great. But Eddie and Los Gringos Locos getting the win over TMDK. Yeah, just a fucking nightmare of a situation here. Boy, oh boy, did we fuck that up. But obviously, Los Gringos Locos was going to win. Fun match here. 3 count, 3 MB. The boy band versus the rock band. Gotta love it. This is exactly the type of shit that we wanted to see. Sure, was the match decent? Yeah, it was decent. It had 3 count wins, too, which is hilarious. Which, again, you look at somebody on that other side has been... Actually, 2 guys have been on that side, have been world champion before. Wild. And Shannon Moore even beat Drew McIntyre, dude. He even beat Slater. One with the Morgasm, too. Jesus Christ. 81 for Kings of Wrestling. They beat the Monster Express. Chris Hero with the Heroes Welcome onto Ricochet. Poor Ricochet keeps on losing now. Hero and Tozawa, they had that great PWG match, but would have loved to see them interact here. Yeah, Claudio with a 92. He's still being the fucking man out there. 85 here for the Brood and LAX. Brood getting the win. Yeah, Gangrel with the Impaler onto Santana. I'm glad Gangrel's getting some wins. He's doing something out there. So, I mean, it's funny he's the leader, but he's the worst of the 3. Team Extreme beating the Judgment Day. We finally get to see this match. I kind of wish I would have put it a little higher to see the actual intergender match a little higher on the card, but I didn't. Probably a mistake, but Lita pins Damian Priest, too. She doesn't even pin Lita, or doesn't pin Rhea. And that would have been a fun finish to see. Kind of wild, though. Laria was the best person on that side of the team. She was actually the third best person in the match, too. So that's pretty wild. Yeah, what a win. For Team Extreme, and Jeff again with 100. Great shit. ECW Originals beat Team Canada. Dreamer with the Dreamer DDT onto Petey Williams. I think that's his first win. Usually it's been Van Dam or Sabu getting wins, but he gets the win here. He beats Petey Williams too, who outperformed him, and yeah, just that all came down to Rob Van Dam. If not for Van Dam, boy, the ECW Originals would be floundering as Triple X beat the Blood Generation here. This is a huge win for Triple X. Low key pinning Yoshino with the Key Crusher as well. Massive win. Not an upset, though. I mean, it feels like it with Yoshihino doing better than Daniels and Naruki Doi doing better than Elix Skipper. It just comes down to Loki outperforming Shima by damn near 20 points. But at 86, though, still, it's a good match. And on 98 for the Elite and Los Perros de Mal matchup. God damn, Kenny Omega gets the win. We got a 99 from Omega, 92 from Nick, and 89 from Matt. Clearly the better team. A hell of a performance from the Elite, obviously bouncing back after that tough loss to the Death Triangle. We see the Filthy Animals beat the Dudleys as Ray hits the Springboard Hurricane Rana on Spike. It's a fun finish. I don't know, honestly, I don't know if Spike's that athletic enough to take that bump. That's a crazy bump to take, to be honest. I don't know, that seems, I kind of took a shot there at Spike. Spike could do it. You kidding me? I mean, Ray, though, in the 96. 83, though, for Bubba. He actually did a lot better than I anticipated. That one, but our main event, and they do it again. Death Triangle. They beat CTU. Death Triangle might make a run in the playoffs now. I mean, with the way Phoenix and Pentagon Jr. are working, depending on who they match up with, like, if they face the NWO, I would say they got a shot to beat them. They got a good shot. Tough break about Jado, though. I mean, he's now 65. That's not great. Pac, though, still not at that level. But goddamn, he's busting his ass out there. And what a win. Again, oh, wow. Our first 100-rated show. Honestly, I think that's because we put a lot of money into the venue and shit. We probably should have been doing that the whole time. But that's alright. We'll make a strong run here at the end. As far as who to put over, again, you know, Van Dam's been great, but obviously, we just put over Van Dam and, yeah, Mystico. I mean, again, for what he's been doing for Sky Team, he's been saving them. Hey, Chucky T, come here, Chuck. You've been busting your fucking ass. Actually, we'll hug OC. Come on, come here, Cassidy, come on. I'm trying to think who else now. I mean, Shelly, again, has been fantastic. We'll put him over. Because we haven't used him, obviously, in a hot minute. I'm trying to think. Actually, Matt... Actually... I'm trying to think, Matt or Nick we should put over. Yeah, we'll put over Nick. I don't know, though. I feel like maybe... Actually... Oh, yeah, we've put over Matt already. We haven't put over Jeff, though, in a hot minute. We'll do that. Because he's earned it. He was fantastic tonight. Another 100. He is all rolling. Yeah, again, a sprained ankle. Luckily, only a week off. Yep. Popularity, now everything's going up. I'm hoping we get back to 99. That'd be great. Huge success here for week 19 of the Premier League. Yeah, sure as a one-off. Yeah, luckily that's minor for the injury with the sprained ankle. Yeah, no problem at all. That Ray Phoenix is going to be the man. They're just having some fun back there. Shima and fucking Shingo probably doing something funny to Ultramantis' gear. Wouldn't say they're taking a shit in his mask or something crazy. They're just poking fun. They're just turning it inside out or something and sticking it on like a mannequin or something. I don't know. Doing something hilarious. Maybe putting a key lock, you know, the old padlock, putting that on the mask. He's got to figure out a way to get it unlocked. Yeah, Charlie Haas very happy with himself. Oh, Mystico didn't like that, I guess. He won't be doing it again. Or he's out of here now. Well, we're obviously going to keep Homicide around. But yeah, I mean, for the Premier League, they're coming on real strong with that show. I mean, that was awesome to see that get 100. Hopefully, we can keep the hundreds going for the show ratings and even for the match ratings. Hopefully, get more hundreds. As on to week 19 for the National League now. Alrighty, so week 19 here for the National League. Tommy Rich is here. Oh, wildfire. Nah, we don't have a spot for you, buddy. Oh, man. Crush and Inoki antagonized Zombie Clown so much a fight almost broke out. Oh, man. The Freebirds pulling a rib on Shibata. Yeah. I mean, look, there's the Freebirds. Do. Yeah, as far as, Michael Hayes. Oh, my God. Just calling him a fucking jobber. That's tough. Don't you be picking out Psycho Clown. Yeah, as far as basic and safety training drills for some of the guys before the show, passing on psychology to work to Kento Miyahara, Kinsuke Sasaki, Kevin Von Erich and Kofi Kingston. Come on, you guys were getting along as pals at the goddamn Hall of Fame induction. Can't be trying to fight now. As for this main event, Three Musketeers and NWO, I feel like that's a great main event. Super Generation Army, they get a bye, basically, with this, basically forfeit win over Planet Jarrett, so they get lucky. Well, lucky. They get a break, at least for them. I'm not sure, I'm trying to think what's going to be the co-main here. I mean, Hard Foundation Triple Threat's not a bad call. Evolution of the Radicals is probably going to be the co-main, yeah. Then Bullet Club 4 Horsemen's probably going to go before that main and co-main. But yeah, I mean, we've got a pretty good show here. See how that plays out. Alrighty, so we start off with the FBI and the Too Cool match, as the Too Cool team does get the win, no surprise. But, I mean, I'm surprised this even got a 59, to be honest. I thought this was going to kill the crowd. Somehow didn't. Rikishi gets the win with the Rump Shaker over Big Sal, what a finish. Goddamn, as Demolition beat Psycho Circus, as Smash with the Power Slam onto Zombie Clown. Bear Darso getting the win. Psycho Clown at least outperformed Crush, so at least that's one positive. Brutal for the Psycho Circus. Ring Conf beating Big E, Kofi, and Woods here. Volter with the Powerbomb win over Kofi, and yeah, this is the Technical Masterclass matchup, which didn't really help out Volter at all. Really kind of hurt the match overall, but did enough at least to make not at least kill the fucking town or something. 61 here for the Steal the Show matchup, which did not steal the show. Again, we wanted to keep it short and figured, let's just throw it as a Steal the Show matchup, which we gotta stop doing. Tamatanga at least did well with a 60, but Solo, second best guy, and then everybody else basically was below a 50 besides Volano 5. Brutal. DX beating Los Brazos as Billy Gunn with the Famouser over Brazo de Oro. And yeah, Brazo de Plata with a 34. Obviously, DX was going to win that one. No surprise there. Kinsuke Office beating the Von Erichs. That's actually kind of shocking. I'm actually now looking at the ratings, not so much because Kerry was really off his game, and Kevin with a 47. He was the worst guy in the match. Kenta Miyahara, though, gets the win with the break card over David Von Erich. That's a hell of a win. Literally, the worst guy beats the best guy on one team. Wild to say the least. It's so funny Nakajima's past Kinsuke now. Nakajima's been the best guy for Kinsuke Office. The Wyatt family beat Suzuki-gun. That's actually very, very shocking to see. Bray Wyatt pinning David Boy Smith Jr. after Sister Abigail. And a huge win, though, for the Wyatt family. They needed that one. And they probably shouldn't have won that match. By the looks of it, looks like actually Suzuki-gun outperformed them. But, alas, they get the win nonetheless. The Freebirds beat the new Three Musketeers. And, oh, man, Shibata even loses to Terry Gordy, too. Tough. Kind of would have been fun to see him get revenge for the rib, but instead, the Freebirds get the win. And I mean, Michael Hayes hilariously outperformed Katsuyori Shibata. Like, that's nuts. In what universe is he a better in-ring performer? Unreal. The Shield beat House of Black here, so this is the actual Steal the Show matchup that worked out well. Ambrose gets the win for Brody King. Oh my god, he hook and laddered him too. That's insane. Wild finish. Rollins, of course, with a 93. Roman with a 78. And Ambrose with a 70. He's getting better. He's getting better, but they're still a ways away from Rollins. As the Ministry of Darkness beat Chaos. Bradshaw with a clothesline from Hell over Goto. That would be a fun-ass match. Bradshaw and Goto. I would say Bradshaw and Ishii would rule, which in a bottle it would, but I think Bradshaw, just his size alone, it'd be hard. Goto, or not Goto, Ishii rather, would have to really bring it to kind of differentiate that he's a goddamn pit bull out there, and he's up for the fight. Be a fun-ass match, though. That'd be a fun G1 match. Give him like 12 minutes in Corkin. Let the place get rocking, and they beat the fuck out of each other. The Four Horsemen beat the Bullet Club here. Ric Flair with a figure 4 on Luke Gallows. That's got a finish. Ric Flair, best guy in the match. Ole really off his game. It didn't matter. He still outperformed Gallows, and Arn Anderson outperformed Carl Anderson. 3 Andersons in the match. I'm sure Ole would have stiffed him. Like, oh, they call you an Anderson, huh? Well, me and Gene didn't give you the thumbs up, so fuck you. But a win, though, for the Four Horsemen nonetheless. The Dangerous Alliance beats the Rutagun. Thought this would be a little bit better, but Jumbo a little bit not on his A game, per se. But Stunning Steve with a 92. 84 for Toway. Even Rick Rude and Bobby Eaton weren't even in the 80s, or the 70s even. Not a great performance there. So an 80 for the Hart Foundation and Triple Threat. Brett and Owen and Davey getting the win. They were the better team. Yeah, Bam Bam not even in the 80s as well. I think guys are just getting tired, if I had to guess. They've been working hard. Oh, low locker room morale is what's killing everybody. So that's fun. 86 for Evolution of the Radicals. Evolution getting the massive upset win. I mean, Hunter beats Perry. Of course, they're both Kowalski guys. So maybe Perry's like, I'll do the fucking favor. Tough to see the Radicals lose that, because they could have made a good run, potentially, in the playoffs. This win would have definitely helped them, especially when it's going to come down to a tiebreaker, potentially, and then the Musketeers lose to the NWO. God damn it. As Muto and Chono, they were the best guys in the match. Hogan at least outperformed Hashimoto, and boy, Kevin Nash picks up Hashimoto. That's a hell of a finish, picking that big fucker up for a jackknife powerbomb. I thought he was going to win with just a big boot in the leg drop like Hogan would have won, and nope, not even. Hell of a fucking main event, though. Just crazy that was only in 89. Yeah, it did not come close to that Premier League show, but we'll see how the Premier League does for Week 19. Or they already ran Week 19, rather. Jesus, now we're going on to the Week 20s. It's our final shows of the episode. We've made it to the end. Damn near the end. About to say Triple H is back in the 90s, so if you like, we gotta put him over. It's been a while now since we put over Bradshaw. We can put him over. I mean, Nakajima is doing really well. We'll give him a hug. And we're gonna give a hug to Shibata, because brother got ribbed and then lost. It's a pretty tough night for him, yeah. We could skip the financial report. I'm assuming nothing changed. Oh no, Tasmania jumped up 1 spot. How about that? Ooh, yeah, about to say it was Crush. Ooh. Yeah, both of them got to get their act together. There we go. I got faith in them. Harper's the man. Listen, man. I mean, he got snubbed because fucking an injury, so it is what it is. Yeah, just give him a little break. I'm gonna support Psycho Clan in that endeavor. Kevin Asher's being a fucking asshole. Yeah, a little break as well for Kobashi. It's just the brothers being brothers here. I mean, come on. It's the Freebirds being Freebirds. Yeah, they love that. And, I mean, this is a big time, big moment for everybody. It's kind of make or break time now for a lot of those teams that are on the playoff bubble. Because you got about, literally, 11 weeks left. It's now or never to make a run. Billy Gunn is a politicking son of a bitch, I guess. That's great. But yeah, week 20s for both the Premier League and the National League. Boy, a lot of the locker room's upset. That's great. We'll get to sort that out as, on to the week 20 shows we go. Alrighty, so for the Premier League final show here of this episode, and where we'll be running these final shows, that's a great question. I don't want to run the Garden, or just the tri-state area, mainly because I want to save it to kick off the next episode. So we'll think of somewhere else to run, but I think we might, because I think we've ran just about everywhere in the U.S. in this episode, so we could run... actually, no, we didn't run the Southwest. Yeah, we didn't run Caesars. Yeah, we ran Caesars last time. Thinking maybe, do we try and run Canada or Mexico again? Nah. Yeah, we'll run the old Southwest. Yeah, the old Forum. Yeah, the Coliseum's huge. I'm trying to think as far as... The Staples Center, of course, is fantastic, but I think we're going to run even bigger. If we can. Yeah, the Oracle, obviously. Oh, never mind. Yeah, it's just kind of in the middle. We run Chase Field, which is kind of cool, but... yeah, we'll run the old Staples Center. We'll be back. Because, I mean, shit, we ran the Staples Center. I think the very first show was at the Staples Center. I think we'll look that up. But yeah, just as far as use this. Say locker room meetings. And no interest. Nope, Chris Masters we don't want to use either. Some more heat between Michaels and Bobby Heenan. Oh, Naito's passing on psychology tips to Hiromu. Evan Courageous turning up very late, breaking a locker room rule. And Mickey J about fought a fan. Love that. Nick Jackson gave the locker room a lift and provided a crate of free drinks for everyone. And pre-show training drills helps out the old locker room. Perfect. I will say this. We accidentally fucked up. A lot of the locker room was pissed. Basically, the National League brand, super pissed with how the locker room is. Just everybody hates each other over there. So we were giving people bonuses to make them happy, which is fine, until we got to Michael Hayes. I accidentally gave him a month off. So we brought in Jimmy Jam Garvin to replace him for a month. I really wish the default fucking issue of, as far as the time given to somebody was not a month and it was a week. So this could at least been somewhat avoided. But alas, this is what we get. But for our main event here for this night, I mean, Team Angle, the Brood, for sure. That's going to be the main. We'll probably do, as far as our co-main, got some good matches. But as far as the actual co-main, that's a interesting one. As I mean, I don't think it's Elite and TMDK. I mean, we could do it, but I think there's a better match to be had. I like that Second City, or the Blood Generation Undisputed Era matchup. I like the Second City Saints Kings of Wrestling, but not as a main event. Jin Next and Philly Animals is a good co-main. That's probably what we'll use. The main be the Brood and Team Angle, the co-main be Philly Animals and Jin Next. Yeah, I like it. It's going to work out well. Alright, so we start off with this barn burner. It actually was better than I anticipated. I thought it was going to be in the 50s, but 60-70 years, the Judgment Day beat the Best Friends. Rhea Ripley beating Chuck Taylor again with Soul Food Week. I gotta remember to add her fucking Riptide, but as far as for the Judgment Day, they outperformed them. I mean, the right team won. So, as far as they deserved that win, 20,000 people, though. Staples Center sold it out. Kaientai Deluxe beating Jurassic Express here with Taka with the Michinoku Driver on Luchasaurus. That's fucking insane. That's a big guy to be hitting that on. Unreal. But what a win, though. Kind Tide Deluxe, the Dudley Boys beat the Spectral Envoy, no surprise there. Clearly they were the better team. Bubba with the Bubble Bomb over Frightmare, which that's a fun guy to take that move, because he's pretty small. He'd probably get him up there for the old Bubble Bomb. I would hate to take that move, though. That is just ass first from about, I wouldn't say 6 feet necessarily in the air, but at least 5 feet in the air. You're up there, for sure. Maybe 6 feet in the air. I don't know. We got guys up there for sure for it is Hero. Getting one with the Hero's Welcome over Colt Cabana. This was the Technical Masterclass matchup, so it actually did pretty well for all things considered. Claudio with a 95, Hero with an 83, and Punk, obviously Punk and Hero have their history. And, Punk was off his game as well, so that's great. But 77, though, at least. Minor concussion for Ricochet. That's tough. Obviously he's going to be out. He should be at least out for a week. I forget what happens. I think he isn't, though. I think that happened to somebody earlier in the save, and they bounced back pretty quickly. But it's a steal the show matchup that didn't really steal the show, unfortunately, because of the injury. But Mystico, though, wins with a super kick. An 11-20 over Uha. Kind of wild. Uha was, Tilzao with 38's insane. Cannot believe that. Another sprained ankle, this time for Van Dam. And Van Dam's had his ankle problems. Of course, it broke his ankle way back when. As Rob Van Dam wins with the 5-star Frog Splash for the Bang Bang Gang. And yeah, right team gets the win there, obviously, because Dreamer and Sabu even outperformed Juice Robinson. So, bit of a one-sided affair, but another injury. It's tough to see. Team Canada beats LIJ. Bobby Roode pinning Naito after the Northern Lariat. Big tough. Big rips in the chat for Naito and Shingo. And Hiromu. And they just keep on losing. It's kind of close, though. Again, just Bobby Roode being the best guy in that match is insane. The Death Triangle beat OG Bloodline here. Of course, the run that the Death Triangle have been on has been sensational. Fenix beating Jimmy Uso as well. Obviously, Jimmy the worst guy in the match. Fenix the best guy in the match. So, works out as far as in that regard. A 79 for our Steal the Show matchup here between Los Gringos Locos and the three-man band. And Eddie gets the one with the Frog Splash here over Slater. And yeah, obviously Eddie, 100 is the match, basically. And got the crowd buzzing too, so that's exactly what we needed. 82 for CTU and Los Perros de Mal. A bounce-back win for CTU. They've been kind of struggling a little bit, but they get the win here. So Brainbuster for Liger gets the win in 23-44. We see an 89 here for Triple X and 3 count. It's actually a good match for teams of this kind of level of a record. Almost a 90. And, Triple X, though, Daniels specifically, being the guy to get the win. He beats Evan Courageous with the last rites. It's crazy against Shane Helms, the worst guy in that match. 85 here for Team Extreme and LAX. Matt Hardy pinning Santana to the Twist of Fate. Jeff with a 98, 91 for Matt Hardy. Good stuff. Yeah, they were definitely leading the charge. The old Hardy boys. The Elite beat TMDK here. Nick Jackson with the, again, probably would have been a Meltzer driver. Or even maybe Kenny does the Finley roll spot into the corner, which is kind of like for the more bang for your buck, but it's a super bang for your buck where both the bucks go off the top. Be kind of fun to see. The old golden shower finish. The old Golden Elite. Or for the Golden Lovers. Fun match, though. Fun match. Nick Jackson taking the win there. And Bobby Fish beating Shima for Undisputed Era, getting the win over Blood Generation. Tough break here. As Masato Yoshinobu and Naruki Doi in the 90s. Kyle O'Reilly did well as well. But just Shima bringing them down, unfortunately. But the Moonsault win, nonetheless, in our next matchup. Gen Next beat the Filthy Animals. We see Shelly, Jack Evans, and Roddy beating Rey Mysterio Jr., Billy Kidman, and Conan. I could definitely see why there's a lack of psychology in this match. But a fun match, though, nonetheless. And a win for Gen Next. As a 91 for our main event, and yet there is no more undefeated teams now for the Premier League after 20 weeks of action. As Team Angle pull off the win over the Brood, and the right decision for sure. Hell of a win for Team Angle. I mean, that's definitely going to catapult them in a big, big way with that tiebreaker win over the Brood. Damn, Kurt Angle almost got injured by Gangrel. That would have been really bad to see. Can't believe it was only a 91, to be honest, but it is what it is. Kurt, you're the goddamn man. We'll put you over. And Shelton. I like those guys. I mean, they've been busting their ass. And I think who else? I mean, again, it's always Eddie when you think about who needs some praise, because he's been the saving grace for Los Gringos Locos, and we'll put him over. About to say, I thought we put over Shelly recently. Oh yeah, no, I'm about to say I didn't see his name, but there it is. Oh, Jack Evans from the heavens, why not? Give him a hug. He's having the run of a lifetime. It's been fun to see. Again, the injuries. Okay, it is 30 days. We'll see what we can do with the Monster Express. I haven't really thought, as far as, because it's kind of weird, because a lot of the next, really, Monster Express, a good part of that Monster Express run was Shingo and Tozawa teaming. We can't use that, so we're kind of in a bit of limbo there. And of course, Van Dam, luckily that sprained ankle, he's going to be just fine. And Tasmania staying there. That's tough. Yeah, Jimmy Garvin. There's no free ride here. You have to work your way here. Yeah, it sucks, but hey, injuries are part of wrestling. Oh, damn. Uncaring answer. Yeah, that was pretty uncaring, I guess. Yeah, big success. I also signed Doc, because part of me is like, listen, maybe we just say fuck the rules and we add a new Freebird. And it's Doc. And they can do Doc and maybe even call him just the Miracle Vines Connection now. And it'd be Doc, Gordy, and Buddy Roberts there to just lose, but yeah, we're gonna play it by ear. Yeah, hopefully there's a one-off there. I fucking love JR. He's staying with us for as long as we can. And now we're just down to one show left of the episode. We will see how the National League does in the Staples Center for week 20. I always want to call these shows episodes. I don't know why, but yeah, for show 20, we get boy, I just realized everybody in that Progress fucking show is fucking and speaking out. So that's great. But yeah, that shows you how long that, because those pictures were from the first all-time tag leagues. Obviously, that was a bit of a long time ago, as you can imagine. But yeah, as far as a tough break again for Van Dam and Ricochet specifically, he's been through the ringer for sure. And yeah, I believe they are next week. Yeah, we're gonna hedge some of these minor issues, and we'll be back to the final show of the episode for week 20 of the National League. Alright, so we'll see the locker room incidents of the year for Steamboat's here. Damn. Maybe next time we can't use them. Malachi Black and Scotty 2 Hotty butted heads backstage. I feel like Malachi Black is not the guy you want to fuck with. Training with fucking Stefan Struve. Kerry Von Erich, and Psycho Clown get into an argument backstage. And Jeff Jarrett and Fuchi get into an argument backstage. Now we got fucking Brian Pillman and Terry Funk trying to fight each other. Kerry's also trying to fight Tully Blanchard. Seth Rollins is unhappy with Bobby Heenan. So is Paul Lee. And we got, again, the pre-show basic and safety training for those guys. Oh, come on. Yeah, we gotta give Stu a break. Come on, you fucks. Kaiji Muto fought a fan. Just great. More negative impact. He is literally one of the worst people to pick a fight with there, Shane Douglas. I hope Ron Simmons should have beat your fucking ass. Oh my god. Lord have mercy. Wow. Just insane. And oh damn, Owen was brought forward Wrestler's Court. Just making a mess backstage, not cleaning it up, annoying everyone else. Come on. let's be easy on Owen here. But he's now having to buy drinks after the show, and he was a notorious cheap individual. So I'm sure that's a real thorn in the spine there. Tony Mamaluke also, as far as accused of failing to pick up his share of the tab on the rental car. I'm sure I can't imagine Big Sal in those rental cars. And then Little Guido. That's a hell of a car ride, as, Taker found him guilty and sentenced to pay the full cost and reimburse his travel partners, which I'm sure is to the delight of the FBI. Kaiji Budo helped, you came backstage with a creative finish that we can't use. Just great. Alrighty, well, what a disaster that was. That's the National League for you. For our main event, that's a good question. Trying to think here. Yeah, I mean, now that, I will say Planet Jarrett's back to 100%, so they'll be back in action. We'll see how Jimmy Garvin does against, Too Cool. I mean, it's 4 Horsemen and the triple threat for sure. Obviously, the Shields and the Wyatts. That's got to be up there. Other than that, it's not looking too hot. This is a bit of a down show. Hard Foundation's probably going to have a good match with New Day, though. But yeah, Evolution and Ring Comp's a fun match. That might have to be the main. It's either that or the 4 Horsemen and the triple threat, which kind of leaning towards that. But I do like that Shield Y family match, just for the sake of those two teams and their history. But yeah, on to the show after we book it. Alrighty, so for week 20 here of the National League, our final show, we see the new Three Musketeers get the win over the FBI. If they would have lost this, I probably would have punched the fucking monitor. Would have been tough. Tanahashi gets the win with the German suplex over Little Guido, too. Doesn't even want the fucking high fly flow or anything. Bit of a dull finish. Bit of a dull one. Sarudagun beating Los Villanos. Jumbo with the win of Luthez Press. Interesting that's the finish, but Taue, that was an 85. I feel like Jumbo's getting worse. Is it still bad morale? Just curious, yeah. Makes sense. Makes sense. I didn't realize. I figured it did, but I didn't know for sure. I'm glad that there's a tag bonus for everybody. For 3, 4, and 5. That's cool. That works out. Because I know it used to be just tags. I didn't know trios had even worked like that too. So that's good to know. Suzuki-gun beating Los Brazos. This was set for Steal the Show. Not a good idea, because it did not steal the show. And we even didn't have the technical masterclass in at first. I forgot this was completely a Steal the Show matchup, so that's great. But Lance Archer beats Brazo de Plata with the Texas Tornado Slam. Again, that's a big motherfucker to be hitting that move on. That's a 66. 68 for Bullet Club and Demolition. Bullet Club gets the win, thanks to AJ Styles. Carl Anderson with minor food poisoning, another guy from the National League that gets food poisoning. It's Crush who caused it. Crush just giving out bad food. The Radicals beat Kensuke Office. Here's the technical masterclass matchup, though, as Dean gets the win with the Texas Cloverleaf over Kensuke. Yeah, we probably should have Kenta Miyahara lose this, obviously. He had a 49, too. Just brutal. Brutal. It's a 64. Oh, man, a shattered elbow from Chaos. So Okada, Goto, and Ishii. I mean, I guess we could have Yoshihashi come in to at least get a trios match in there. Feel like that's fair, but not great. Not great. I don't think Chaos are going to win a match as long as Okada's out, as far as with that shattered elbow. They got outperformed, but they got the win, though. Shockingly enough. Unreal that they did. And the ESL gets the win with the red ink, too. It doesn't even want like the Rainmaker or anything. But yeah, shattered elbow. Tough. It's the Freebirds. Oh, man. As Jimmy Garvin, a 47. Yeah, it's about... Yeah, never mind. That's about where I would have suspected him. He was off his game, though, too, so he could have been around the 50. So he's basically Michael out there. But Terry Gordy getting the win over Scotty Tuati. Again, if it's not for Terry Gordy, the Freebirds would be in the toilet right about now. But they are rolling because of that man. Ministry of Darkness beat the Bloodline here as Bradshaw with a clothesline from hell onto Jacob Fatu. Again, Bradshaw and Jacob Fatu, that match would fucking rule. Ron Simmons even outperformed everybody on that Bloodline team, so you can tell they were quite good. And that even got the crowd hotter. The crowd's white hot here. Oh, they're very hot now. This Murder Clown has a thigh muscle strain, but yeah, the Dangerous Alliance getting the win here. Obviously stunning Steve better than everybody. Almost better than at least half the team combined. So that's great. And then Rick Rude with a 75 and 67 for Bobby Eaton. Yeah, stun gun onto Murder Clown. A strained wrist. Everybody getting hurt now. I mean, we are 20 weeks in. It's a lot of matches every week. They're working once a week, which, I mean, sounds like it's a lot. But I guess it really isn't compared to a lot of these guys' schedule when they're used to working house shows and whatnot. But Hogan with the big boot in the leg drop onto Billy Gunn. Yeah, they were the better team, so they get the win. I can't be too upset with it. It's funny, it's a DX NWO match, and it's definitely not the DX team that everybody would have assumed would have been in that match. It's an 84, though, for the Shield and the Wyatts. I'm glad that went over well. They definitely deserve it. Bray with a pretty good rating. 67, but not, compared to everybody else in the match. Obviously, the Shield were much better. And they get the win as Rollins again wins with a pedigree. Just hilarious. Three Musketeers beating the Von Erichs. Hashimoto gets the win with a brainbuster onto Kevin Von Erich. And, the Three Musketeers doing good. They're all doing about the same now. Hashimoto in the 80s. It's a big win. Big win, but again, crowd not really into it, though, weirdly enough, even though the crowd's very hot. 83 again. As Super Generation Army beat the House of Black. And, you can tell the morale is definitely affecting guys. Because even the Super Generation Army aren't getting hundreds anymore. But yeah, they have the tag chemistry too. Oh, but so do Brody King and Malachi and Buddy Matthews. Yeah, but still. Well, only Masao with a low locker room morale. That's interesting. Now, 92 for the Hart Foundation and New Day. Did not expect that at all. But Brett gets the win with the sharpshooter over Big E. Yeah, Brett doing good. Yeah, the better team wins too. That's great stuff. 83 for the Horsemen and the Triple Threat. Wow. Thought that was going to be a lot better. Especially with Flair and Bam Bam and Arn Anderson all getting above like an 80, but it is what it is. Flair beats Candido with a figure four. I'm sure Candido had a ball doing that and working with Flair. That'd be a fun match, actually. It's crazy. They just saw each other just at the wrong times of their careers. Oh, and Triple H breaks his jaw here. A part of Evolution. Now this, we can't really fix. They would have to forfeit their matches. They get the win here. Orton wins with the RKO onto Axel Dieter Jr., but at the same time, we got no replacement for Hunter. So if Hunter's out for a long time, they are fucked with that one. And that's a tough main event, too, to only get an 82 because of the finish. So many injuries on that show. Just a brutal state of affairs going on right now. We haven't put over Brett in a hot minute, so we'll do that. And Bigelow. Bigelow was great. Part of the Triple Threat. I mean, he was damn near the saving grace of that match. Yeah, when Arn. I don't see Flair on here, so actually, let's put over Masao to try and get him back in happy. So that kind of fucked him up a little bit. Trying to think who else. Oh, Kaiji Muto. He's been great, and now he's getting affected by the bad morale, so try and fix that. But yeah, the National League's struggling with the morale. Okada's out for a year. Literally, even more than a year. 422 days. Hunter is going to work through a broken jaw. What a tough fucker. But yeah, Okada's out. Yoshihashi's going to have to come in. Hilarious. Yeah, disappointing, man. Hugely disappointing. Listen, fully support. That's our guy out here. Yeah, was not the first time. Yeah, he's got to work safer. Axel Dieter Jr. can't be doing that. Listen, I will sort it out. Hey, here we go. Yeah, the one-off for stunning Steve. I'm just gonna say I support Shawn Michaels. Yeah, because I don't know what's the beef there, but I'm sure Shawn was stirring the shit, but at the same time, it's like, fuck it, man. You need to just sort it out. Fucking sort it out. God, I completely forgot about TMDK being TM61. Gosh. But yeah, a lot of injuries. Everybody's banged up, but we at least another team down. But they're not completely out, but that definitely sucks to see. For the next episode, as far as when we'll be ending that episode, I think we'll probably run just the 21 to 28. And then we'll run the final 3 here. So we'll run 29, 30. Or we might even just run 21 through 27. Then do the final 4. Then, well, I was thinking, yeah, we'll run 21 through 28. We'll see the home stretch. We'll do the showdown and then the National vs. Premier special show, which will then lead to the playoffs for the final episode. So yeah, it's kind of hard to believe we only have like 3 episodes left. But this mini-series, it's a lot happens. A lot goes on, a lot's happening here, and it takes forever. With all the updating and all the pre-booking, you're adding 15, 16 matches at a time. It takes so fucking long. But we're almost done. We're almost done. And we're going to get there barely by the fucking finish line. Again, the National League, they just are so pissed off. They're so angry. We got to bring in Yoshihashi. We'll do that now. As we thank everyone, as we end it out here, so I'm going to thank everybody again for watching this, because I know these episodes are quite long, and you're a real one for hanging in there. And hopefully we can get this out in a timely fashion, but I don't know now. Now by the time this is going to get uploaded, it's going to be very, very late in the night. But it is what it is. Yeah, we got to sign Yoshihashi. Hey, we're just going to sign him on a handshake deal. Maybe it'll work out, though. Who knows? But I doubt it. I'm assuming his popularity's not great. Oh my god, it is abysmal. Yeah, we'll probably have to change that. And it's, yeah. Not good. Not good there. As we will catch you guys next time for the next part of our installment here of this all-time tag league, all-time trios league, rather. Take care, everyone.